Well, folks, your overnight leader is underway here at the Loveday 400 for day 3, the final day of racing. Boston Morgan Horan in the 8.99 is a go here for another 3 laps here at Loveday. Russ, hard charging pack, mate. Can Bo catch him today?
I think Bo's happy with his position in the pecking order. I won't talk over that lovely sound, but anyway, yeah, Bo's pretty happy with his work yesterday. I think he's content to sit where he is and just see what happens on this section 3, Sunday morning.
Well, it is still a long way to go. We've still got 200 kilometres of racing ahead of us, and we know that anything can happen in this sport. Another one we've got to keep an eye on throughout the day is the next car off the line, Toddy Lehman. Had a really good day yesterday, finds himself at the front of the Pro Buggy field. Of course, keep an eye on Dale Martin, who'll be starting 30 seconds behind Toddy.
So that's a nice little battle between the Pro Buggies. Todd Lehman, Tanner James, Dale Martin and Mark DeGrucci. I think Todd Lehman and Dale Martin need to go on a little bit of a burst this morning, because as you can see from the footage of Bo Robinson there, the track's really coming to the trucks.
Yeah, and that was most of the reports from yesterday was that the track is just so rough out there now. Certainly not going to suit the buggies as we go through the weekend or through the day.
Dale Martin gets underway there, Cam.
Yeah, and he had a good day yesterday. He was sort of flying under the radar for a little bit. He was down the pecking order and made his way through the field on track position.
As we watched Bo Robinson negotiate that corner, yeah, you're right, you are. We sort of felt like he was wounded. There's living proof that the track's coming to the truck, the Brentford truck of Nick Commons there. Lachlan Benny on board. Yeah, as you were saying, he flew under the radar, Cam, and part of which was an assumption on our behalf that he was a little bit wounded and perhaps not going to perform that well this weekend.
Yeah, but he performed quite well yesterday to find himself in 4th outright overnight and heading into this final day of racing here at Loveday 400. So we've got 23 starters on this list for this heat.
Nick Hicks is underway. Beautiful shot of the Method Race Wheels banner there. Shout out to the Taylors. They'll be watching on, no doubt.
Well, Nick Hicks was another competitor yesterday. He's always there or thereabouts, and obviously with all the withdrawals in front of him has made his way through to this position behind the Commons truck. There's Martin on screen now as well. Now this is one we've got to keep an eye on throughout the day. This is the side-by-side pro battle. Glenn Ackroyd in 6:01 was able to take the ascendancy yesterday in the class, but not by much. Not very far behind him on corrected time is Kane Jones, who had a really good day yesterday. But Ackroyd was just going faster and faster as the track got rougher and rougher. And there is Kane Jones off the line. I saw on the social media stuff last night that Kane Jones reckons he's about 20 to 30 kilometres slower in a straight line than the Can-Ams. He reckons all the time he's making up is in the braking area.
Yeah, nice. And that's no mean feat, because one would think sounds like Adam Trewella. The rev limiter popping and protesting on the 952. Yeah, that's no mean feat, because from looking at the Can-Am Polaris comparison, I thought the brakes were bigger on the Can-Am. I may have that wrong.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. There's your race leader, Boston Morgan Horan on screen. Next car away, none other than Wes Cowie. Not the day they wanted yesterday. Had a couple of good laps in there, was looking really, really fast and right up the front of that Pro Buggy order. But an issue was hampered the car. Looks like they got it back and up and running.
Yeah, he is a seed though. Great shot there of the buggies in the side by side.
So this will be another interesting car to watch throughout the day. Obviously right up there with the side-by-side battle is Lockie Bailey in 622. Won the prologue for the class on Friday, was leading early in yesterday's running, but of course has slipped down to third position in that class. The 122, Ben Falk. And here we go. How cool is this? And we've got the in-car going for the Falk entry. It's been so cool to watch these two go to work in this 122 car throughout the weekend on this Enduro lap, as there is Boston Morgan Hine.
The two Brett's racing underway. 95 Pro Buggy, Brett Rogers, Brett Richardson on board. I noticed the 2BR logo on the side of that Pro Buggy. Looks pretty cool.
Yeah, you can see out the side of the commentary box window there, the 2BR gazebo.
The 454 guys at Trophy Truck, Brad Gallard.
Yeah, another seated competitor. Was running right at the front yesterday and had a stop in the pits and didn't return to the track, so unsure what the problem was for Gallard yesterday. We're back up and running today. There's Beau Robinson on screen, the car 2, second overall at the moment.
Logan Gill in the 644 Can-Am. Lee Vanderbilt alongside him out of Kalgoorlie. Royce Gill will be watching on with interest as the 644 takes that corner nicely. Good shot of row berth movers. Toddy Lehman, Tanner James, 85 car.
Well, we're right into the mix of cars now that have actually made their way up from the Heat 2 from yesterday. This is Craig Lowndes on screen, and what a performance he put in once he had this car up and running full and proper. A really, really good lap time yesterday from Craig Lowndes. And that'll be a battle I want to keep an eye on throughout today, is the battle between Lowndes and Logan Gill.
The distinct sound of the Polaris, Simon Evans, Sarah Harris, the 636 Polaris off the line. 647 Tyson Garber is next as we watch the Berm Rider, Simon Evans.
Oh, he's easily the fastest around that final corner out here in front of the commentary box, that's for sure.
Yeah, intriguing battle between Gill and Lowndes. But Lowndes really coming to terms with that side-by-side. Tyson Garber's off the line. Got Garber alongside him, 647. Great front-on shot there of Tyson throwing it in. The Tipler's logo on the side there, the 647 side-by-side. So he gets his Sunday morning underway. Nice shot of the Commons truck there. Who have we got off the line there now, mate?
Well, it should be the 422 of Jason Marks. There he is, jumping over the first and second jump here at the Loveday 400. Again, one of the competitors who had a DNF in the first section yesterday, but able to get the truck back in full fighting action ready for today.
The seated Andrew Moles off the line in the 135. The naturally aspirated 135 Pro Buggy, Andrew Moles, Keegan Moles alongside him. Jordan Lawson also helping out. Very seasoned campaigner out of Alice Springs. Glennie Ackroyd, 601. He's got the 601 class plate there. Andrew Commons and Anthony Cook, in the Geyser truck, the West Lime Geyser truck off the line. They're a seed into this first heat.
Well, of course, they were in heat number 2. They were at the start of heat number 2
They showed
yesterday.
They showed some great pace in bursts.
Yeah, and just unable to have the reliability to get right to the end, but obviously the track's good to go for today. The truck, I should say. There's Mel Brandel in car 77, also underway now.
Great work from the cameraman tracking that 77 buggy. Molesy on screen at the moment, the 135, sorry. Action aplenty as Luke Ursig gets underway.
Now that should be all of our cars, all of our 23 cars scheduled to start in this heat now underway. So Luke bringing up the tail end of the heat in car 1001. Of course, another one of our competitors who have earned their right to move up to heat number 1 from heat 2. There's Andrew Commons on screen. Now, Russ, I hear there was a good night last night with Craig Lowndes and a few of the off-road drivers and competitors had here at the tavern.
Yeah, there was a bit of a sort of a kick-ass VIP lounge type, almost live talkback it was. We tried to get the crowd involved. I mean, there were a few questions and inquiries from the crowd, but pretty much myself and Sam took charge there. And yeah, look, I think we extracted a bit of interesting information out of, Toby Waitley and Michael Shipton, Craig Lowndes, Dale Moscott, and of course the foot team, Danielle. It was interesting to hear how many things she's done and her bike background, which was pretty cool. No, it was a good, something different, bit of a different segment to off-road racing, and it was pretty cool for those guys and girls to give up their time when they could be back looking at the car and relaxing.
Here's Luke Ursig on screen. Another really good performance from Luke yesterday.
Yeah, terrific performance from Luke Ursig. Obviously not listening to any driving advice coming from his way from Ben. So great stuff, Luke. Doing really good there.
We've got Gallard chasing a car up ahead. That looks like Brett Rogers. He's pulling up aside for Gallard to come on through. And Gallard, according to our start list, did start 30 seconds behind the Rogers team. So what's interesting though here, Russ, is if we can see up in the top right of the screen, we're riding on with Ben Falk, and Gallard is now behind Falk on the road, and we're trying to make a charge. So if we keep an eye on this this in car, we might see a big black truck coming past us. Well, I'm sure that's what Gallard wants. Falk doesn't want that, but
John O'Connor's got his work cut out for him here. He's barking out instructions, he's wiping cameras, he's handing the soft cloth over to Ben. Jeez, and look at that suspension working overtime to get through that rough terrain.
Of course, we've got to also remember that these competitors had the afternoon off while after their 3 laps. Then Heat 2 competitors came out for another 3 laps and tore the track up even more. So what they're seeing this morning is going to be worse than what they left off out there on the track yesterday afternoon.
And interestingly enough, yesterday afternoon, when there was a bit of a break in play, I went over to the Commons truck. I caught up with the Commons boys naturally enough, and Bo Robinson sort of sauntered by and I asked him how it was going out there, mate, and he said it's rough. So there you go, ladies and gentlemen. Probably the biggest, baddest piece of off-road weaponry piloted by one of the most experienced off-road racers in Australia claims the track's getting rough. Yeah,
it's well, you can see it is certainly getting rough, but I'm I'm sure you've experienced some rough tracks in a Kingswood that probably feels a few more holes than a Mason truck would, I'm sure.
Yeah, we feel every bump in the kicker. Great shots. You go, Ken. You're about to say
Yeah, I see Simon Evans at the top of the screen, and I was thinking before that he's riding in that little side-by-side battle now, starting behind Lowndes and Gill. And I wonder what he can put together today out there. Was that Polaris going to, is he getting a little bit more comfortable with the package as the track gets rougher? Maybe the Can-Ams will skip away. So very experienced in motorsport is the Evans team. So if you're Ben Falk, who we're riding with right now, what's the plan of attack for today? You ride out in front of the Pro Light class. Alan Dixon is the competitor who would be closest to him, I believe. What's the plan of attack, Russ? Do you go as hard as you can?
I think he needs to just run a pace.
Oh, this doesn't look good.
No, that looks pretty average.
Oh, he's just letting Gallard go through.
So Gallard got hold of him there. Great pass from Brad Gallard. Very orderly bit of racing there from Ben Falk, John O'Connor. They let the Gallard truck go past quite nicely. Didn't take any unnecessary risks.
Ben Falk's got the visor. Oh, there you go. He's closed the visor. It's bold having the visor open with a lot of dust hanging out from the back of the Gallard truck.
Oh, and a little bit of a mistake there for Falk. Runs wide, catches it. Great bit of driving, Ben Falk. Just be careful how you re-enter that track there, Ben. Could be a big drop-off, but he deals with that nicely. And there's a lot of animation in the Falk camp at the moment. That rag's going backwards and forwards. As you can see, the visor's up. He's trying to wipe. He looks like he's trying to wipe his glasses. There may be an issue here with a little bit of. It did rain on the way out here. I wonder if they're experiencing a few little drops of rain. It's hard to tell on the camera. But if you look up at the sun visor in front of Ben, he's dropped that sun visor maybe to just deflect a bit of the air coming over the visor. If there is a sprinkling of rain out there, it'll force the water into his chest rather than onto the visor. So the Tank World Ben Falk entry, John O'Connor working away at the rag. Let's see if the pages of the notes get stuck together. Then we really know it's starting to rain. Great shot there of the Commons guys, the truck. Anthony Cook, Andrew Commons on board. West line, the best line. Look at the braking ruts there, the braking whoops there. Terrible for the cars with the smaller tyres, those. You got to try and brake early and run across them, or drive over them and then brake after them. You know, when you've got a smaller car with small tyres, you've got to play a really strategic game in those corners. Really enjoying the on-car though, Cam. That's really a great addition to the coverage, particularly with a beautiful view that we've got there of the dashboard. The Lawrence GPS has been dormant this weekend, but the pace notes have been pretty active. The paper pace notes there from John O'Connor.
Yeah, it's interesting to see that the teams run the pace notes. Obviously, there's a few teams in off-road racing that do run the pace notes, and then there's the old school point and have a look at the way you're going, and they'll just talk to you as navigators. But obviously, the Falk team preferring the pace note option this weekend.
Yeah, it looks like he settled back in after that pass from Gallard and that run wide. It's really hard to tell if there's any water on the camera. I reckon there's a little bit of water on that camera there, on that lens. Just a little bit of cloudy shadowing there. I think there might be just a little mist of water out there on track. Mist of rain. But nonetheless, yeah, the visor's going up and down there from Falk. He's asking for the soft rag again, so either a little bit of misting rain or a little bit of static. A little bit of static attracting the dust to the visor, to the plastic visor, the acrylic visor, Perspex visor, whatever. Don't know what helmet he's actually running there.
Oh, he's gone wide again here.
Yeah. I'm gonna sort of throw it out there. I'm wondering if Ben wears glasses, and perhaps the fact that he's wearing glasses, vision glasses, that is, not sunglasses, ladies and gentlemen, not a set of Oakleys, but a set of glasses for his vision. I wonder if he's getting a layer of dust on the glasses, just a wisp of dust on the glasses, or a bit of condensation.
Actually, I wonder if the helmet blower's not going as...
And that's the other,
he's
thing.
Pulling over again.
Yeah, so he's battling away.
He is battling this lap. He's certainly not looking as clean as it was. That could have been Logan Gill or Brett Rogers. We know he...
I think you'd find that was Brett Rogers.
Yeah, and Falk was faster than Rogers all day yesterday.
Yeah, that's really causing him some bother. That visor's going up and down, up and down.
Well, I was just thinking, Bryce, that one of the things that can happen if your helmet blower's not operating properly or isn't connected, you start fogging up the visor.
Absolutely. Especially if you're working away like that. I mean, if you put a heart monitor on Ben at the moment, I think his heart would be racing and his temperature would be up. He'd get a little hot under the collar because he's been passed twice now. He's just got to really ease into his work.
Yeah, it was a long day of racing.
Yeah, and look, he's hung onto the back of the Rogers camp there. Perhaps that the pause for the Gallard trucks allowed Brett Rogers to get right on top of him. Of course, then he ran wide. And he's pretty conservative the way he re-entered the track, which is a good thing. But that's obviously given the Rogers camp an opportunity to get hold of Ben Falk there.
Yeah, and a couple of those little mistakes running wide and just losing a lot of momentum and speed through those corners.
And he's losing time with the visor issue. So
yeah, absolutely.
Looks like he's settled back into the groove now, which is nice.
But he's got to deal with the dust. As you can see what section he's rolling into now, as I can see out the commentary box window, Boston Morgan Horan making his way back towards the tavern now for his first lap.
So Boston on his way back home, but some great shots of Ben Falk battling the dust.
Yeah, and he's going to lose a lot of time in the dust here because, as we all know, you cannot see through heavy dust. Yeah, it looks a lot busier in the cab of the 122 this morning than it did all day yesterday. Yesterday looked like a very, very clean run. And not saying this isn't clean, it's just a few little things going on in the 122 that's...
Yeah, they're in sixth gear there, ladies and gentlemen, so they are hauling the mail. Back down into third for that corner. Carrying a nice bit of momentum is Ben. Well done.
And that's the challenge for him now. He's got a long way to go, even for this section, to just settle back in, maintain a good pace.
Yeah, he's sort of... Be interesting to see what the conversation's like in the full camp at the moment. Tank World 122, Ben Fulk, John O'Connor. I think John's going to just have to settle him down, get him back in the groove. They're in a terrific place on track. And just because they've been passed is not the end of the world.
Well, here comes Boston Morgan Horan right out in front of the tavern now. Another really good opening lap to get his account underway for Sunday's running here at the Loveday 400. Now he's got a bit of time up his sleeve over Beau Robinson, but he sort of built that lead yesterday, so he doesn't have to push incredibly hard, but we know that Boston's fast regardless. A 24.02 for Boston Morgan Horan on his opening lap.
So great shots of the all-wheel drive Mason. Will Haddock navigating there with Boston Morgan Horan, the big black motorsport.
You can see the
truck,
the Robinson truck now on its way back in towards the tavern as well. So Boston, I reckon, has opened up a lead again for the section here. Of course, these cars started 30 seconds apart, so if Beau crossed the line 30 seconds after Boston crossed the line, they would have exactly the same lap time. But I reckon this is going to be a bit more than 30 seconds. You were talking to Shane Hutt yesterday, Russ. What's his reports on the way this is all going for the team?
They feel like if they drive the car too hard, they really get stuck into their brakes, which I found interesting. So perhaps the all-ride Mason truck is not really adept to sort of sprinting, which is really what we're doing relative to what the Americans do. Yeah, so great sound there from the Joe Gibbs-powered Mason truck. So they felt like when they were really driving the car hard, they were sort of compromising the brakes a little bit. Which obviously in the long-haul racing in America is not a big deal, because they sort of, if they're using the brakes, it's to slow down for some big obstacles like stuff you crawl over. And the rest of the time it's sort of sprinting, or charging down straights and big silty whoop sections and that sort of thing. Toddy Lehman's coming into the fray. I think he might be just nibbling away at the heels of two-plate car, Bo Robinson, Shane Hutt. But yeah, no, I think they're still learning the car, to be quite honest. Toddy Lehman, Tanner James on their second lap. Great shots there of Bo Robinson through the whoops.
Your first lap time for Bo Robinson is a 25.08, so that is about a minute and 6 seconds slower than Boston Morgan Horan.
Yeah, so no offence to Bo and Shane when I say they're learning the truck. They're learning how to get the best out of it and where they should go and where they should hold.
And that can take a long time to work out with new equipment.
And he's playing a very smart game too, because he's thinking about what parts he's beating up on and what he's not beating up on, because Bo does have ambitions of possibly racing in the States, so he's trying to work out how the truck will behave over maybe a 1,500 or 2,000 kilometre journey.
Well, it's getting busier in the tavern now. Dale Martin over the line. So Toddy Lehman put in a 25.29 and Dale Martin a 25.51. So Toddy Lehman throwing the first punch in the Pro Buggy class on day 3 of the Loveday 400. Here's the West Lime truck, Nick Commons.
West Lime, the best lime. Great shots there of the Renfield truck. Cook Real Estate, or Cook Reality on the quarter panel there. Lachlan Benny on board. One hand on the Extreme Two-Wheel Drive trophy.
Yeah, 25.53, so just about a couple of seconds slower than Dale Martin on that opening lap.
Perhaps that could be the Commons Benny. Westline Extreme Two-Wheel Drive trophy. Nick Hicks. .53 there. Ladies and gentlemen, the 53 car, Nick Hicks. Take a little bit of time to have a look at the livery on that and perhaps ask the question, Nick, what were you thinking? Or what weren't you thinking? Or were you thinking?
I think it looks cool. I think it's a very good looking car. Mushroom machine. Very smooth driver, Nick Hicks. Never seen him too out of shape.
Sounds like a bit of a overfueling pop out the pipes there from Nick Hicks. Ben Stakelum, the 53 Element. Now the enthralling battle.
Well,
Glennie Ackroyd, Kane Jones, this is on.
It is on, because Kane Jones is flying on lap number 1, and he is caught up to the back of Glenn Ackroyd. Of course, Glenn Ackroyd will know he's there, especially after this corner here.
Well, Glenn Ackroyd will be making that 601 as wide as a Murray River houseboat, so Kane Jones got it all to do. Polaris versus Can-Am. Runs the berm high. Kane Jones, 6.57.
It's the Evans line.
What a great bit of driving, great bit of racing there. Kane Jones, Glenn Ackroyd. Glenn Ackroyd out front, Kane Jones on the hunt.
Well, Kane Jones at 26.28, Glenn Ackroyd at 26.49. So we'll go to our overall here, and I can get a see our overall times. Kane Jones now leads Glenn Ackroyd in the class.
Looks like Wes Cowie's on a number 2. His car's running good. And he's got around Adam Truella, so where's Cowie on the move? The move yourself. And he is moving himself, is Wes Cowie. The 92 Pro Buggy, Wes Cowie and Jordan Zolo. Sorry, Wes Cowie and Jared Blake. Need a set of glasses. Might have to borrow Ben Falk's glasses. Cowie into that corner, the 92 car. Adam Truella, Kobe Grant, the 952 ARB Midland, American Tracks, West Australian entry there. Brad Gallard on screen.
Well, how many cars has he been able to pick off so far? We know he got by Brett Rogers and Ben Falk.
Has he got by Lachlan Bailey?
Well, I can't see Lachlan Bailey on the out in the distance.
No, Lachlan Bailey might be off the radar because I think it's Ben Falk, possibly the next car.
Well, I reckon looking out the commentary box window, I can see Kane Jones still catching Glenn Ackroyd out the other side of the driveway there. So a really good prologue day for Brad Gallard, and was looking really strong yesterday before issues hampered the team. Unable to complete the full amount of laps yesterday. There's Bo Robinson on screen. Is that Lachlan Bailey just out there through our window?
I think it is. Ben Falk hot on his heels. Looks like the Rogers, the two Bretts about to start their no.
Yeah, that's Brett Rogers, that car 95.
Yes.
Of course, he made the pass on Ben Falk. We did see that.
So a bit of movement in the on the track. Rogers getting the better of Falk there, as we saw earlier. We thought Falk might hit back, but he hasn't.
No, Roger seems to have made a bit of a lead there as Falk tries to chase down Lockie Bailey now.
Logan Gill, the lights flashing at Logan Gill, letting everyone know he's there. Ben Falk on screen into that turn before they head down the hill.
And that'll be Craig Lowndes not too far behind Logan Gill, so we'll keep an eye on their times. This is a battle I wanted to see how it unfolded throughout today, because Lowndes was really, really fast yesterday.
Oh, and he's fast there visually, so it'd be interesting to see what sort of time we get from Craig Lowndes. Logan Gill makes short work of the berm, starts his second lap. Bo Robinson, Shane Hunt on screen, the Omega Asphalt, WA Fire Protection, two-plated OBR truck. And Craig Lowndes rails the berm nicely. In front of the commentary position as we watch the Mason, all-ride Mason truck, Bo Robinson. Quick flick there to the Commons Westline truck. Commons.
So Logan Gill's just put in a 26.53 and Lowndes a 26.40. So Lowndes is catching up to Logan Gill. Lockie Bailey, the slowest car on the track at the moment, a 28.10. Of course, he was right up the front of this field, but with Jones and Ackroyd right into the 26s, Bailey's 28. He's lost quite a lot of time on that opening lap. Here comes Simon Evans.
Mel Brandle out of the car. What could Simon Evans do with the commentary box Evans burn? Oh, that's as high as he's running, as fast as he's been. Great bit of driving, Simon Evans there. Tyson Garver on screen, split screen there to Ben Fulk.
Brandle team still working away at the back of that car. Andrew Commons in 467. Yeah, we've had a lot of trucks this weekend. A lot of the extreme two-wheel drive trucks fall out of the running of the Extreme Two-Wheel Drive Australian Trophy that's on offer here at Loveday. Of course, Toby Waitley was leading the charge. Brad Gallard is still out there now, but had an issue, and he was unable to finish all the laps yesterday. Have a look on screen here, Russ. This is Kane Jones, who was chasing down Glenn Ackroyd. There's Jason Marks on screen now.
And Jason Marks loops it in front of the commentary position. Gathers his faculties, he gets the 422 truck underway. Jason Marks and Andrew Forbes on board that truck.
Well, that'd be why you the Brandle machine's on the side of the road. See from that angle there of the drone working away on the left rear.
Looks like the tyre has obscured the jacking point.
Andrew Moles has cut off the last few corners here and made his way into the pits.
Yeah, that was a pretty hasty exit. He didn't bother doing the last few corners, so it could be the end of the day for Andrew Moles.
Yeah, well, if it's a serious issue that they've got with the car, they're not going to want to do the last few corners. There's Brad Gallard on screen. Here's the 1001, the final car to take off from this morning's start, or this morning's first heat. Luke Ursig.
Kersig on screen, about to embark on his second lap. Super cool Luke Ursig. Never looks flustered behind the wheel, just cruises through that corner at a rapid pace. Have you been keeping an eye, Cameron, on the Fulk split screen? Has there been much activity with the cloth?
I've been watching more of the centre screen here. Oh, there we go. Right on cue, Russ. We're on board with Ben Falk. But I was thinking just before that they're probably, having begun this second lap, just an opportunity to reset themselves. Obviously losing a few positions on lap 1. And now it's just settled into the work.
God, look at the whole big corner there. So great shots, great onboard there of the Tankwell Ben Falk Munkfab buggy. Be interesting to see if this the 122 car shifts itself into Pro buggy at some stage.
Well, it's an interesting thing to consider, isn't it? It's a lot of this car's certainly capable of being in the Pro buggy class. It's been proven with the Burrows Munkfab car.
Yeah, plenty of opportunity for a turbo or two in the engine cage area. There's a bit of available real estate there. Might see a couple of Garretts or Borg Warners or something.
And again,
hanging off it.
Falk might be very happy just continuing his run through the Pro Light class. Done it for a few years now. See, I believe this is the first season for this car. See how deep the corners are, just bouncing in and out of the holes through the corners, and even these little straights, there's just enough little bumps and holes to keep you very honest.
Again, visor up. Interesting to catch up with Ben between sections and just see what was troubling him there. Seems to be looked like it was hampering his pace early on in the first lap.
Yeah, it was definitely something that was affecting him a little bit. You can see he throws the hands up there, and I reckon that might have been trying to fiddle around with the helmet blower. Well, some of these crews have the helmet fresh air blower on the top of the helmet and some on the side. But he doesn't look as comfortable as he did yesterday.
And that part could be partly track conditions as well. The track, obviously, as we can see, that great shot there is pretty much deteriorated between when he would have last seen the track.
Well, you see, it's a very physical track. A lot of wheel work. You know, there's some tracks out there where you can sort of stretch the legs, and you got an opportunity down a long straight to grab the belts, tighten the belts up, reset yourself, and not necessarily relax, but you can go a bit easier on yourself. But in the corners and see these holes he's bouncing in and out of, that's just going to be full-time wheel work. Holding onto the car, it's going to be a physical drive out there today.
Yeah, and he's constantly looking to catch the car. The car looks like it's that corner a few moments ago looked like it was trying to swap out. Ran a little bit wide there, up into the grass. Possibly by intent, trying to look for a little bit of a smooth line. These are the corners that are really savage, like mid-corner tunnel grip, but real loose on the outside, so you've got to be ready to catch it. And then you get those deep sandy ones where it's just like massive holes.
Yeah, and you settle into those ruts on those deep sandy corners, and that's where you got to sit for the for that corner.
This type of thing here where it's like bucking and protesting through the corner.
And very soft on the outside where the dirt's been thrown, so you don't want to get stuck into the soft stuff. Looks like he settled in a bit better on this lap though.
Yeah, the visor's been less active on the cloth, less active on the visor. Hasn't dropped back into second many times, which is nice. Means he's sort of holding his pace through some of the corners. Even in that car, third and fourth are fairly hauling.
Yeah, he'd be very, very fast. He's not hanging around his Ben Falk, but neither is the rest of the competition in this heat. It was Brett Rogers who started behind him, and it was tailing him all day yesterday. Was able to make the pass on the 122.
See, back in the second for that sort of boggy corner. Obviously wants the engine to rev up and pull its way out of there. Obviously naturally aspirated deal, perhaps a little bit two-stroke-esque. Needs a few RPM to get the horsepower, get the torque. Power band's a little bit higher than what it would be in a turbo forced induction car. So you're using second a little bit there.
We keep talking about how busy Ben Falk is, but we've got to remember that Johnny O'Connor's going to be very busy as well. But this is a very technical part of this track. You'll be reading those notes out hard and fast.
And he flips the pages pretty well.
He does. I was very impressed, actually. Of course, these competitors do have to wear the gloves.
He'd make a good drinks waiter and an OBR function.
Yeah, I think we've got
Drive 14 Coronas, 38 Jack Daniels, 5 Jim Beams.
Well, when you were chatting with Dale Moscat last night, is he running the pace notes in the lounge car?
No, I think they're running a GPS.
Okay.
I think. I didn't actually ask Dale that, but I do know he is a bit of a fan of the GPS at Fink. So, yeah.
It is paper notes. There you go. So, it is coming through his paper notes. And the reason I asked was because if you notice on the front of the lounge entry, on the navigator's side, there's quite a large screen in front of or on the navigator window that sort of comes up halfway up the car. And I'm looking at the Falk, and you can see how he's got the notes down below the dash to try and stop the wind coming through.
Yep. Either that or he's got a good deal with Lawrence. Wants to show off the logo.
Yeah, possibly. I think he'd be using the equipment if he had a good deal with them, as we see out in the front of the tavern here. Boston Morgan Horan. Just a smooth day for the 899. Tell you what, we've got to put this one up right up with one of the more impressive drives in Australian off-roading, with only just getting behind the wheel of this truck. And he said after his prologue on Friday how that was basically his first time driving it. Puts it on the top step. And I'll tell you what, Russ, it's just looked comfortable.
Yeah. It's, from everything we've seen, doesn't look like he's put a foot wrong.
Making his way into this pit area now. Russ, I thought this was 3 laps this morning.
I think it's still 2 and 3.
2 and 3?
To make 5.
I thought it was 3 and 2. 2 laps? Okay, 2 laps. There you go. So he's come to complete.
He surely would not get that wrong.
Well, you'd hope not. Years gone by, the morning session has been 3 laps and then 2 in the afternoon.
Great shot of Toddy Lehman on screen. That Jimco Aussie special working really well through those bumps. Bo Robertson skies it in the Omega Asphalt. Mason all-wheel drive truck with Bo Robertson, Shane Hutt. And of course, the Commons Westline truck on screen as well. Looks like Mel Brandle's got going again, the 77 car.
So 24.41 on lap number 2 for Boston Morgan Horan. About 39 seconds slower than his first lap, but we're saying he doesn't need to push too hard. He's got a nice lead there. Incredible over the last few years of off-road racing throughout, well, the entire world really, how the trucks have really taken the ascendancy over the buggies. Of course, the trucks in America were a lot faster earlier than they were here, just with the way the tracks operate over there. But now the trucks in Australia, they're the package to have if you want to go to the top step in off-road racing.
Absolutely. Even the two-wheel drive trucks have still got some longevity in them. And really, the reality is some of these four-wheel drive trucks are going to be out of reach of most people unless they build one themselves. Like that beautiful Heron Forbes white truck we saw earlier.
Yeah, so I heard, and we're talking about the Matt Way truck. Obviously the first run for them, apparently they've got the gearing all wrong in the truck. They're going to do a bit of work to that. They were topping out at 140 kilometres an hour, which, as we know, is not fast enough. So they'll get to work on that truck. Also a very new truck to off-road racing, having Matt having his first run here this weekend in that car. It's Toddy Lehman on screen. Really good performance this morning for Todd Lehman. Over the line. 25.52 for Todd Lehman. So all of our competitors going slower on their second lap so far. We can see Kane Jones on screen and now Dale Martin on screen. So first four cars coming back into the tavern in the order that they left. Dale Martin across the line. You see Mel Brandl out there moving slowly. Obviously had the come to a stop out on the track. See Glenn Ackroyd here on screen. We're riding on the drone. So Brandl going to make his way into the pits here.
As does Nick Commons. He makes his way into the pits, but for better reasons, because he's finished his 2 laps this morning. So the Westline 479 Lockie Benny on board there with Nick Commons. They get the job done and are one step closer to the naming rights trophy, which is great to see. Speaking of the naming rights Extreme Tour Drive trophy, this man on screen looked like he was going to have a run at it. Nick Hicks.
Is that Craig Lowndes coming in on the driveway there, Ross?
It does look like the Loveday livery.
So Hicks, really good performance from Nick Hicks throughout this morning's run. On screen that he Gallard entry.
Yeah, looks like Craig Lowndes' suspension issue there. Maybe get some intel on that later.
Well, he was going really well, was Craig Lowndes. 26.40 on his first lap, was putting some pressure on the side-by-side competitors ahead of him. He was faster than Logan Gill on the opening lap. Here's Brett Rogers on screen, and not too far behind Rogers should be the Folk entry. You can see the top right of the screen. Rogers was able to make the pass on Ben Folk.
Kane Jones and then Ackroyd out there. Looks like Kane has just fallen a little bit to the wayside, but not much.
Yeah, but he knows.
Corrected times will be interesting.
Well, if he's within 30 seconds, he knows he's still made time on this section. So I don't think he'll be too concerned about losing a little bit of time on the second lap. Ben Folk on screen. The car we've been riding with all weekend, and what fantastic footage we've been able to watch here of the in-car of the 122.
Yeah, I think Kane Jones might have got the better of Ben Ackroyd there.
We just noticed Kane Jones doesn't look like he's got a roof number on that car. Which always makes you wonder. Low tree. Has it been upside down really quickly? I'd suggest not. Still right at the back of the Ackroyd crew.
And Brad Gallard loops it on screen. Almost identical spot to where he went round on Plot Prologue by the looks. Great replay there of Gallard looping it. If you're going to do it, you may as well do it in front of the cameras and crew.
So Kane Jones 26.53 and Ackroyd at 26.49. So Jones only losing 4 seconds on that final lap to Ackroyd. So I believe he'll still be in the lead for the side-by-side overall positioning as Adam Trewella winds his way back towards the tavern now as well.
So Adam Trewella making a fair fist of things at the moment. I think he may well be third in the pro buggy class at the moment, the 952 Cobra Grant. Adam Trewella driven pro buggy. On screen there, Anthony Cook, the Navigator, 2 Bretts, the 95. Not far away from the timing point.
Well, they'll be happy with the work they've been able to put together this morning. Tailing Ben Folk all day yesterday, and of course with Folk having those little issues with the visor, and we assume him the glass is nice and clean. Rogers able to make up the time and pass him, but wouldn't mind betting that Rogers has just found a bit more speed himself as well today as those issues from Folk. He's been able to gap the Folk entry and will be getting more and more comfortable with this car.
Yeah, great hit out this morning from the two Bretts. The 95 Pro Buggy, Brett Richardson on board.
Well, here is Ben Falk.
Hasn't this 122 Tankwell buggy brought us some great shots? That is a great shot. Love the stance on that car. Love that front end. Got a real nice look about it. Looks fast. Looks faster than units in the trailer. Then looks like Ben Falk has earned his rite of passage to hit it out this afternoon. His second lap is completed.
Of course, with another 3 laps coming up this afternoon, there's still a lot of racing left to go. We did 200 kilometres yesterday, and we're doing 200 kilometres once again today, with the first 2 laps out of the way for a lot of our competitors now. Boston Morgan Horan, the fastest once again, with Beau Robinson in second and Toddy Lehman in third. Gallard, 4th fastest, and Dale Martin, 5th of the cars that have finished their 2 laps for this morning's running. Lockie Bailey has fallen off the pecking order here, or fallen down the list, and there he is on screen now. So either having some troubles with the car, or the car not operating as well as the track gets rougher.
Expected Andrew Commons has moved up through the field in that white geyser truck. The unmistakable sound of the Polaris behind the geyser truck there.
Yeah, well, unfortunately for Simon Evans, he's not going to be able to tackle his favourite corner on the track this time.
No.
I'm sure he'll be happy with the finish, though.
You can see him do it a few times.
So Commons and Evans both across the line.
Tyson Garver on screen. He's not too far away. All Garver affair with Lachlan Garver and Scott Garver doing the duties in the navigator's chair. So who else do we have out there?
Well, Lockie Bailey's still out there on the track at the moment. We know that Craig Lowndes came in on the driveway there with some issues with the Can-Am. Jason Marks is supposed to be out there, and this man on screen, the 1001 of Luke Herzig. If we go to our track map here for a second, should be able to see the positions of the cars. Now we know that the 424, don't worry about that entry, they are out. The car is on the trailer at the moment. There is the 422 moving. And we know Luke Herzig's out there. I can't see him on the track map, though. That'll be Lockie Bailey out the commentary box window there, I reckon. And on screen.
I reckon Luke could be too far away from blasting up that straight in the distance. Lachlan Bailey
Well, I reckon this crew's having some dramas this morning. We know that Lachlan Bailey's a very, very fast operator, and he started in front of Ben Falk and has been passed by a lot of this field, including the cars that have just come in of Garver, Evans, and of course Logan Gill, or Commons, I should say.
He's had to stop for something, there's no doubt about that.
Yeah. But he was slower on his first lap today at 28.10. Of course, the fellow side-by-side competitors putting in the mid-26s. And we know that Lockie is certainly fast enough to match it with those competitors in the class. So Lockie Bailey with a 32.32, so some 4 minutes slower than his first lap time for today's running. So an issue for the 622. You can see on the screen there the limo's taken off again, Russ. Of course, if you want to get yourself a limo ride, you can go to the bar up here at the tavern, buy yourself a ticket, $30 a person, and the limo is going to take you out to the Kick-Ass Super Jump, where you get to watch these trucks, cars and buggies tackle the jump. And did you see some of the footage on social media last night, Russ, of Toby Waitley over that jump, where that truck just lifted right up in the air? Bit of wind under the front.
Yeah, a bit of a headwind, according to Toby, and it caught the front of his car. Made for some great footage, great pictures. Awesome.
So if you want to get over and have a look at the all these crews tackle the super jump, get yourself over to the bar, grab yourself a ticket for the limo, and our limo driver will take you out to the super jump.
So Luke Ursig has got the job done.
This is a neat little car, this Ursig car. A single seat. Luke's been racing for many years now in many different cars. Of course, if you see Adrian Gardner's 1055, the Honey Badger, it's a car that Luke puts together in the workshop here in South Australia. He does a fantastic job. I was down there the other week, and there is plenty of race cars in the workshop that Luke's getting sorted out for everyone. There's a brand new build in there as well. I don't know who owns it, so don't ask.
Pro buggy, pro light. 10 car.
Didn't actually see. I reckon it would be a pro or pro light from the look of the car, but I didn't have too close of a look at it. Very nice car though.
Some great fabricators over this way. Element, Luke, SBH. Got a guy named Cameron Nash, if you can find him.
I don't sell myself. No, we are very lucky to have some fantastic race car builders here in South Australia, and of course SBH, one of the sponsors of the state championship for South Australia this year. Really do a lot of work on the Can-Ams. So very, very high up in the Can-Am and side-by-side industry.
Yeah, very well thought of in the modifications of Can-Ams and side-by-sides.
Of course, he does work on a lot of other stuff as well, does Simon. So not just the side-by-sides. He's had a big hand in the build of the Shipton car, the 585. Of course, you mentioned Luke, who will do a lot of work on basically any car that comes his way. And the Elements, and we've seen a few of the Element buggies out here this weekend. Unfortunately, no Habies this weekend. We know that the Habies are very, very fast competitors in those Element buggies. A very nice buggy too, the Element. Ride nice, look good, and they're just fast.
Yeah, the interesting thing I find with the Element buggies is they they can be tailored to your sort of engine desires. There's multiple engine packages in those things. So you don't have to stick to a VQ30 turbo motor if you don't want to, or LS architecture V8. There's quite a gourmet spread of engines in the back of those Element buggies, which is nice. You'll find that real cool.
Yeah, well, plenty of options available for competitors. It looks like the 422 at Jason Marks is sitting out in the middle of nowhere, but...
No, he's moving.
28.33 on his first lap. Mel Brandle, we know, came into the pits. Wes Cowie. The whereabouts of Wes Cowie? Well, there's Marks on screen there. So we'll go back to Jason Marks here in 422. Now, he must have had a bit of an issue out there on the track because he was seeded in front of Luke Herzig by a couple of minutes. Does it look to be slow moving to you there, Russ?
I don't think that 422 of Jason Marks is at full pace. Unfortunately for the Marks entry. So obviously he's not winged enough to not get home. He's just... What have we got here? Replay of Gallard. Look at that. Almost identical spot to where he did it on prologue.
Yeah, the second time he's done that throughout the weekend. Of course, it was still a very quick prologue time.
Absolutely.
Settled into fourth place after the prologue, including the... whilst having the spin.
So who is left out there at the moment?
Jason Marks.
Replay of his spin. Oh, you got to love the trucks. They spin, they stay on the gas. Great entertainment.
Well, as Tony Waitley described them to us on Friday, loud and loose, the extreme two-wheel drives. He's certainly not wrong there. As we await Jason Marks, his return back to us in front of the tavern here. Of course, Boston Morgan Horan, fastest in the section, a total time of 48.43. Bo Robinson, second fastest, a 50.58. Toddy Lehman, fastest of the pro buggies with a 51.22. And Gallard, a 51.32. Settles into fourth for this section. Of course, Dale Martin, fifth in the section, but will be in front of Gallard due to Gallard's non-finish yesterday. So we move into the overall times at the moment. Boston Morgan Horan is your race leader, 2 hours 48.32. Bo Robinson in second, 2 hours 54.28. Toddy Lehman, 2 hours 57.31. Dale Martin in fourth place with a 3 hours 2.03. And Nick Hicks in fifth place, a 3 hours 3.09. So it's actually reasonably close between Nix and Martin with that about a minute gap there. So any little issue from Dale Martin throughout the rest of today's running and Nick Hicks could strike. Lehman with a good lead over Martin to hold on to third place. And the side-by-side battle we've been keeping an eye on, Kane Jones leads the way, 3 hours 6.16. And 9 seconds behind is Glenn Ackroyd. Of course, Lockie Bailey has fallen right down the back, 3 hours 14. So that battle that we were watching yesterday unfold between Jones, Ackroyd and Bailey looks like it's now a two-horse race with Jones and Ackroyd.
Do you reckon all wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power, off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure, with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
reckon all wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
reckon all wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure, with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
Alrighty, race fans, welcome back to the Loveday 400. We're about to get it started for Section 3, Heat number 2. We've got a hungry pack of cars ready to go. Of course, we had Section 3, Heat 1 out early this morning. Boston Morgan Horan, the fastest car out on the track. Bo Robinson in second place. Toddy Lehman maintaining his third position. We've got another group of cars ready to go for another 2 laps here at the Loveday 400 out at the Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park. Now, I don't have a start list on me, but this looks like Alan Dixon in 153 on the line. And we're about 1 minute away from a start here. Now, of course, the Pro Light competitor of Dixon has been doing battle this weekend with Ben Fogg. We've been riding on board with Ben Fogg throughout the weekend. And Dixon in the second heat, so we will keep an eye on the times as they come through to see where Dixon settles into the Pro Light pecking order. See Michael Shipton in the lineup in car 585, the Lone Performance 2-wheel drive entry left in the field. Adam Spicer in 961, patiently waiting in the lineup, as well as Nick Burt in the 403. Dixon being brought up to the line now. So the sun's come out here at the Loveday 400, and we'll have to see if the dust gets heavier throughout the day. But Dixon won't have to worry about dust in front of him at the moment. He's going to get the opportunity to run through some clean air. 30-second gaps between our cars as they take off here at the Loveday 400 for Section 3. So Dixon on the start line. So the 153 is a go here at Loveday for Section 3. And of course, this track has been getting rougher and rougher throughout the weekend. And these buggies and trucks are going to label their way through this section as the 431 of Brett Taylor on the start line and underway now as well. Keep an eye on Brett Taylor. We'll try and chase down Alan Dixon. Dixon showed a bit of speed out there yesterday in the Pro Light. Of course, that Pro Light battle between Falk and Dixon, one to keep an eye on as the Moles entry fell away yesterday. Daniel Challen in 626 underway for his section now as well. Now, Challen had a issue out on the track yesterday. They were able to repair the car back underway today. So a Pro Light, an Extreme two-wheel drive and a side-by-side. The first 3 cars to get Section 3 a go for heat number 2. And they will be joined by the 1075 of Josh Gaskin. Really good day yesterday for Josh Gaskin. Was able to catch up to his fellow sports-like competitors and put a lot of pressure on them in the outright order. Very experienced off-roader is Gaskin. There's Brett Taylor on the screen now, in the truck. Brendan Galash now, underway in car number 60. Ever consistent Brendan Galash. Bit of a battle there with Nick Burt yesterday on the timing sheets. Greg Campbell in 6:51, the next car to get their Section 3 journey underway. 2 laps of this track. And how rough that track has been getting. We've kept an eye on it throughout the weekend. It is certainly chopping up. Russ Cullen joins us again. Russ, it went down to the pits there for a moment.
Yeah, had a bit of a chat, a bit of a look around. Yeah, the theory is it's rough. Well, that's the consensus anyway. Had a bit of a conversation with none other than Craig Lowndes. Well, joining me is Dale Moscott and Craig Lowndes. Got big shoes to fill, filling in for Cameron Nash.
Yeah, it's nice. It's actually nice up here. You can actually see a good view of the whole area. It's a little bit dusty out the back, I've got to say, but actually this morning when we went out, it was a little bit dewy, so Dale's notes were quite good, but a little bit slip around the back. But I reckon now with the sun up now, it'll be a bit more dusty.
That's the rainometer in our car. When my notes start getting wet, we know that it's going to start getting a bit slippery.
When the pages are hard to turn, a bit too much dew.
But it's a lot of fun, actually. It was interesting. We were lucky enough, in some regards, to be finishing yesterday last. So we were one of the lead group out this morning. So the track hadn't changed too much from what we remembered yesterday. All through here is quite ruddy, and it's sort of starting to dig out. So I can only imagine in the next couple of laps, and especially for the start of the next round, it's going to get worse. 4:27
off the line there. So the Craig Lowndes method of negotiating those ruts, do you just get into the train tracks and go, or do you try and look for a better line? Or
I was doing both. I was actually railing a lot of the ruts as much as I could. Yesterday we actually had a front diff issue, so and they told me it was because under brakes, especially where all the sort of the shuttering and everywhere else, especially where we're watching right now, there's quite a lot of bumps into the braking zone, which actually unfortunately broke the front diff. So this morning I was actually trying to roll in a lot nicer, a lot easier. Dale was saying lean on those berms more, which you'll see coming back through the stadium here, that you just try and lean on it more and just take the momentum with you, but also just wash off a bit of speed by using the dirt, not actually the brakes.
So Dale, you're obviously offering driving advice as well as navigation advice. That's really cool interaction for a navigator, and I always used to enjoy that. When it comes, Craig mentioned the braking area, it's quite rutted and quite gnarly. Are you trying to get him to brake earlier and then roll over that stuff, or are you trying to get him to brake past that, like run over the top of it and then dive on the brakes at the last minute?
It really does depend where it is. Down the back, just quite close to where we are now, there's very deep ruts on the way in, but you can straddle them. So what we tend to find is you use a braking technique we'd call set up and squeeze. So you sort of push on the brake a little bit and then ease more into it. You don't do that 100% throttle to 100% brake, because that's what the chatter breaks the diffs. So yeah, you use more of that set up and squeeze type of thing, and then if you can, you would straddle up into the stuff that's not so chopped up, and then quite often, say 5-10 metres before the berm, you'll then drop down into it so you can railroad round, because if you slap into the berm part way through it, they tip over. So there's a really you say there's one technique, but no berm's the same either.
No, not at all.
And part way around them, you'll get a big wash away. You watch them as it's going around there now, you'll see it'll bump up and down as it's going around them. So it's not like you just sort of lean it against a berm or a banked corner and then stand on the throttle and away you go. Accelerating out is just as dangerous for them with the chattering. So you're sort of easing and squeezing. Sometimes you hear me say go as the corner's opening out, or you can see that there's no big rut on the end of it.
Or I'm going too slow.
I wouldn't expect Craig Lowndes to be going too slow.
We didn't have to say it much this weekend.
But it's quite impressive. Obviously, Loveday here. It's like a big, it's like a candy store around here. It's like it's got everything in the sense of the sand, the rock around the back, that big long run down the fence line over the back section, which for us was like we're getting close to almost 180, 175. It's a lot of fun, and again, it's just great experience, big learnings, and hopefully there's a lot more to come.
Yeah, well, obviously you're learning every facet of the sport at the moment. You're learning how to get pace out of the car. You're learning how to look after the car. You've always been a man of mechanical sympathy. Very rarely in V8 supercar circles did you DNF from a Craig Lowndes induced breakage. So that must be like very cerebral, very fascinating for you as a motorsport person.
Oh, absolutely.
All those things.
Yeah, well, because I grew up on dirt, and my background in some regards, I still ride dirt bikes and have fun on dirt, but I just not competed in this side, in this field. And when you go to a bitumen circuit like a Bathurst, for instance, like it's the same semi conditions every lap. So you sort of get to repeat it after 161 laps, hopefully get one right. But here it's every lap is you're a pioneer. Like things move, sand changes, and especially when you've got variations of the buggies and the side-by-sides, big trophy trucks, everything that's completely different, and especially the big trophy trucks where they just really bog down, and whether it was two-wheel drive or all-wheel drive, they really just chop out the entries and the exits, and that's where, again, like these guys right now, they're the pioneers. Like they were going around this circuit now just trying to understand where it was left yesterday. Again, all these ruts through here were a lot deeper than what we had yesterday, so it's really an interesting thing. You sort of somewhat rely on the notes for sure, but then you, as a driver, you're really trying to absorb all what's in front of you as quick as you can.
Yeah, like constantly scanning what's in front of you, trying to reposition the car or give it the best advantage to live through the corner or get the pace through the corner.
Oh, absolutely. And you're talking about whether you're trying to deviate and trying to find lines. Like just here where the 623 is, I was off the start line that first ride. I was actually taking a really tight line because all the big trophy trucks, they just want the momentum. So you know that the outside of the corners are going to be blown out. So again, I just tried to square it off and try and use all the smooth run. And I suppose that comes from when we ran the Silverado, because we didn't have a lot of suspension travel. You got to find all those smooth lines. So again, just trying to be smart, look after the vehicle, and try to just not get, as Dale said, like that chatter coming out or going into corners. So I was squaring all this off, trying to get up the inside and just running out over the back section there on the right hand side. But look, it's one of those things that sometimes, and again I learnt this with Dale, you start going through those whoops and they might kick you left or right. You don't get an opportunity to try and stay left or right, and you just got to go with it.
Yeah, nice. So what you're saying there is you're trying to keep the car flat, not necessarily for your own comfort, but a flat car will brake better and accelerate better out of the corner or through the corner.
Oh, absolutely. And I know by the side-by-side, like as soon as you start getting air and you get wheel spin, it actually almost decreases your speed because you're sort of on and off the throttle, or not the actual pedal, but it's going on and off the limiter. So the more traction you can get to the ground, the more consistently it just keeps increasing. So again, you're just looking for the smooth rides, and you talk to everyone down here. And again, for me, I actually really enjoyed this morning the roughness. It was just, I was really enjoying it. And then you talk to a lot of, obviously, seasoned campaigners and going, this is damn rough. Like you're starting to now G out and you're bashing out through the belly pan and all that side of it. I was actually really enjoying it. But again, I haven't done a lot of it to get sick of it. I'm just really thoroughly enjoying it.
Well, that's nice. We haven't scared you off yet. So, Dale, did you feel the pan or the cage bottom out on terra firma much on that session?
Down the back, especially sort of up in the forested bits over the back there, it's very, very soft and there's very deep ruts. And what you actually find is, in the middle part, that sort of crown in the middle of the road or between the ruts, it's almost, there's like a square top on it because all the sump guards are hitting it as they're ploughing around through. So you'd think it only gets to a certain level until you get as far down as you can, but somehow it still keeps getting worse every lap. So yeah, look, it's a character trait of all off-road events we do everywhere around the country. This is obviously one of the softer rounds, so it does get very chewed up in places, but it's also got the amazing jumps. Craig's used to getting his frequent flyer miles on a jet on the way to a race weekend, whereas we're swiping cards and getting our miles up on the track at the moment.
Yeah, no warm towels mid-air in a can though.
Yeah, my in-flight service was really bad. But I did actually, when we would go over that big ski jump out the back there, when we hit it and sort of, again, it's like a motorbike in some regards. You got to try and, load it up and then drive it up the ramp. I did actually have a couple of times like, whee! Like it was just a lot of fun, and it landed, it soaked it up, and away we went. So, again, it's quite incredible what we put these vehicles through and what they actually take.
Yeah, it is amazing what they take because you're trying to destroy them
Well, yeah, we had a few little issues, so it's sort of we got to see what we do this afternoon. But unfortunately, yeah, we broke a rear shock in that one. I think I was a little bit quick through those deeper whoops, which is look, it is what it is. It is off-roading, and just as I said, we're doing things to these vehicles that are not designed in some regards. But it's a hell of a lot of fun, and the community last night. I said to Dale, I was really impressed. We had a front diff issue, and I think at one point we had 15 or 20 people, other competitors. We had Westline. They said, we're out, we've broken a rear diff, you need a front diff, here's our buggy. As long as you pull it out, go for it. And it was just it's amazing the community that and the other competitors that help other competitors to just really keep in tune and keep going. So it's it was great for Westline to be able to give us that opportunity.
Yeah, it's an amazing spirit in off-road racing. You recently competed in the Chev and on myself in the Kingswood, but like I had as many fans as you, and you and myself had as many fans as Travis Robertson, the winner. So. That's the real following that off-road racing has. I think it doesn't matter what your weapon of choice is, people admire the fact that you're out there, dealing with that terrain.
Look, and I find as well, it's as we say, it's a family atmosphere when you come to off-road events like this, and that's amazing. Everyone's really here to try and help everyone else as much as themselves. But that comes with all the sponsors and everyone else, like, obviously Tony and Jody and the family that are running this complex. You could not ask them for anything and get the answer of no. Amazing, amazing people. And the same, we've had a number of sponsors come on board. Our local sponsor for Mount Barker 4x4. So they brought their guys up, or their team up here, I should say, today to come up and watch the racing, and they'll hang out at the bar this afternoon. And it's just a real sense of community. We've got professional sponsors like Borgia Cranes that have been with us for a while, and that sort of thing. Everyone gets a benefit from this sport, up and down, from the top all the way to the bottom. Everyone's here to try and do the best they can. And I think going out of your way to help fellow competitors is a rare thing in motorsport. Something special that we've got here, and we're really excited and happy to be a part of it.
Yeah, look, it's great to have you guys on board. I mean, obviously there's many aspects to that. You've lifted the profile of the race, which is tremendous, but I think it's just been fascinating for grassroots motorsport enthusiasts to see how much fun you guys are having.
Well, you can't not have fun. I think that's the beauty about it. Like, yes, you're out there competing, and we're not part of the championship. So for us, this was somewhat a one-off in the sense of a side-by-side. Hopefully it's a stepping stone to bigger and better things, but it was more of the experience for me. So this weekend, regardless where we finish, we're always going to have fun. And to learn the learnings and everything else was really my biggest thing. Big Hank there just going off in his cruiser, he was one of our competitors at Fink in the production class. He was he's quick in that cruiser. I can give you a tip, but it's just really one of those things just to have experience and actually just as Dale said, to just hang around the tavern, say hello to people. The people that have come out to watch this is quite incredible.
Yeah, well, going back to Hank Parker, he was proud as punch to get the chocolate saviours at Fink. And that's tremendous. I mean, you as a sportsman, being a sporting type of person and a good sportsman would have enjoyed him revelling in that sort of accolade.
Oh, absolutely. Like he had, in off-roading, you always have some drama, and he had enough at Fink, but he got it back from Apachula back up to Alice, so he was really happy.
Yeah, he was stoked. So Craig, Craig and Dale, you can both answer this question. If GM said to you, budget's not an issue, what would you like to go off-road racing in?
Oh, you'd always go on a trophy truck. There's no question about that. I think that now having the taste of having more suspension from the side-by-side, when you have a tinny, you have a boat,
yep,
you go bigger. You never go smaller.
Get 2-foot-itis.
Exactly.
The boat's got to get 2 foot bigger every year.
Yes.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to... You seem like a very, obviously with your skills, you both seem like very analytical motor racers. It'd be really cool to get you in a big pro buggy or a big truck one day and get your thoughts on how you extract the best out of that.
We'll have to get you a little black book out. see who we can talk to and strike some deals with.
Yeah, I'll see what I can master. Oh, look, there's a couple of people that would probably enjoy the notoriety they would get.
Look, we were saying before we're having a similar conversation, and it's interesting. Craig and I said we're quite fortunate to be doing this professionally, and obviously the more you do something, the better you get at it, and the more it becomes normal and comfortable. But we don't come here thinking we're going to win these things because we're the professionals. It's not like that. There's so much. Every day is a school day. And that's for anyone in off-road. It's, as Craig says, it's such a developing track, course, cars, everything are changing all the time. So there's a lot to learn, and neither of us think that we know everything about anything to do with motorsport. So yeah, we're coming here doing the best we can in what we have at the time and see what the next opportunities bring, but we certainly don't think we're going to get in a trophy truck and go and win Fink next year. That's not how it's going to work.
Mate, that is glaringly obvious. You guys have come here like extremely grounded, extremely humble, and yeah, what a classroom to hone your skills on. The Loveday 400 and of course the Fink Desert Race. So yeah, look, it'd be nice to see you in something a bit more potent as far as the equipment's concerned. But I think you're tracking well, going from the 7 into the side-by-side. You sort of learn obviously the Chev, you learn aspects of that. And you found its limitations potentially and what it will and won't do. And that carries right up the classes though. You just can't simply think that you're going to jump in the top of the pops all-wheel drive Mason and point it and shoot and wait for the trophy to just be deposited in your pocket. You got to make sure you find the limitations of that truck and be wary of it, because...
Oh, absolutely. And we were doing that with the side-by-side this weekend. Like, today we were faster in the lap time, but we didn't really feel like we were going any faster out on the track. I think we just had a really good, clean run. We had a lot of traffic yesterday because we had some issues in prologue. And, I learnt my dust skills and passing people. But it's one of those things that, when you get a good, clean run like they're doing now, it's so much an advantage. And that's where it gets back to, like, you again talk about Fink, and you listen to all the people like the Robinsons or even Toby Price, and that they put a huge emphasis on that prologue because they want to be the first truck out, because it's just such a big benefit if you're not sitting in dust.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's a bit like, getting the latest HSV Commodore back in the day and ripping it down the freeway at 110 and then putting a blindfold on. You simply wouldn't do it, would you?
No.
And dust is the same situation. In the dust, you've got to sort of back off and be somewhat careful,
Well, it was, and it was interesting. Like, the more like the dust that I got, I knew sort of some sections where, like, the track, I memorised a lot of the track, and like, again, with Dale's notes, even though you're a bit widened out because you can't see too much, you got things going past you really beside you that you've got reference, whether it's trees or mounds or anything else. So for me, it was actually somewhat a lot of trust on what Dale's notes were, especially when you're going down the fence line, down back in towards the stadium. I knew that that little dogleg right at the end, there's an actual earth mound. We sort of had it at the 200 mark. So we knew we were flat straight until at least that point. So even if we had one competitor that we were catching, and we had dust at that point. So I knew I was going to be easy flat until that section. So you start playing a little bit like circuit racing. You have those braking markers and points and everything else, just that everything else like develops in the change.
Do you, Dale, do you find, and Craig as well, do you find you ever telling him to slow down? Because as a driver, I used to hate it when a navigator would say slow down. If we're on a really long straight and I'm really up in a high gear and hauling the mail, if the navigator was a little unsure about what was coming up, I always used to say to him, don't tell me to slow down, just tell me that you are a little unsighted, or I'm unsighted, it's all yours. And that made me be extra diligent with what I'm looking at out the front by way of scanning the terrain, as you alluded to earlier there, Craig. You ever found yourself in that situation over the weekend where you're going, just check up a bit, mate, or slow down?
As a navigator and co-driver, your role in the car is quite multifaceted. So, of course, for us, the main emphasis is on the notes. And then you've also got the watching the gauges and all these other things, because what you're trying to do is kind of be an assistant, I guess you'd say, to take as much pressure and tasks away from the driver so they can focus purely on that. The more energy they can put into the road out in front of them and what speed to be at and what's happening, and take all the other pressures away from them is part of the role, to do it properly. And the other thing is you're a psychologist, obviously. So I would very, very rarely say to a driver, hey, whoa, slow down. It's you kind of watch them do one corner like that, and instead of them blowing out or running wide and being sideways and losing time, I won't say, hey, settle down or slow down or something like that. You wait till the next corner when they absolutely nail it on the smooth swept line. You go, that's better on the swept line, and then you give them a positive to say, instead of, wait, dickhead, you shouldn't have done that back there, it's like, that's the better way to do it.
Tons of positive reinforcement.
Absolutely. And it's the same in the notes. Like, we don't have, don't go wide, tree outside, or rarely you might.
No big skull and crossbones on the notes. Yeah.
But we have in or tidy, things like that are positive enforcements of where to be on the road, not don't do this, don't do this, don't do this.
Nice passing manoeuvre on screen there.
Well, this is where the rally safe it comes into its own. Like when you catch like that, I was watching the second buggy there, just catching it quick. That on the button is really important, and like when you're sitting in the dust. And again, a lot of learnings. Like a couple of times yesterday, we caught a car in front, but it was the second car, so it was another car in front. So when that middle car passes, I was thinking, being cheeky like on street racing, I'll sneak up the inside. He's like, whoa, no, because obviously he's only aware of one, not two cars.
Yes.
So again, a lot of learnings of that side. I was just trying to be a bit cheeky.
So the way the push to pass works with the rally safe unit is when you're within a set distance, and it changes for all types of events, but if you can push it at 200 metres, what normally happens is old mate in front he gets the exact distance of that car is behind. So your rally safe will go blue, it'll say overtake, and it'll tell you the distance that the car is behind. So normally, especially if you're in a big trophy truck and there's a little buggy behind you, you get a kind of this ego thing where you go, oh geez, they're catching me, I better hurry up. Whereas it should be, they've beat me fair and square here. Yeah. The quickest way to do it is to move over, let them go. They're faster. Yep. You're going to have a clean run sooner than if you start focusing on that and running wide, and it turns into you both slowing each other down. So the push to pass will work like that. But if there's two cars, once the middle one is trying to overtake and presses it to that front one, his screen goes blue. So he moves over for that. The other guy goes past. I can't press it as the third car because it's already on his screen from someone else. So even though the car goes past him, like you did down the back here when we were doing 140, 50k an hour yesterday, he pulls back on, and I'm like, whoa. I could see what was happening. I was trying to get it into words.
So you guys were the third car in a queue.
Yeah. So Craig's going, just push it. I said, no, stop. And he did. He popped straight back onto the middle of the road in front of us doing 60k an hour, and we're doing 140.
Okay. So you weren't trying to give him the over and under and cut the corner.
Well, I was trying to be cheeky, but then of course not understand. Well, I do understand it, but I was just trying to be cheeky. But it was one of those things that, again, a lot of the learnings of that side of it. But again, since Rally Safe's been introduced, it has become a lot safer, because otherwise, you've seen in the past that little tap in the back and then sort of like all the siren and everything else. At least now you've got a weapon that you can basically utilise. And as Dale said, there's a couple of times yesterday we struggled with a couple of competitors. Took a little bit longer than we thought and wanted to get over, but look, that's just the common sense.
Nice. So you really haven't had any negative interactions out there on the track by the sounds of things, apart from when the car.
Well, there was a couple of small Tourette's moments yesterday with a couple of people. One guy blew a berm out. I'd been pushing the button for 2Ks. He hadn't moved over, and then he blew a berm out, went off into the field, and popped back still straight in front of us and kept going.
Complete with weeds and bunting hanging off the back.
Pretty much, yes.
Yeah.
They'd clearly seen us because they had to pop back over the berm, pull in front of us to continue, and still didn't pull over. So there's still sometimes a bit of that old school mentality. You've got to physically pass me on the track, but we saw at Fink, horrific accident. People were very, very fortunate not to get hurt, where there was just a misunderstanding with that.
Yep.
So even now, I would always say to every competitor, even if you think the car in front of you has seen you and they start to pull to the left, you should always push your push to pass before you overtake. Don't assume they've seen you, because quite a lot of the time, like in the Class 7...
Perfect example coming up right now.
Yeah, in the Class 7 Chevy, we would have to go around holes and things on the straights. So you might see us dock over to the left and think, they're pulling over for us, but we're just going around a hole.
No, we're just driving around some obstacle.
Next minute there's one on the other side of the road, we're going to shoot back across the other side again. So the Rally Safe has made it very safe with those sorts of things, and if everyone uses it properly, it's absolutely fantastic.
Yeah, I run a bit of a junior team with that Kingswood. I always encourage the young guys and girls when they catch another car, which is rare in the Kingswood, but it does happen at a state level. I always say to them, try to have an understanding that the car you're about to pass is showing a body language that they've seen you.
Yes.
If that car's diving backwards and forwards, left and right across the track, that means they're still running their own gig.
Yeah.
But when you start seeing them go linear, like running wide on corners they shouldn't run wide on, they've seen you. They're giving you opportunities to get around. This is pretty unsafe days, of course.
Yep.
But obviously at Finch, I know the field all too well. In the middle of the track, there's a walk that you don't want to drive through in that big Chevy, so you drive around it. So if you come up on that beautifully prepared and presented Chev that you guys were driving and you see it going left and right, then you know full well that Dale and Craig are running their own gig.
We were using the indicators.
Yeah.
Just to give a clear message to, we'd stick the left indicator on and move to the left, or if there was huge holes over there, sometimes we would move to the right. So we would put that indicator on just to say to them, it's cool, we have seen you, you can come past.
Nice. Alan Dixon, the 153, gets his second lap underway. The Burt entry on its way in too.
It fascinates me the strengths and weaknesses of these. Like, off-roading's amazing for the different amount of classes, and as you say, even through this stadium section's a perfect example of some cars you can slide around, some cars are really tippy, some of them jump nose heavy, back heavy. It's fascinating.
It is awesome the fact that there's such a spread of technology and vehicle abilities over the field. It's sort of a bit like when you used to watch Minis against Falcons at Bathurst. The Minis would zip around the corners and the Falcons would just leave them standing on the straight. You've done a bit of off-roading at Bathurst because they had that track repair that time.
Yes. Yeah, that took a while. And then and that story there is that you weren't allowed to, the competitors weren't, or the mechanics weren't allowed to touch the cars. Then all of a sudden, one team got an exemption to do something to the car. And then it was like a free-for-all. And it was like basically a pit stop. Everyone changed everything. I think actually Jamie had a tail shaft issue, and they got an allowance to change the tail shaft. So it became a full workshop. Like, it was almost like interruption in the middle of the race, and just like literally start again.
Yeah, well, it was intriguing.
Geez, that's a great slide.
Daniel Challen coming through, 626. I've got to say, that corner you guys are looking out the window at, your car was super impressive through there for pace.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it was. Yeah, really.
I'll say it's the notes then.
Really say the notes were working well then.
I would say on that.
Must have had the highlight pen out.
Won't let his head get in the way here, but that's one of the strengths, obviously, of Craig, being the professional sort of athlete that he is, adapting quickly, that sort of thing, getting a feel for the car, whether that be the way it brakes, the way it turns, like having that balance. I guess that's what you normally hear in Formula 1 and V8s and all, is all about that balance of the car. So once he works out what the balance is of the car in the sand on this, you call it that blue groove type of thing out here, and where you can slide the car or where it's going to bite and get a bit tippy. So, Craig's level of progression and ramping up the knowledge to that sort of thing in his feel for the car is obviously very, very good. Yeah,
nice. So, we us off-roaders really had a bit of a chuckle when the track got repaired at Bathurst that year.
It was a lot of fun, that was for sure, because then obviously we went out and it was a completely different track, like what all these competitors are facing. Every lap they go around, it's something new.
Nice.
How many times do you reckon Greg Campbell's been around here?
A lot.
Yeah, he's done some miles.
You might remember. I remember him having a Porsche-bodied buggy back in the day,
yeah,
wasn't it?
I think Porsche or a Carmen Gear.
Yeah.
Might have been a 911.
Yes, I think so. It was a red.
So what's happening with your V8 supercar duties? Are you allowed to elaborate on that, or is it?
No. Next weekend we're over in WA, Perth, for the next round.
Yep.
I'm still I'm behind a microphone instead of a steering wheel, like we are this weekend. So back into normal duties and looking forward to it. I think the championships are coming alive. Obviously very much taken on last year, the NASCAR, the Sprint Series, and then the Endurance Series. And then again, the overall, once we get to the last couple of rounds, when you got four drivers going head-to-head, I think that, last year, people were a little bit apprehensive about what was going to happen. And I think as the Adelaide round here in Adelaide come about, I think when you had 4 competitors going head-to-head, I think that was really exciting. So that's what's going to happen again, very soon. We've got a couple more sprint rounds, and then we come back to the Bend for the 500, which I'll be part of with Bailey Hall, new young kid with the wildcard program. And then we go to Bathurst. So, yeah, it's all happening this year.
So Taylor Bend will be a bit of a hit out for you and Bailey.
Yes. Yeah, no, Bailey's doing a great job. He's done Spa 24 Hour. He's been over England actually doing a test in an LMP2. He's, I think he's in Asia somewhere at the moment doing some GT racing up there as well. So he's doing a lot of miles at the moment. He's a bright young kid, and the program works. So this will be my 5th year as part of the, I suppose, the mentoring side of it. And out of those first 4 years, 3 of them are in the main game. So they must be doing something right.
Certainly. And obviously very fulfilling for yourself to be able to pass on your knowledge to a young punter.
Well, I think that most of it really is all the off-track activities. I think there's no doubt that when you put a helmet on, and it's like no difference to off-road now, with the young ones coming through, you put a helmet on them, they're talented. They've got no fear. They have no, I suppose, boundary lines of knowing what's right and what's wrong. They've got to find that out themselves. But it's more the off-track stuff, so all the signing sessions, the corporate visits, and also, especially for Bathurst being a week long, make sure that when we get to Sunday, and I said to all of them so far, like Zachy Bates, last year with basically making sure that we get to Sunday and he's still fresh, he's still keen, he's still ready to go, because you've got a week of, basically getting pulled from pillar to post, and just sort of make sure that when we put a helmet on him, he's clear-minded, he's ready and set and go.
And it's all the little nuances. Like I noticed people asking for your sponsors cap last night, and it's important to politely refuse, because it's important that sponsors cap's on your head.
Oh yeah,
the weekend.
Well yeah. And I think you'll come and find me later on, but it is one of those things that we are sort of somewhat a walking billboard. So you got to remind the young ones about that side of it. They're obviously responsible for not only at race weekends, but everything you do day to day and out of public eye. That you do get scrutinised, and it's just unfortunately for some people that they don't recognise that side of it. But you are, and it's again no different to off road. Like you see the Robinsons and everyone else. Brett Kaminsky, everyone's got a responsibility to look after the category and the classes that they're in, because it's hence why you said, like, we're here just to have some fun, but it's hopefully helping lift the profile of the sport, because it's something that I really enjoy.
Well, you certainly lifted the profile of this race, and certainly it's great to have you think. But it's the age-old thing. You don't want to say something on Monday that you want to read on the papers on Tuesday, so... It's good that you're mentoring some of those young guys. Yeah, but also you want a little bit of the, like, even supercars started to become, and I've said this in my comp, so this is not the first time I've said it, but like a little bit sanitised, like everyone, all the drivers are all matey. Like, back in the day with Ingle and Scaife and even Brock and Bowie and myself and Jimmy Richards and all that, like, you had friends and you had a conversation with them that was amicable, but as soon as you put a helmet on, damn, you want to beat them. Yeah. So it's like a little bit, you want sort of the biff back in some regards. You want to see that bit of side-by-side. You want to see the bit of anger back in the drivers. They're all like, oh, yeah, no, it was fun, it was good. Like, no, it wasn't. It was absolutely crap. It was boring.
You need to like, you name them out and get him out of my way. Like this one, right now.
Kane Nolis makes good his last corner off screen.
It sometimes helps when you've got a car in front of you just like that, because you've just beaten the hell out of this thing for a lap on the Sunday when the track's getting really, really rough, and then you come up on someone and you get this reinvigorated, we're not trying to survive anymore, we're back to racing again.
So they disappear in the mirror.
It's hard in this stadium section because you keep coming back almost on yourself quite a few times. You would swear you're only 5 or 10 seconds behind someone here. I'm catching them here, and then they go through 3 more bends and okay, hang on a sec.
It's not the case.
I would say everyone drives this stadium section a little bit faster, maybe because there's people, but also because you think you get a bit of a sniff of blood thinking that you're about to overtake someone.
So Craig, you said the mate, you made it sound like the V8 supercars is a little bit sanitised, a little bit synthetic at the moment, and maybe a bit vanilla.
Oh, we just need the drivers to have a bit more say in how they feel and get a bit more emotions out there. I think that
mate, as a media mogul, you need to try and extract that. Hopefully you can do that.
Well, you try to, and it's funny because when I'm out now interviewing the drivers, I know damn well what they're going to say because I was one of them, and you're very, very good at talking your way around things, not actually saying what you really want to say. But it is look, it's interesting that at the moment, like very competitive in some regards, and I think that. I even had a question out there before about he was a GM fan. He's like, well, what's going on? I said, well, they're coming around. Like, Ford obviously come out very strong with the Mustang that started this season, but I think Toyota's come out. They've had a couple of victories and a couple of pole positions, so they've actually started to find some good speed. But no doubt that GM and the Camaro will find its feeding, and hopefully it's at the right time of the year when I'm in it, and we have to get another good result at Bathurst.
Nice, Robert Knight. On screen, the 655. So who was the and you don't have to answer this, who was the competitor that you absolutely got the most satisfaction out of beating?
Who? I was going to say, he does have to answer this. What do you mean he doesn't have to answer this?
I don't want him to get in trouble.
No. It was JB. It was John Bowe. Like, he was the hardest person. He'd make his Falcon twice as big as it should have been. He positioned it so you'd really absolutely annoy the crap out of you, and to a point where you'd either make a mistake or you'd hit him and then create a mistake. So he was one of the hardest persons I've ever come across to get past. That's for sure.
Nice.
And look, it was funny. Like we made comments like, my 94 when I finished second behind him, and I wasn't meant to be in the car and the whole history, everything. But we joke and laugh about that time because he tells the story. Nice slide. He tells a story of when it was a safety car, and I think it was about sort of 13 laps or so to go, that he radioed in and the team told him that I was behind him, and he's like, yeah, but who's behind him? Because he didn't think I was a threat. We had a bit of laugh about that.
Nice. And the current crop of drivers, who's your favourite in that sort of?
Well, it's sort of. It's getting like Kai Allen, obviously great young talents coming up. Same with Matt Payne, and I think the Grove have got a great combination with both of them. Obviously Brock has got a little bit of redemption from last year. He's got a bit of fire in his belly at the moment. He really wants to rectify that this year round. So there's a lot of drivers out there at the moment that I think they're just sort of biding their time. Anton has had a couple of victories now, which is great for GM, but it's just, I think it's playing the game now. Like, we got to get to the sprint series, get to the end of that, and then you're working to the enduros, and then once you get past that, you want to be in the top four for the final run home. So I think it's a little bit more of a strategy year with a lot of the drivers, but it's definitely like, Brody Kostecki. He's he missed literally a race on Sunday at Darwin because he was ill. He come out punching at Townsville, so he's obviously Brody, you can't underestimate him. He's very, very talented, and again, there's just such great depth in the category. It's just I just want them to have a bit more personality.
Yeah, nice. Well, Brody does have a personality. I know his father quite well. He used to do Olympics for me. But he seemed a bit subdued on the microphone, as it would be.
Yeah, look, they all are, and I think you just want them just to have. And the thing is now they're all got podcasts, they're all got their own things now. So trying to get something out of them, they want to keep all the information for their podcast now. So it's a little bit different.
Yeah, the wonders of the modern technology and media world. Well, there's a task for you, Craig. Try and reinvigorate the interviews.
Oh, yeah, we try to. I think there's no doubt that, again, knowing that what they don't want to talk about is probably sometimes a good benefit. It's great to be able to ask the questions I know that they don't want to know or don't want to tell. And then, again, you're very good at... I was very good at not answering it, so then I'm now very good at asking the same question in different angles.
Nice. I like it. Danielle Foote, we got to talk to her yesterday, last evening.
She was a great young girl that's obviously migrated from 2 to 4 wheels.
Yeah, no, that was really interesting. Yeah.
I think she's absolutely crazy.
Why?
I had you're more of a dirt biker than me. I ride dirt bikes, but not at any decent level. And I got invited twice to go to Fink and watch on a bike, and part of the appeal or part of the sell to me was, we'll ride on the track on the way back. Not a chance in hell. I don't trust myself, and I certainly don't have the skill level or the bravery on a bike to be able to do that. So she's very, very gifted rider, obviously, and strong mentally to put yourself through that, because physically it's absolutely torturous. Very, very brave young lady, and I think she's going to do a fantastic job in buggies now.
Very intelligent answer, Dale. Dale Moscott does not want to be a star picker, and you could
he's got two legs for him.
Yeah, you could well end up like that if you come off a bike, speared into the dirt.
I remember we did I used to do some stuff with Grant Denyer on Sunrise and some weather and live crossing.
He's a short little fella.
He is, yes, he is. I'm glad you said that, not me. No, we used to ride bikes together because he lived quite close to me. So we did some.
What do you have, a Pee-wee 50?
He actually had a lowering link on his WR250, to be honest.
On his 50.
His trailing arm pointed upwards.
Grant and I used to have a lot of fun on dirt bikes, training in and around home. Sorry, I'm just looking out the window. You got a great spot here, you really do.
That's pretty cool.
Yeah, but we were doing a trip up to Cape York and doing live weather each morning across and trying to do this adventure to get to Cape York on motorbikes. And we left, so you do a cross every 30 minutes, 6:30 in the morning, etc. So the last cross was at 8:30, and that's set up that we finish the weather and ride off into the sunset sort of thing. And in the off-road now makes me laugh because sand is my Achilles heel. I've done 3 Dakars in a car, I've been through a lot of sand, but on a bike I'm just absolutely hopeless in sand. And on the big live cross, the whole of Australia's watching, huge viewer numbers, and we wave and off we go, and I drop the thing straight away. So I have an incredible respect for the guys and girls on bikes. As I said, I've done Dakar quite a few times and hung out with Toby and the KTM boys a lot, and what they put themselves through physically is insane. I remember a day in Abu Dhabi when we were doing the desert challenge there, it was 47 degrees. There was just no respite or hiding from anything. We're in a buggy with air conditioning and we're struggling. They're on bikes and you think, you're out in the wind, not at 47 degrees, it's torturous. And they would ride through the dunes, just taking themselves to the absolute physical limit. And they'd strip off when they got back, and their whole face, bodies, the whole thing, they're just red. They can't talk. They're literally taking their body to the edge. Yeah. And you sort of give Toby, and at the time it was Matthias, a bit of I'll come back later, because they were literally just stepped off the bike after 6-7 hours, whatever it was, from when they left in the morning. And I came back 15 or 20 minutes later, and they're like, "Oh mate, how'd you go today?" Like, just perfect. Their recovery time was insane.
Yeah, supremely fit. And you have to be. I worked in Abu Dhabi for a while as a kid, 17-year-old, 18-year-old kid, and mate, 47 degrees over there is just, it feels like, I don't know, it feels like 55 in the northwest of West Australia. It's incredibly hot. And uncomfortable.
That's why I wasn't complaining when I was a bit cold in the buggy this morning.
Yeah, nice.
One thing we found also, though, the crossover between, it was more like Casey Stoner and even Wayne Gardner, coming from 2 wheels to 4 wheels, their attention to detail and feel for what the car was doing was almost hypersensitive, because obviously they're only relying on 2 wheels and probably an inch of rubber that's actually contacting with the bitumen. They were, it's not a good sight to have.
No. It's a bit
back on track, 999.
Overrode the berm by the looks.
But they had
they
had a hypersensitive touch and feel for what the car was doing underneath them. So hopefully she has the same in the buggy. Like it's something, obviously crossing over is, obviously with age you get a cage, and she's not that old though. But she did say actually last night she was thinking about doing the double next year at the Fink. I'm just putting it out there. But Dad wasn't really happy about that.
He's not going to be your friend anymore.
No, he's not. But she was keen on doing it. So hopefully she does.
Yeah, I remember I was doing an event in Mexico with Toby Price, and we were obviously in the car pre-running together, and he would drive through there the second time, and so it's only the second time you've seen this piece of road. and he would say, oh yeah, now over this car, I want to check this other line. And his memory of things was insane. You know, like Sebastian Loeb, and there's some people like that have a near-on photographic memory. Toby's not like that with everything, but when you come to a road and a piece of road like that and little dangers and hazards, he says, of course I remember that. I'm used to doing this on a bike. If I didn't remember that, I'm dead.
Yeah.
So the layer, and I'm a bit the same. I'm not very good with names and some things like that, but I can tell you landmarks and things as I go past them because they're critical to me. Like they're life-changing moments if I get that wrong.
Yeah.
So the level of emphasis I put on my memory retention in some areas is amazing. And the bike guys, those small details of things that they see, and girls, that they see is amazing because, you know, their life does depend on it. So I think if you can keep that level of focus and bring that to cars, you're going to excel.
Well, yeah, Toby Price is living proof. Perhaps not reached his full potential in a car, but that's going to happen over the years. You know, a little bit of controversy recently, which I'm sure he'll overcome. But yeah, it'd be great to see him back in the fray. You say Wayne Gardner. You talked about Wayne Gardner. You actually talked. You spoke. I felt like you spoke highly of Wayne Gardner because I watch old tapes of Wayne Gardner and they call him. I can't remember what his nickname
Captain
was.
Chaos.
Captain Chaos.
Captain Chaos.
Mate, the amount of times I've seen him have his rear corner taken out, I'm like, mate.
Like that one. That was a close shave.
Get a letter. Letter on Rob Knight.
Yeah, but I think it was one of those things like he was caught up in a lot of incidents that wasn't his doing, and but because he kept getting caught up, you know, I think that Captain Chaos just came very quickly. He got stuck. I had an incident with him at Bathurst when we had a sprint round in '96, and it was my fault. And I remember Brock actually saying to me, like, you need to go up and apologise. And I'm like, and I was only, whatever, I was 19, 18. So I went up there to Wayne after the race, and we both DNF'd. But as I said, it was my mistake. And then I went up and apologised, and I can't repeat the words that came out of his mouth, but they weren't pretty. Then 2 meetings later, he came up to me and actually shook my hand. He said, I got to give it to you. You're the only F&B that's ever come up and apologised and taken the blame. I went, oh, okay, thank you. That's probably nice to know. Still doesn't hurt. It still doesn't help that we both DNF, but you know, he was actually you know, it was, again, great for the sport because obviously where he come from MotoGP, and you got to give them credit, like, you know, even Mick Doohan and all those guys that did what they did with those equipment, what they had to what they got today.
Chelsea Gwynn coming through the start-finish line. Stephen Dennis on screen at the moment. You mentioned the great man, Peter Brock, like an absolute icon of motor racing in Australia. When Peter Brock says to a 19-year-old Craig Lowndes, you need to go and apologise, is there a microsecond of hesitation where you go, I don't want to? Or is it just like, yeah, the boss has said so, I'm off?
No, I didn't want to, but like it was like the right thing to do, and,
Yeah.
and his advice was absolutely spot on. I think that you get you know, you try and defuse the situation, and I knew, like, it was like with either Paul Morris or a Russell Ingall or a Wayne Gardner, if you didn't go and try and rectify the situation straight away, you know it was coming back in tenfold. So it was one of those moments like, okay, yeah, I better go and suck it up and, you know, go face the music. And
Take my medicine?
Yeah, take my medicine. And I did. And as I said, you know, 2 meetings down the track, he actually came up and thanked me for it. So, yeah, it was good.
Well, Craig, well, Dale, what a awesome insight. What a privilege it's been to have you up in the commentary booth. I'm sure people have enjoyed listening to you whilst watching the action on screen. I'm just looking at the clock now. It's probably time that you've made your way down to the garage and got your composure together and got ready for your next session.
Well, we'll go downstairs for. I'm not sure they were in 50-50, and I've heard about Ford off-roading that it's 50-50 whether you go in or go out. But we'll go down and have a look anyway and see what we can do. But again, just a big thank you to Tony and Jody for this opportunity, because for me it's been a big eye opener. No doubt about that.
Oh, I'm sure the car would have had many resources thrown at it by many different people. And probably some of your competitors.
Oh, absolutely. As I said, there was 15, 20 people there last night helping out, so it's a great credit.
Absolutely. And nice to have you on board, Dale.
No, pleasure to be here. Happy to help out. Not a problem.
Your insight into professional navigating is really intriguing. From a person that, at a lower level doesn't, I rate my navigator highly, but obviously you are a super important piece of the puzzle for Craig's performing well, and it's great to chat with you.
No, look, I love this as much as he does. You can see the smile on his face all the time. He's got lipstick on his ears. He's smiling all the way around the track. But it's the same for me. I love this to the core. Like, it's what I've done for a long, long time. But I would say, you've got a family and other responsibilities and things like that these days.
Well, here's a man on screen that has beaten Craig Lowndes.
Yes, and it's a quite impressive truck, to give you that.
Not many people could say that.
He was quick on the banter on of the morning to return back, even though he hadn't finished on the Sunday getting to Fink. He was starting directly in front of us, actually, for the return leg. And, the banter started early. Great couple of guys there. They're having an absolute ball, as they should do. And I tell you, that thing, it gets up and goes, and the suspension's amazing. We watch it over the jumps here.
For a leaf-sprung car, it is amazing what it can do.
Like, it's a proper jump, and there's no bounce in the rear. That's very, very well set up.
Yeah, but I'd hate to be a vertebrae. Pray for the spines of Hank Parker.
Oh, yes.
And who's alongside Hank there? Isaac Vanderwald. Bit of a handful.
Cool.
Anyway, guys, thanks
you
for joining us. Really appreciate what you've done for the sport and lifting the profile, and pretty good payday when you get to enjoy what you're doing, eh?
100%. Thank you.
No worries. Thank
Cheers.
you. Thanks, guys. Well, rejoining me in the central commentary position is none other than Cam Nash.
Yeah, you've got a downgrade now, Russ. I think you had a good thing going there with Lowndesy and Dale.
No, Lowndesy and Dale were absolute gentlemen and very well spoken, spoke like princes, but no one does it as fine as Cameron Nash.
Oh, that's certainly not true, is it? We know you're lying now.
Anyway, back to the action, Cam. Hank Parker, we just saw him go through. He's heading up into that sort of market garden area and across towards the back of the pits there.
Yeah, well, while I was outside there enjoying the sunlight, I was keeping an eye on a lot of these cars as they come through. And a couple of things to note was the 1075 of Gaskin and the 1066 of Battersby both made their way into the pits. There's Dixon. He was the lead car out from this heat. But a few lap times for you here, Russ. Robbie Gataletta in car 83 has actually set the fastest time for this heat with a 26.46.
So the big red pro buggy is back on song, as it would be.
Yeah, and the car closest on time is the one on screen, Alan Dixon. But his time was a 28.21, so quite a margin there between the two competitors.
Well, Alan Dixon's smaller car, the Pro Light, as it would be.
Yep.
Probably a little less tyre size, a little less tyre diameter to be able to deal with the bumps that are now getting bigger.
Yeah, yep. Bigger bumps, rougher track, and
seconds in the pits. That's his final
That'll
lap.
be his completion of the 2 laps. Now, we talk about the track getting rougher, and I heard you talking to Craig and Dale then about how, you know, every one of these competitors is a pioneer going out there learning the track every time, and it's so true. Like even Brett Taylor here on screen now, who's just done another lap. By the time he goes out again this afternoon, the track's going to be completely different, because there's another whole heat to go before he finds himself out on the track. So Brett Taylor will be happy with his work.
Bet Trailer Predatrice, yes, they'll be very happy with what they've produced this Saturday morning, afternoon.
Goes fast on his second lap. 20 seconds quicker.
Michael Shipton going about his business quite well in the 585.
Well, this is a car that we've spoken briefly about over the weekend, the Shipton entry. Very nice car. They've done a good job building this package. Tipped it over. Was it Kalgoorlie a couple of years ago?
Yeah, Kalgoorlie come to grief on one of those rocky corners. Great character of the sport, Matt Deck there, being hunted down by the drone. Great shots there of Shippo and Paul Fulton on board the 585.
Well, we need some more of these Class 5s out there, Russ.
We do. Well, that car in the future will be for sale. Apparently they're building a bigger truck, so...
Same class?
I believe so. I think they're going to try and stay
Very
within that 5, so there'll be some great Class 5s
well, I've heard
out there hitting their straps at some stage.
I've heard some rumours locally in South Australia. There's a few Class 5s that are preparing to make their way back out on track next year.
Well, we as West Australians, we used to watch on the South Australian fraternity. We thought Class 5 was really strong here, but we've only got 2 here this weekend, and when we raced the Kingswood over here some years ago, there wasn't many Class 5s. We sort of thought we'd be in a battle of a few Class 5s, maybe up to half a dozen, maybe 8. Brent and Galash coming back into view.
Yeah, there's plenty of Class 5s in sheds, but I have heard rumours of a certain truck coming back out that's got a bit of heritage to it. So I'll let that one be. That can be one for the rumour mill. You try and work out which car that might be.
There's a little bit of a fruit tingle for everyone.
But it is quick. So Galash over the line. Always consistent, Brenton Galash. South Australian competitor. Always does a fantastic job. Looks like we're going to have a bit of a pass here in the tavern. Looks like Greg Campbell was going to make the move on the Stevens entry.
Toby Stevens in the 660. Greg Campbell gets around him quite fairly and nicely there. The Chapman entry from West Australia. The 2 car.
So I heard a little bit about the Chapmans yesterday. They had a tough day, getting some bits and pieces to keep the car running off of some fellow competitors, but struggling with the rough conditions out there. There's Clinton Shunke on screen now as well, and look at that, look how big those holes are. So Stevens completes his first lap, a 43.22.
Birthday boy Kane Nollis on screen. Nick Burt on screen now, the 403. Nick Burt, Alex Burt and Josh Abbott campaigning that 403 truck. You know much about that car there?
Yeah, they've had this car for a few years now, and sort of similar to Brenton Galash, just always consistent. They originally were behind the wheel of a Super 1650 buggy, old beam front end. And I believe they sold the car, and Nick built the rush truck in the shed. And they've had some good success in the car. You can see with the 403 on the roof. meaning the third place for the Extreme Two-Wheel Drive in the last year's championship. And they're going well again this year.
Matt Deck on screen, being hunted down by the 585 of Shipton.
So do you know any more about the new Shipton Class 5?
No, he was pretty evasive.
Yeah. Oh, yeah, okay.
Either that or I couldn't understand him.
See, I'm trying to... If you consider the fact that this is probably one of the better Class 5s in the country, I wonder what they're going to do to go better. The upgrade of the car.
Well, they obviously would have learned a lot from what they are campaigning at the moment in the 585.
Yep.
I'm sure Simon from SBH will be chiming in with a few ideas. Paul, the navigator, seems to be pretty, much like Dale Moscott, pretty in tune with what makes the car good and bad. So obviously he'll offer some suggestions as well.
I reckon one person I'd be asking for a bit of advice from would be none other than Jeff Loader, who ran the Shavara back in the day.
Yeah, well, that was certainly
that is a very fast
Class
car.
5 to be reckoned with.
Oh, yeah. Very good driver, Jeff Loader as well. There's Clinton Shunke.
I thought Clinton Shunke might heed the advice of the commentary team and put the panels back on it for the Sunday session.
I think once the panels are off, mate, they stay off. There's no putting panels back on. He destroyed a set of panels earlier this year at the Richard Bennett Memorial Enduro. Found himself upside down and back on its wheels, and upside down and back on its wheels right in front of the crowd. So I reckon I'd be saving as many panels as I could. I reckon that's why you'll find that this truck is still plain white.
Well, perhaps there's a friendly fiberglasser out there, local fiberglasser in South Australia, that can lend their skills and perhaps do a sponsorship deal for the 427 of Clinton Shunke. All Shunke affair there. Kira Shunke on board with Clinton.
And Kira's been behind the wheel side by side herself earlier this year as well. Now, one thing I noticed about this truck, I was looking through some photos and footage before. Got the winged seats. What's your feel? If you were to build a car now, you've already said you'd go the window nets. You go the winged seats. Do you go the old school beard suspension seat? What's your path?
Well, look, years ago, and if Daniel Rogers is listening on, I got in a lot of trouble. There was a proposed seat change rule, and I got into lots and lots of trouble over my opinions on the seat rule. I felt like a seat is almost a bit like a piece of equipment that should be left to choice, as long as it's not a milk crate, of course. You know, there's got to be some standards. But personally, I like the Mastercraft 3G.
Yeah, no, very good seat.
And that's part of my body size, you know. And I ran a smaller version of a Mastercraft in the Kingswood, and it held up really well at Fink, and my back was good. And I do find with the suspension style seat, I like to pull my belts. I let my belts sort of bed in, and then I give them a couple of good hits. And the other thing I do with the suspension seat is I put like a is that the Ricklin Kane Nola Sentry 680, 665 on screen?
Yeah, it is.
Anyway, I put like I call it a ballistic pad under the seat, so if the suspension fails, I'm not hitting anything underneath firmly.
Yep.
It's sort of a bit of a... And look, in saying that, part of my car prep is I always look at the suspension trampoline under the seat.
Yeah.
I always look at it, make sure it looks healthy. If it's looking a bit fatigued and a bit haggard, then I just put a new one in.
Well, the seat is actually a crucial part of the safety equipment of the car. There's been stories back in the day of different sports, obviously, where the seats are actually broken during a rollover or a crash.
Got a letter through the boom.
Ooh,
yeah.
A bit wide.
Ran a bit wide. Straightened up the corner.
So Gadaletta was fastest on lap number 1. See if he's maintained that hard charge through this pack.
So Gadaletta, how has he done with the timing?
a 26.55. So about 9 seconds slower than his first lap, but still a very, very impressive run from Robbie Gataletta to lead the heat times overall for this section.
So, yeah, what's your thoughts on seats?
Well, see, I like the big suspension seats, so the Mastercraft, the Beards. I'm not a big fan of the wing seats. I like the fast exit of a race car.
Yeah, well, that was part of my issue with the proposed seat rule. And this was proposed. It was only scuttlebutt, but I felt like it was getting too much momentum, so I gobbed off like I'm good at. Some of the 2 cars and a lot of the cars that were really popular when this was all, simmering away, the extraction times would have been ridiculous with wing seats. In fact, to the point where it would have been stupidity.
Oh, if you look at even the openings of some of the cars, and you mentioned the Super 1650 Class 2s and even some of the 10s, if you actually look at the physical size of the window opening and you imagine a wing seat in the car, it's just not viable. It's not something that's possible. The Can-Ams, I was looking earlier this year at a wing seat in one of the Can-Ams, and it actually works because there's plenty of room inside the new cab of the Can-Am product. But when it comes to a smaller cabbed car, the wing seats are probably not going to be an option for a lot of the competitors to get out. You can see this is one of the cars here, Josh Gaskin. Imagine a wing seat in that car, a large wing seat. Make extraction time very difficult.
I think if you're going to run a wing seat, you really need to run a seat that's got head containment. Otherwise, But there again, how often do we slide into a wall in an off-road sense? Now, we don't really slide up the raceway and into a concrete wall like they do in NASCAR and that sort of thing. So, anyway, that was just a thing that I went through in my off-road racing career. But yeah, got plenty of Beards at home and plenty of Mastercraft seats on the mezzanine in the shed, all ready to go into cars, or there's operational spares for cars when the seats wear out.
Speaking of seats of cars you'd like to be in, there's the limo. Remember, folks, you can buy yourself a ticket for the limo ride out to the Kick-Ass Jump. $30, go to the bar, grab yourself a ticket, and the limo will take you out to the Kick-Ass Jump. And what an opportunity. You get to see the cars tackle, well, I dare say it would be the biggest jump on this track. And probably one of the fastest as well, 160 k's an hour they're hitting that jump. And they come down the straight on the other side of that jump at 180. Is this Kyle Reid we're chasing here? No, this looks like Jack Livingston, 6.138. All right, on scene. There's a passing manoeuvre. Is that the 134 of David Hall, maybe?
Yeah, it looked like the green car of David Hall. Couldn't make out the number. There's Kyle Reid. Danielle Foote.
All making their way back in towards us now. So, at the moment, Robbie Gataletta fastest of the heat, with Alan Dixon second fastest and Brett Taylor third. Brett Galash fourth quickest, with Matt Deck in fifth. That's a really good drive from Matt Deck. Not the weekend start he would have wanted, but all coming good now. Of course, folks, remember to get over to the tavern. Plenty of food options available there at the tavern. Grab yourself some food. Get ready. We've still got a lot of racing left to go. Our AORC competitors have got a lot more racing ahead of them before we can crown the winner of the Loveday 400 for 2026. There's Kyle Reid on screen now. I reckon there'll be a lot of competitors heading to bed tonight and dreaming of going up and down over whoops.
Yeah, I spoke briefly to Ben Falk whilst we were on our break, and his helmet blower wasn't quite blowing hard enough. He was getting a little bit heated in there, working hard at the wheel, and the glasses were fogging up. So That's why we saw so much action from John O'Connor and Ben Fulk, with the visor going up and down and the rag going backwards and forward.
And isn't it incredible how one little thing like that, just a helmet blower, can actually affect your race weekend a little bit?
And he decided that was compromising him somewhat, and the two cars that had caught him was quite happy to let him go and concentrate on how he's going within his class.
This is Jesse Mandarick in 6169. He's taken the Simon Evans line around this berm I was noticing before when you were in here chatting to Lounsey and Dale Muscat.
He really railed that berm. We're not going to see it again, though, because this is his last lap.
No, this is his last lap. A good weekend from the 6169, just consistent, getting the work done. It's Dave Hall on screen at 134. Bit of a tough day at the office yesterday. I think they're nursing a little bit of an issue in this car.
And interestingly enough, speaking to Ben, that car, I mean, it was very obvious it doesn't have the power of some of the larger buggies. David Hall on screen. And David Hall loops it. David Hall putting on a bit of a show there. Yeah, it's clear that they were a bit down on power. They were going back into second a lot in those corners, trying to rev the motor up, trying to extract a little bit more out of the engine, out of its paltry 200-odd horsepower.
How did they find the track difference from when they saw it yesterday?
Yeah, unanimously rough compared to yesterday, talking to all the drivers and competitors. But, of course, he has plans to put a set of turbos on that, so that will be a really interesting jigger.
So is the plan to get through the season current?
Yeah, be sort of a bit too much of an ask to try and do that mid-season or during the season, so he's going to do that in the off-season.
Probably a good way to learn the car as well and sort of how it behaves. I've said he's going to change its behaviour when they put the turbos on it. However, still get an understanding of the package they've got.
Dusty Racing, Kyle Reid. Not far away from triggering the timing there. Kyle Reid, Jai Baker on board. The 6149. Can-Am side by side out of West Australia, Kalgoorlie, West Australia.
Got a few West Australians that have made the trip over with you, Russ.
Shout out to the guys in Carnarvon who'll be working away at the gas dash, getting their stars aligned at the moment for what will be a great 2026 Gascoyne Dash. Is that one of the Ward cars? There's your man in the Polaris.
Jesse Mandarick, I reckon he's spoken to Simon Evans about this last berm. So this crew would be dropping into every single hole out on that track.
Mr. Nice Guy about to come into view, Paul Tuckley, or PTL as we're going to market him as. Yokohama sponsored Mudgee Crane's buggy. Jesse Mandarick on screen at the moment. Rips it around that berm and across the finish line. The Mudgee Cranes Paul Tuckley single-seater proudly supported by Tumby Tyres and Yokohama. Met Steve from Tumby Tyres. Great man he is, and really happy that he's on board the Paul Tuckley entry. Helping Paul Tuckley out there. Boy, does Paul Tuckley know how to finish a race. Enters a lot of races and finishes them all.
Yeah, we were just saying yesterday, this is the reason he can attend all the races as well. Not too many big repairs to do on the 996 between events.
And the car always presents well. The Yokohama, the Mudgee Cranes logo, always well presented. Sponsor's dream there, Paul Tuckley. Well, PTL was me and Toby Cooper are going to start marketing him as.
The Heaslip entry, 999. Another one of our single-seat off-road races. Doing both duties here this weekend. The navigator and the driver in the one car.
Yeah, Si Heaslip, whilst you're out there, you may have spied him run through a berm. I don't know if you saw that.
I did spot that one, yes.
What a great single-seater that thing is.
Si Heaslip's been an off-roader for a very, very long time. I'd hate to put a number on it, but I'd say plus 30 years. Possibly even plus 40 years. Someone might know. It's before my time. Here's one of the Stevens cars.
The 606 of Tom Stevens.
Agnew on the screen now. Not the weekend they were after. They've had a few little dramas hamper them through the weekend. It's one of those things of off-road racing. Sometimes you can have the greatest weekend and no problems. Other weekends you have constant little niggles and issues. This would be a tough drive too in the Super 1650. Around this track with all the holes and ruts and soft sand almost we can mention out on the track now.
So the 235 is done. Clay Agnew, Abby Moles, Jamie Lightfoot. Are they? I wonder if they're doing this the state round or the AORC.
I can find that one out for you. 235. Clay Agnew is doing the AORC, so they will have a few laps left to run. So a few of our state competitors who have completed. Brenton Galash, his racing is complete for the state championship, not entering in the AORC. Wes Cowie is also a state championship competitor. David Hall, state championship only. The Gwynn team, Chelsea Gwynn, state championship. Jason Marks is also state championship, but I did see him leave before. We know that the 422 truck of Marks was slow moving on the last heat. What I heard was that they were basically operating as one-wheel drive, not two-wheel drive. So I saw that get packed up and on the back of the truck on the way out the driveway. It's one of those things with off-road racing, Russ. You see the pits get more spacious throughout the weekend as all the crews filter out and the cars that have unfortunately been able to or unable to complete the event head home to prepare themselves for the next round. But don't worry, folks, there's still plenty of race cars here ready to tackle our fourth and final section here of the Loveday 400. Have a look at the track map here and see who we've still got out on the circuit at the moment. 682 Kate Swinglehurst. Hank Parker in 701. There's Toby Stevens in 660. There's Steve Dennis coming back towards us now in 690. That'll be him out in the distance. You can see there in front of the commentary box, in front of the tavern. Chelsea Gwynn, also not too far away. When you were talking to Lounsey before, I thought you were going to offer him a ride in the Kingswood, offer him a drive.
Oh, look, I wouldn't embarrass him. I don't think he could extract the full potential out of it, mate.
As soon as there was mention of a GM product, I thought, well, there's a little opportunity. Steve Dennis on screen now in 690. Chelsea Gwynn on screen now as well. Now, must you have a start list there? I'm wondering if Chelsea's been able to catch up to Steve, or Steve made the pass on Chelsea Gwynn throughout these 2 laps.
Yeah, Steve's got around Chelsea. Oh, I didn't see where Chelsea came in, to be honest, mate.
Well, Chelsea's just coming around the last corner.
Yeah,
now,
looks like
so.
Steve Dennis. Looks like Chelsea Gwynn and Bernie Gwynn have succumbed to the Dennis entry.
Josh Chapman not too far away now as well in the 282. Tough weekend for some of our Super 1650 competitors, of course.
So it looks like Chapman possibly got round Hank Parker and David Hall.
Let's have a look on our track map as soon as Chapman crosses the line here. So job done for Josh Chapman for Section 3. And I want to keep an eye on the 701 here and see if they're actually still mobile. 6'6", Toby Stevens is still moving.
Parker in the 76 Series Land Cruiser still toiling away.
So David Hall's actually finished, so he's made his way through the field. But there's Hank Parker on screen, as you mentioned. So as Parker winds his way back towards the Loveday Tavern here, I'm looking down in the pits and I'm seeing a few cars just sort of firing up. A few last-minute adjustments before the run this afternoon being made from some of our crews and competitors. I can see our limo heading out again. Remember, folks, you can get yourself a limo ride. $30. Go to the bar here and buy yourself a ticket for the limo. Get yourself out to the kick-ass super jump. Russ, you were able to sit on those couches last night. I'm sure it'll be nice and comfortable watching a trophy truck at 160 k's an hour over that jump.
Dude, I was stressing that I was going to pop it. But then I looked at the product and went, yep, good branding, kick-ass. It'll be fine.
Do you know much about Hank Parker in the car here?
No, the man that works hard behind the scenes on his nutrition, keeps himself in good shape, has developed the car really well. The car's come along in leaps and bounds, as Dale and Craig pointed out, being a rival at Fink in Class 7. They were really surprised how well the car handles. Even some of these jumps it hits here, it sort of doesn't double bump, double bounce or anything. It just sails through the air and lands nice and clean and flat. And
well, the way it hits this first jump of the start line here is really impressive. It's just so smooth. You don't see that a lot from a production four-wheel drive car. Look at all the tracks being made through here.
Sorry? How many cars are left on track? I think one. Okay. No, two, sorry. So just Hank and one other. After that, we're going to do a ad roll, and then we're going to play Lounge. Yep. Just a...
Of course, Hank Parker, the lone production four-wheel drive entry still in this event. Richard Cowan unable to complete the racing yesterday. Again, folks, this is a very good class to get into if you want to get into the sport. Find yourself a four-wheel drive, put a roll cage in it, a couple of seats, some harnesses, buy yourself some safety gear, and you could be out there next year at the Loveday 400 competing against Hank Parker. So he winds his way back in towards the tavern here. A couple of cars that haven't been able to complete lap number 2 so far. Daniel Challen in 6:26. Tyson Battersby in 10:66. Kate Swinglehurst in 6:82. And then we've got Hank Parker on screen, of course, in 7:01. And we have Toby Stevens still out on the track circulating as we can hear Hank closing in on the tavern now. And I'm not too sure when the next heat is scheduled to begin. It will be at the completion of this heat, and then we a break. So there's plenty of opportunities to get yourself to the tavern, grab yourself a drink, grab some food before we go racing once again here. Hank Parker's going to cross the line to complete his 2 laps of the Loveday 400 for Section 3.
If you reckon all wheels are made the same, they're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits with testing procedures second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure, with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
Well, Boston Morgan Horan, one of the rising stars of the sport, mate, you have come to terms with this new truck like you have absolutely smashed it. A lot of scuttlebutt around town was that it would take you a little while to get to terms with the all-wheel drive, but you have absolutely killed it.
Yeah, no, it's I surprised myself really. It's a very nice car to drive, eh? It's, I think it suits me quite a bit. Being, I don't know, just gelled with it, I guess.
Yeah, it looks like you've hit your straps straight away, like just fits like a glove, hey, straight off the trailer and at full pace.
Yeah, well, I didn't drive it. I had no time driving it before Prologue. Prologue was my first drive. And must be meant to be, sorry.
Yeah, so that's not an embellishment, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first hit out for that truck in Boston's hands, and he is at a cracking pace. How's Will going with it? No changes to the Navigator, the style of navigating? Does he have to call anything different being a four-wheel drive?
Maybe the corners a bit earlier. It does take a bit longer to slow down. A bit heavier, I think.
Is that, just you're carrying more pace into the corner, or the car's just merely heavier?
Heavier. The guys we had was quite light. This is a ton more. So.
And for those, look, a lot of intrigue between four-wheel drive as to two-wheel drive as opposed to two-wheel drive. What is the difference, the main difference you've found?
Pulls you out a lot of shit. Like, the two-wheel drive, you're drifting, this will, like, power slide, like, carries your pace, I reckon.
So if you get into trouble, you can gas it up and pull the front end around?
Pretty much, yeah.
Yeah, nice. And with the two-wheel drive, you're looking at the way you used to drive the two-wheel drive, if you want to wash a bit of speed off, you just let it step out that little bit more sideways. You really carried a lot of pace in the corners of that two-wheel drive. So where's the corner speed come from in the four-wheel drive, in or out?
Out. Pulls you out of it. Well, it depends. If you get a power slide going, you'll make more time the whole time, throughout the whole corner. And a lot of the ruts out the back, it's like a train tracks, I reckon.
Yeah, so it pulls through the ruts quite well?
Yeah, really well.
And apologies for the background noise there, but anyway, Glennie Ackroyd doing really well. Looks like that 601's pretty safe in your hands at the moment.
Oh, yes and no. Kane's catches there, yeah, yes and no.
Yeah, Kane's pedalling really hard. I'm damn impressed with how he's getting that Polaris around there, but there were comments on the social media yesterday, when it gets rough, that's when Glennie Ackroyd gets tough.
So they say. We'll find out, eh?
What's the plan for the Savo? Just the hold station? If Kane catches you, let him go? He's sort of not really featuring in the points big time at the moment, is he?
No, he's not, mate. Exactly right. We'll just do a thing. We did the same last two laps, do the same in three, and see where we go. See where we end up.
And obviously you got your normal crew here, but you are missing the real Jimmy Cotton. Would you like to say hello to Jimmy back home?
Hey, give me away, mate.
Craig, you look like you had a bit of a problem. The car was laid right over there on the suspension. What was going on there with the Can-Am?
Yeah, unfortunately we had a rear shock problem, but up until then it was going great, and I was having a ball. Like, it's a lot of fun, just obviously learning a new craft and doing something different. So yesterday we blew the front diff out of it, and I learnt the lesson. Now I've done the rear shock, learned a lesson, and they did tell me that off-roading's a 50-50. Either you finish or you don't.
Yeah, look, it's unlike V8 supercars. Every corner is a new adventure, because no two corners are the same, and that no two corners look the same on the second lap, or as it would be the third attempt. Did you break a limit strap yesterday? Has that contributed to the demise of the suspension this morning?
Yeah, we also did that yesterday, so I think, maybe the shocks had a bit of a stretch. But, it is. Like, the off-road stuff is entertaining and exciting, because you're right, like, every lap's a pioneer. You're just learning all the time. I actually didn't think we were going that fast today. I thought we had more in reserve, but again, look, I didn't know where the limits are, and I think I found them. Yeah,
obviously you're still learning the ropes, but geez, you look impressive out there, mate. The car looks clean and tidy through the corners, and it's good to have a man of your skill level on an off-road track, and I hope you become part of the off-road family in the future.
Well, we'll hope so. The plan is to at least do some more anyway. So iron off the Don later in the year, because unfortunately others clash. But look, it's great fun. It's a great family. It's a great organisation. Loveday and Tony and Jody done a great job here, so that's a credit to them. Unfortunately, probably not going to get the end of it, but look, we'll see what happens. Yeah, well, if you're looking for a car, you're going to need something with a massively large cab, because Dale is a tall bit of timber. He is, but thankfully he's got good notes to go with it. So, we need to accommodate him. So I think the next one probably will be some sort of a bigger truck. A big truck, or a seat on the floor pan for Dale Moscott.
We can talk about that.
Just quickly, Nick, with Nick Hicks here. You're easing into your work quite nicely. You're positioned well. How was your Sunday morning?
It was good, Russ. Yeah, I got a bit beat up in those laps yesterday. I've never made it this far into Loveday, so it took me a bit by surprise as to where the track was sitting, but we changed a few things and had a better run than I thought. Yeah, we had a decent second lap then, and feel good. Car feels fine, so smoother than I thought. Any strategies for the Savo? You're just going to try and hold on to the pro buggy sort of class position? Yeah, I had a look. There's not much between. I think Toddy and probably Dale have gone into conserve the car a little bit, because there's not too much between our best laps. We're all pretty close. Maybe I'm going to go and have a look now and see whether yeah, whether it's worth chasing Dale down, but I doubt it. He can obviously pedal, and I think we're all probably just going to try and get to the end. I think there's not a whole lot of point in pushing it to it breaks and trying to get one more posse. Be good for the state. This will be I think we got second at the last state total, so this will put me in first on that. So that's
So Ben Falk had a good run there this morning. Can you tell us a bit about your run? And in the in-car, there was a lot of animation between you and the navigator with the rag and the visor going up and a bit of backwards and forwards there.
Yeah, mate. This morning when we first took off, it started spitting rain, so the visor was all fogged up. Wear glasses and they're all fogged up, and so I was trying to wipe my glasses through the visor and it was no good. It was terrible. So, and we're only racing Dicko. We're running 1-2 in the championship here, so we just backed it off and just to save the car to get it home. Still 3 laps to go to Savo, so.
So you pick and choose your battles, obviously, and that's a wise move in racing. I noticed a couple of cars got around you. Did it take long to get composed again and get back into the groove after you were passed?
Nah, we seen them coming. Johnny told me they're pretty early, so I just pulled right over and let them go. They're in big boys, so our Pro Light, the 250 horsepower and the Sandy is not real good, so we just got to beat it through stuff over the back here, like behind the tavern and that. It's just, we're in second gear, wedged open, and it's doing maybe 40 k's an hour or something. I don't know, it's pretty slow.
So for viewers out there or people listening into this interview, John O'Connor's got a very, very hefty accent. How do you go with that in the car, Ben?
Nah, he's fine. When he's yelling, you can understand him clear as. Being the Irishman.
Nice. Yeah, so what's the future for the car? What's your plans this season? Any mods to the car next season? And what's your plans for the back end of this season?
This season we're just running it as Pro Light, so we've got Cal after this, so we're just Dicko and I are running 1-2 pretty tight in the championship there, so we want to try and wrap that up, and then next year it's got a war whistle going on it and we'll wick it up.
Nice. So the future's bright for the Tank World Fulk Motorsport team. We might just get John O'Connor to come and sit alongside.
We'll just go interview. Go for it.
Right place, wrong time.
So Andrew Commons, how's things going out there? You battled away all day Saturday with a few gremlins. Can you tell us a bit about what was holding up yesterday?
We had some brake issues yesterday. We had a bit of a rough start. We did a brake line first heat on Saturday morning. Then we thought we'd fixed it. We got, 2 laps around, and then 1.5, and then same problem again, but we've fixed it properly this time. We didn't quite have the right part. We got it now and went out this morning, passed a few cars, had a good run actually. We got a bit of dust, but had a good run.
Nice. So you reckon you're up to full speed? Have you got a handle on the geyser truck now? I spoke to Cookie yesterday and he was a bit animated as to how it was handling.
You probably don't want to listen to Cookie. He talks a fair bit of smack talk, old Cookie. But anyway, no, it's all right. I think it's survival in the big stuff, and everywhere else it feels pretty good. Yeah, pretty stable. We're pretty happy with it actually.
And how are you finding the track? I mean, even in a big truck like yours, you're finding it pretty rough?
Yeah, it's wild. It's the big stuff down the back is just survival. The rest of it's not too bad. The truck handles it pretty well. I think we didn't have a bad run then. I think we were in the 10 that time, and it handled the rest of it really, really good. It's just the back that's wild, totally wild. Yeah, hang on.
If you reckon all wheels are made the same, they're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure, with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits with testing procedures second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure, with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
Get ready, because it's not long now, and we are going to kick off Section 4 here at the Loveday 400. If you're not at the fence or not at the tavern, make sure you get there. This is going to be pretty special to watch, as Boston Morgan Horan in 8.99 is on the line and ready to go and get the victory here at the Loveday 400. But he's got 3 laps ahead of him, and a hungry pack of cars that want to take the victory here at Loveday for 2026. Of course, Bo Robinson in car number 2. Toddy Lehman in 85. What can the Pro Buggy competitor do? Dale Martin's made his way up the list here, sitting in 5th place. There is a lot of fast race cars here at Loveday for 2026, but Boston Morgan Horan is in the box seat. His first event behind the wheel of the all-wheel drive truck, and he has proven to be so quick and so fast to adapt to this new package that he has underneath him. So the 899 truck is a go. Boston Morgan Horan returns to the Loveday track here. Every single lap he does around this venue this weekend, just punching in super fast lap times, leaves him at the front of the pack. What can Bo Robinson do in car 2? Can he find some speed in section 4 to chase down Boston Morgan Horan? It is a massive, massive gap that Boston has built over Bo. There's still a long way to go, Russ.
Yeah, but the gap is huge. But, you know, off-road racing is what it is. A bit of a mishap on track. A slowly leaking tyre can sort of close that gap right up. Toddy Lehman off the line. Robe Earth Movers Todd Lehman. Underway. As the 85 disappears on screen by Robinson, a Mega Asphalt trophy truck, the OBR trophy truck of Bo Robinson. Nick Commons away. Oh, sorry, Gallard. Wow. What happened to Como? Have you got a up-to-date start order there? Dale Martin's away, so Gallard must have impressed the timekeepers.
I reckon he's possibly been... I reckon Gallard's possibly been seeded into that position there after this morning's running. But no, I don't have a start list here. Here's Commons now in 479. In the box seat to take that Extreme 2-wheel drive Australian trophy on offer here at the Loveday 400. Heavy field of trucks out there for this section and for this heat. Nick Hicks underway now in car 53.
The psychedelic livery of the 53. I need a cough button here on the mic. Nick Hicks underway. Next is the 467, Andrew Commons, Anthony Cook. Apparently Anthony Cook had to read Andrew Commons the riot act. Felt like Como was going way too slow. Almost embarrassing as it would be to use Cookie's dialect. Embarrassing effort from Andrew Commons.
Well, this is Kane Jones in 657.
So great effort from Kane Jones in the last section to get that Polaris out the front of Glen Ackroyd. So
yeah, well, that's going to be one heck of a battle as we watch Hicks out the back. But the Jones-Ackroyd battle is something we have to really keep a real close eye on, because they have been trading punches all weekend. And there is Ackroyd up and running now. And I'll tell you what, the advantage that Ackroyd's got here, Russ, is that he is starting behind Kane Jones.
yes, he just needs to keep an eye out for the little red Polaris out front. Stay within touching distance or spitting distance of it.
Well, I think the overall margin was 9 seconds, so Ackroyd knows that if he catches up to the back of Jones and stays within probably 15 seconds or 20 seconds is probably a safe point, he will take the class win here. Did you speak to Glenn in the pits earlier?
I did. It's hard to get a big conversation out of Glenn, but he was pretty happy with how they were going, and he was pretty content to let Kane do his thing out the front. Wasn't too bothered by the fact that Kane would possibly start this section ahead of him. You know, as you know, speaking of content, who have we got off the line there? It sounds like Adam Trewella.
It is Adam Trewella.
It sounded like the road earth movers, Tanner James and Toddy Lehman, were quite happy with how things were unfolding for them. They felt like they were on running a good pace, that they could be there at the end.
And this is the all important thing, is being there at the end. You're right, Lehman's been doing a fantastic job this weekend. He's right up the front the whole time, and obviously with the unfortunate DNFs of Waitley, Gallard yesterday, Toddy Lehman's been able to make the most of those DNFs and get himself into that podium position. As Ben Falk gets underway in 1:22.
So the temperature has risen a little bit.
Yeah, and
here at the Loveday 4x4 park, and I think the issues they had with the glasses fogging up will be gone by the wayside.
Well, I think one of the issues they're going to have to deal with looking out in front of the tavern here is dust, because the dust levels here are certainly a lot heavier than what they were earlier this morning as we ride on board the Robinson truck. Here's a bit of a different view for us, Russ. We're normally riding on the Folk entry, but guess what? We get to jump on board with Bo Robinson, and there's Trewella being chased down by our drone. Luke Hersig gets underway in the 10:01. Very smooth, very fast operator is Luke Hersig. No matter what vehicle he is piloting. Back on board with Robinson. His mission is to chase down Boston Morgan Horan. Certainly not an easy task, though. Lockie Bailey on the line here, the 622. He had some dramas in the section just gone, section 3. So unfortunately for Lockie Bailey, he's fallen down the outright order and in the class order of the side-by-sides, leaving the battle for the side-by-side honours to go most likely between Kane Jones and Glen Ackroyd. The South Australian local not having the weekend that he would have liked, but still with an opportunity to take a decent haul of points here at the Loveday 400. We ride on the tail lights of Luke Hersig's sports light buggy.
He was about to head towards the crowd, but we cut to the Robinson Bugbusters logo on screen. The Mason trophy truck and the 122 Folk entry. A lot more composed in the Folk 122 at the moment compared to this morning. It was activity plus. Sounds like Ben was really struggling with the glasses fogging up, helmet blower not really shifting enough wind to keep his glasses unfogged, so it sort of looked like it rattled him a wee tad, but shouldn't suffer from that problem this afternoon with the weather and the sun out. We might get a little bit of rain. It's a bit ominous out there. I don't actually know which way the rain comes from here in South Australia, myself being a West Australian. I just had some smart-ass commentator whisper in my ear it comes from our way. Anyway, I'll ignore that. Oh, hang on. I said that out loud, didn't I? Good bit of banter over the weekend. Loving the opportunity to be here at the Loveday 400. Cameron Nash has been great company.
I do my best, Russ.
You've been fantastic, mate.
I think you had better company with Lowndes and Dale, though. They did a great job up here.
Yeah, they were fantastic, though. It was great. It's always good to get a different insight as to what we do, you know. And they, you know, they are the consummate professionals, and they did give us a different take on off-road racing, which was fantastic.
Certainly giving a lot of insight to us. I really enjoyed the part where Dale was mentioning how they're constantly learning out here.
Yeah.
And I think that's really important for all the crews to sort of understand, is that every race is a learning opportunity. You learn more about the car, learn more about the sport. Right on board with Ben Falk.
Yeah, they were certainly treating the Fit Desert race and the Loveday 400 as a classroom, and yeah, they've learned a lot, and they, you know, one of the enjoyable things in life is learning different things. Great shots there.
Also having the...
you were going to say, Cam?
Yeah, I was just saying that you're saying how everyone learns new things at these events, but also having the willingness to be able to learn, not just assume that you know it all as competitors. And I think that's how competitors get faster and faster, is constantly learning the car, the sport, how the car will perform in different areas. I think that's what makes them so fast out there on the track. As Toddy Lehman, another fast competitor in the Pro Buggy. This is a cool shot, riding on board the Robinson truck. You see the different handling between the truck and the buggy of Falk.
Well, what we don't want to see out of that shot there we have on the OBR Mason truck, we don't want to see a big puff of blue smoke out of that pipe that's pointing at the camera.
Well, no, certainly not. For two reasons. We want the Robinson crew to keep charging on. Also, we like the view.
Man, massive radiator looking after the engine cooling there. The thermofan's just gently winding over as the breeze passes through them. Dale Martin on screen. He seems to have hit his straps. Oh, Robinson just missed that fire extinguisher on the track there. Dale Martin's eased into his work over the weekend.
He has. It's interesting to consider the what could have been for Dale Martin had their prologue been completed in an appropriate time, you could say. Dale Martin, we know, is a very, very fast driver, and they were unable to finish the prologue. They ended up being seeded, and of course when you're seeded down the field, you have to do a lot of passing through slower cars, and that just could have affected Dale a little bit. Who knows where he could be sitting if he was prologued in the top 5, which we know he's capable of doing. Of course, Toddy Lehman in the Pro Buggy has had the better weekend out of the two competitors so far. Did you have a chat to Bo between sections?
No, only yesterday. And, didn't get much out of him. I think he's still working with half of that truck, which he admitted. He's just fiddling around trying to get the best out of it and working out what he needs to do to get the best out of it, whether it be changing certain components on the car or driving with a slightly different style. Yeah, he's pretty grounded with the way things are going. He feels like he's just sitting in a good enough pace to sort of hang in there, not trying to do anything rash and end up with a bad result. There's quite a few, it's almost unanimous talking to some of the guys like Toddy Lehman. I briefly spoke to him. Nick Hicks, they're all pretty happy with where they are on the track, and they're just happy enough to run as fast as they can without taking any risks and just see what falls out of tree.
And he's Kane Jones.
Kane Jones, on the other hand, he looks like he's pushing all the time.
I don't think he's got one speed, mate. I don't think he's got two, and it is flat out.
He looks like he's got a very competitive streak in him.
Yeah.
Not that I've met him before, but just looking at the body language of the car and how he's progressed over the weekend, he's really having a go. He's Kane Jones.
But it's easy to be fast in a straight line, but Kane Jones is obviously a very, very good driver behind the wheel of that Polaris as well, as is Glenn Ackroyd, proven with the 601 plate on the roof and on the back of the Can-Am.
Yeah, just got the feeling Glennie Ackroyd was missing the real Jimmy Cotton in the crew this weekend, and is just looking after the points side of things.
So you reckon two different thought processes for Jones and Ackroyd? Jones is going for it. He wants the win. Ackroyd happy to bank the points and roll on through to our next round of the Australian Off-Road Championship. Of course, thanks to Comiskey Mining Services sponsoring the championship this year.
Yeah, certainly, I think Glenn Ackroyd and Michael Price were just comfortable with what was going on. Happy to see more.
Here is Ben Falk. We ride on board with the Pro-Light competitor. This has been awesome footage all weekend, being able to ride with these crews.
Sounds like a turbo car through the window.
Yeah, I reckon that might be a car warming up possibly for next heat, maybe confirming what's happening, or maybe a late starter.
Bit of testing in the pits, mate.
We haven't actually got a start list here for this section, so we're unsure if there's a car that's
I've got a start list.
You've got a start list.
Yeah. Champion. There is something rolling to the start line.
Logan Gill, 6:44. So has Logan Gill missed his start time, or is he scheduled to go out in the next heat? No, he is starting. So I reckon Logan Gill has lost a lot of time there. Would have missed his start time. Issues with the side-by-side being repaired in the pits. And now begins his journey of the Loveday 400 track.
So yeah, the 644 of Logan Gill out there late by the looks of things. So if Logan Gill's your man, you need to cheer him on. He's going to need it.
Look how deep these ruts are through these tree sections. Of course, the Mason truck making light work of the conditions.
As is the 1001 of Luke Erstig. Obviously a lot rougher in Luke's car, being a smaller car, and a lot less wheel diameter on board the 1001. There from your Cam, was you?
Oh, I'm just enjoying the ride, mate. How cool is this?
Admiring the work of Bo Robertson there.
And I think it's personally, in my opinion, and people will disagree, I love watching cars through tight and twisty sections. You know, we can all watch a car go 200 kilometres an hour down a straight, but watching a driver work their craft through tight and twisty tree sections, I reckon, is just really, really cool to watch. Seeing how the cars operate out of these sections. It's incredible, isn't it? There's parts of this track where you get a little bit of a breather, but 90% of it is just you're on the wheel, flat out. It would be hard work pedaling a car around here this weekend. And the track just getting worse and worse every single lap. Riding on board with Ben Falk now.
Yeah, you can see it's tight and twisty in there. Back into second gear, so punches third.
So what do you reckon Ben Falk's making up the time in this car? Obviously he doesn't have the horsepower that the pro buggies do. Where's his speed being generated from?
I think just consistent, like just stay consistent.
Highly technical parts of this track. You can see the trees sort of hanging over the edge there, and every now and then that'll keep you honest as well.
Yeah, some of the areas that are treed aren't real confidence inspiring to go fast. Looks like the Kiwi Raider, Boston and Will.
You see no dust out in front of the Robinson track, so I reckon Boston might be doing what he's done throughout the weekend and making a bit of a gap between himself and the Robinson truck.
There really has been no let-up from Boston either. Like he's not tried to defend any lead that he's got. He's tried to extend it.
No, well, it's been interesting because you see some of the interviews that yourself and the team have been doing here with Boston, and he seems like he's just very comfortable with the speed he's got. So he's just maintaining this really consistent pace, and it's just consistently fast. It's basically what I understand from what he was saying is that he's got another gear there. He could go quicker if he really wanted to, which is scary because it's a new truck to the team. He's driven the car, barely driven it before prologue, put it on the top step, and all weekend he's just been the fastest operator out there.
Yeah, it's probably the most impressive upgrade I've seen in a while. Probably the only thing more impressive was Travis Robinson rolled his V8 Jimco in prologue at Hyde. It landed on its wheels, he fired it back up. And I can't remember if he won prologue or top 3 prologue after rolling it over, him and Paul Curry. Well, that was a car and a team that straight out of the box were quick. So Bo Robinson not too far away. Austin Morgan Horan even closer to our complex.
You've just seen Boston Morgan Horan fly down past the tavern, and he has turned his way back in towards us now to complete lap number 1 here for section 4 of the Loveday 400. As we ride on board with Robinson through these whooped out section here at Loveday. There's Boston. Well, talking about impressive drives this weekend, of course, we mentioned Boston Morgan Horan has been the most impressive. Kane Jones, a very impressive drive as well. We've seen Tyson Garver slowly make his way through this field. I've been impressed with the movement of the Garver team. A lot of stories have come out of this weekend, and certainly going to be a lot to talk about as we move towards our next round. But how good has Boston looked in this truck? Another truck without any panels on it for you, Russ.
No, not the way I roll.
You want the guards on the back of the truck?
Yep, I think so. Mind you, the former owner, as Boston gets through that tight corner really well, carries a lot of speed past the bar. Great bit of driving, Boston. The former owner of that truck could never keep a panel on it anyway.
Is that the smoothie truck?
That's the smoothie truck, yeah. Smoothie, he couldn't keep the panels on. Shout out to Smoothie if he's out there watching, and the crew.
A 25.03 for Boston Morgan Horan on lap number 1. Do you know what's happening with the Smoothie team? Are they buying another truck? What's the story?
Oh, look. He's too much of a bogan to stay out of the sport for too long, so I'm sure there'll be something in the pipeline in the not too distant future. Maybe not this season, might not get anything early enough to do Kalgoorlie, but certainly there'll be a return to the fray.
Well, here we go. Beau Robinson across the line now to complete his first lap of the section. He spent the weekend behind Boston Morgan Horan. He's going to do it once again as we head out for lap 2 of the final section here at the Loveday 400. A 25.45, 42 seconds the gap on lap 1 between Boston Morgan Horan and Beau Robinson.
There's that corner that Craig Lowndes referred to earlier, how it's getting blown out, and he runs real tight on the clean ground, the swept ground, on that corner up at the corner of the bar there.
Look out in front of the tavern now. There's a bit of action ahead. I reckon Brad Gallard is catching right up to the back of the Lehman 85 Pro buggy. Now, of course, Brad Gallard was unable to complete all of yesterday's running, so Todd won't be too worried about Gallard making the pass. He'll be more concerned about where Dale Martin is on the track, and you can see Dale out in front of the tavern now as well. But have a look at the dust now. This is the most dust we've had here all weekend, and this is going to start affecting our competitors as they make their journey through this final section. Of course, Boston's out in front. He doesn't have to worry about dust. We can see on the screen here that Beau is in a similar position. No dust to worry about at the moment. But for Gallard, Lehman and Martin, they are going to be fighting some dust battles throughout this next lap.
Great call, Cam. Love your work. As you stated, no dust for Boston Morgan Horan. He's way out in front. Beau Robinson's hung back a bit to have a dust-free run, knowing full well if he's going to take some passing or catching. Glenn Ackroyd on the screen. Action aplenty. Nick Commons in front of the bar. Nick Commons looks like he is laying down the gauntlet to all other Class 4 or Extreme Tool Drive competitors. He wants that Commons name on the trophy.
Well, they've got to be happy with the consistency that they've put together with this truck throughout the weekend as well. They've had a really good run throughout all three sections that we've had just gone.
Brad Gallard on screen.
Yeah,
He's
Gallard.
still hunting down the Robe Earth Movers.
He's right on the back of him now, though.
Yeah, there's got to come a time, Toddy, where you've got to let that geyser truck go by.
For those of us in the tavern, we might see them just out the other side of the driveway very soon. That battle between... There he goes. Gallard now past Lehman. So Lehman has pulled up and let Gallard through. There's Nick Hicks on screen as well.
Nick Hicks, the 53 Element buggy on screen, doing a great job. Just about to complete his first lap. Andrew Commons, Anthony Cook.
Yeah, the second of the Commons entries.
About to blow by us. They're on cue. There's the Westline geyser truck, the white Westline geyser truck. Obviously, Andrew Commons is starting to listen to the instructions and demands of Cookie. All jokes aside, Cookie was very complimentary as to the pace that Andrew Commons was setting, so they're working well as a team at the moment. The 467 Westline Bestline Geyser trophy truck. John Cook Real Estate on the quarter panel of that lovely white geyser truck. Glenn Ackroyd.
Which begs the question.
Is back in the house.
Where's Kane Jones?
You tell me. Where is Kane Jones?
Oh, look how heavy this is on the screen. Ben Folk pushing his way through these heavy whooped out sections here. So a few lap times for you here, Russ. Brad Gallard with a 26.23, third fastest of the cars out there on the track at the moment. Nick Commons and Dale Martin, good lap times in fourth and fifth. Lehman is actually slower than Dale Martin on this lap. So interestingly enough, in our overall, Dale Martin starting to put some pressure on his fellow pro buggy competitor of Todd Lehman. And Lehman's going to have to settle in the dust of Brad Gallard for a little bit for this lap, so he might lose a bit of time in there as well.
We probably lost a bit of time out the front of Gallard, just watching the mirrors and being distracted by the big black beast behind him. Dean Keys, Brad Gallard, Paris Gallard on board the black geyser truck, 454.
Brett Rogers in car 95 on screen. Good day's work from Brett Rogers. I think they've really got the hang of this car now. Spent yesterday behind Ben Folk, able to get in front of him, make the pass on the 122 earlier today, and now well out in front in car 95, starting to hit their strides and put down some really good lap times as we continue through this section 4 here at the Loveday 400. Brett Rogers with a 27.48. Now the Jones entry going missing. I've got to say, Russ, I'm disappointed. I was really excited to see that battle between Ackroyd and Jones continuing. I didn't mind who comes out on top. All I want to see is good hard racing, and that's what we were getting from Jones and Ackroyd.
Wonder if Kane Jones bit off a little more than he could chew.
Well, he's a hard charger.
He was certainly not hanging about.
Here is Ben Folk on screen. Now back to Robinson. So this is the buggy we've been riding with through most of the weekend. Ben Folk in the Yellow Tank World 122. Almost in a league of their own with the Pro Light class at the moment. Of course, Dixon in the 153, also still battling away in this class. Not out on the track at the moment, of course, as he's in the other heat, but Ben Falk has really taken the ascendancy in the Pro Light class throughout the weekend.
Tyson Garver on screen at the moment.
Yeah, that is Garver, 6:47. What a really good drive in this morning. Really good performance throughout the 2 laps earlier today, and continuing that performance into the afternoon section here at the Loveday 400, as the split screen with Robinson in the top right corner continues to show us how rough this track is turning out to be here. You know, we started this weekend with about 80 odd cars, Russ, and of course with off-road racing as it goes, we've dropped a few off of our list of competitors still competing. But it's amazing the difference in terrain that 80 cars running over this track will do.
Does the demise of Kane Jones bring Lockie Bailey back into the fore?
Well, Lockie Bailey lost quite a lot of time in the earlier section today, so I think Glenn Ackroyd will just need to be consistent to take the class victory for the side-by-sides. We know how fast Lockie Bailey always is, and obviously with those issues he had this morning, he wouldn't be too happy with the results that they're getting today. But a 27.47 on the first lap, about 41 seconds slower than Glenn Ackroyd for lap number 1 of section 4. Ursig with a 29.11. So 14 cars now completing lap number 1. Boston Morgan Horan, the fastest from Bo Robinson and Brad Gallard. He is the 3rd fastest car on the track at the moment. So 3 trucks up at the front. Dale Martin is the 4th fastest. Nick Commons in the 5th place position for the heat so far, with Todd Lehman 3rd place overall in 6th for this section.
Do you have some tracking there to try and see where Kane Jones is?
Yeah, we can have a look at the track map here. If we press this button here, and we're looking for the 6:57, you can see him on the left-hand side of the screen there. It looks like he is moving. So I'm unsure if they've had a drama out there, but it looks like they are continuing on their way. So Kane Jones, who had that 9-second gap over Ackroyd after this morning's first run, he has lost a lot of time on the 6:01 competitor. So Ackroyd now, I would imagine, just settling into a consistent finish. So looking at the overall times here, Russ, Toddy Lehman with a 3:24 and Dale Martin with a 3:28. So Lehman's got some time up his sleeve there. He doesn't have to worry too much about the hard-charging Dale Martin at this point. But of course, any small issue out on the track, flat tyre potentially, a few corners that don't go the way that the Lehman crew plan, and who knows what can happen. There's Boston Morgan Horan. Well, this looks like Gallard on the other side of the tree line there. Yep, there's Gallard. The always fast Brad Gallard. Everywhere he goes, every track he goes to, he is always super fast. Not the weekend they would have been hoping for, with some issues slowing them down throughout the weekend, but I'm sure Brad's very happy with how the truck's performing at the moment. Of course, 3rd fastest car on the track right now. This is a guy I'd like to see in a all-wheel drive truck at some point. Russ, he's always been fast in this 2-wheel drive. I'd like to see what he could do behind the wheel of a Mason or any sort of all-wheel drive truck, to be honest.
Well, Mason seems to be the pick of the bunch at the moment. as far as all-wheel drive trucks.
But it's the beauty of motorsport, isn't it, that everyone's chasing the Mason. There's Kane Jones. So he is still moving out there on the track. We're saying that the Mason's probably the premier car if you wanted to start winning off-road races, but there's plenty of manufacturers out there building off-road cars that will be trying to catch up to the Mason.
Jimco have got their four-wheel drive truck still in development. Racer Engineering in Temecula, another one that's pretty well versed in the four-wheel drive trophy truck, all-wheel drive truck scene.
And all these manufacturers are very high up with. Oh, I reckon that was Dale Martin on the side of the road there, Russ. I reckon that was the car 5 of Dale Martin pulled up to the side of the track there as we were riding on board Falk. I could be wrong. If we just go to our track map for a minute, sorry folks, I'm going to take you away from this awesome ride with Robinson. Can you see the number 5 out there? Can't quite spot it there. We'll go back to our footage here of the drone. Here's Robinson. And as we were saying, there's so many manufacturers out there building race cars, and they're very smart people. It's not just, gone are the days of cars being built in sheds. It still happens at a local level, but from a top-level performance, these are well-engineered machines, fully designed or CAD-designed products. So it's a manufacturing battle between these different manufacturers of Mason and Racer, like you say, Jimco.
And interestingly enough, the tyre branding battles as well, like BF Goodrich has always been the mainstay of the tyre suppliers and choice of tyres, but we've seen Toyo come online, Yokohama making their presence felt. Of course, Yokohama back in the day were the Super Digger, the race Super Digger, the very rounded tread block or tread pattern with the big open tread blocks on them.
Balloony sort of looking tyre.
They were a great tyre back in the day. Tumbly Tyres pushing the Yokohama name pretty hard, and they've got a great man on board in Paul Tuckley, so Yokohama one to watch out for in the near future.
Well, this is Kane Jones. Now, he was leading this class before we got underway for this section, but issues have pulled the 657 right down the order here. But it looks like Kane Jones is back up to full speed. Can you see a flat tyre on the back of that there, Russ? Or is it...
Is that a belt issue? That is still a CVT belt-driven car, I think. Don't know much about that red Polaris, but we're just having a bit of a... Well, ladies and gentlemen, if you think Kane Jones is done for, think again. The way he hit that berm is amazing amount of speed off that berm, Cam.
Yeah, it's almost the Polaris line. We've got Simon Evans doing that one, and Jesse Mandrick taking the high line as well. So Kane Jones, obviously losing time on that lap with a 38.18. We'll go to the overall here and see where he sits in. Obviously, Glenn Ackroyd right up in front, but Lockie Bailey now in front of Kane Jones on the overall time, a 3:41.53 for Bailey and a 3:44.34 for Jones. So Lockie Bailey now in second position for the side-by-sides just by staying consistent out there. Of course, that's the cruel thing with off-road racing, is it can change so quickly your fortunes, with Kane Jones leading the class and looking like he was going to maintain that lead and take a really well-deserved side-by-side class victory here. But things have now changed. Lockie Bailey back into second, Ackroyd first in the class. There's always a story to be told when there's no roof number left on a car, Russ.
Surely not.
Well, they didn't have that roof number earlier today. I'm wondering if a low-hanging tree or branch maybe they just forgot to put it on. They might take it off to get it in the under the team tent, the gazebo.
It looks like Logan Gill, who was late to the roll call.
Yeah, it is Logan Gill.
He didn't meet his start time.
Hard charger, very fast operator. We talk about drivers that you'd like to see in the top level equipment, like the Mason trucks. Logan Gill's someone I'd like to see in a top level buggy or truck.
That will come with time, I'm sure.
Well, he's shown that he can certainly drive this side by side. There's Andrew Commons on the screen now in the 467.
Logan Gill gets on with the job. Ben Fulk on screen.
Logan Gill with a 37.27, so we've now got 16 cars to complete lap number 1 here. Back on board with Robinson through the trees section here at Loveday.
I think that big truck would lumber and be horrible through that tight stuff, but on the video it looks pretty quick. Shifted a lot of dirt.
Yeah, very smooth. But we know that Bo's a very good driver as well.
Absolutely, but the thing's really following his commands. Doesn't look like it's understeering. We got a nice shot of the left front tyre there. If he pulls down on that right hand, the tyre is more exposed, and the car seems to quite happily turn in quite nicely. So yeah, all-wheel drive truck of Bo Robinson. They continue to develop their skills and hone their skills in that vehicle. Tyson Garver on screen. That's an interesting little jump, little moment as you come over there and the track breaks to the right of Whisker.
Yeah, certainly one that could catch out some competitors if they're not too careful.
Well, if you overcook it, you're going to sort of land in a far left position of the track and not leave yourself a lot of room to get back over to the right.
And this is where the argument would be for pace notes.
Absolutely.
Over the traditional style of navigating in off-road. Of course, most of these crews would have had the opportunity to go out and do reconnaissance throughout the week in the registered four-wheel drive vehicles to see the track. But of course, when they saw the track in those registered four-wheel drives, it was nowhere near as rough as what it is now. So there's more holes that have formed, more ruts that have formed throughout the weekend. And your pace notes will tell you all about the corners and a few rough parts of the track that were visible earlier in the week. But anything that's formed throughout the weekend, any rock that's been moved, they are not going to have that on the notes. So still really important to keep an eye out of what's coming up in front of you. As Robinson hard on the brakes. And that's a nice tight turn, that one. Back up to speed now. Pedal to the metal. Another little part of the track that could catch you out, that one. Just through that fence line there. I reckon I can hear Boston Morgan Horan making his way back into our view out of the commentary box window now.
Absolute screaming V8 of Joe Gibbs' performance there. Not long now, we'll see the headlights of Boston Morgan Horan as he heads towards the complex. And he's on his second of two? Or
I reckon it's 3 laps.
You reckon it's second of 3 laps?
Yeah, I reckon it's 3 laps. Oh, Bo's gone wide there. Yep, you can see the panel on the back left. That's where our camera was sitting. So Bo's gone wide. He's hit a tree. Collected a tree with the left rear of the car. There you go. Russ, not how you like it. You like the panels on the truck.
I do like the panels on the truck.
So Bo just having a small moment out on the track. Redecorating the car.
I think that's the end of our onboard.
Yeah, that's the that's what I'm hearing here, is that our onboard with Bo is all done for now. But in the meantime, Boston Morgan Horan, what a performance he's been putting in throughout this entire weekend. Just incredibly fast, incredibly consistent, and I'll tell you what, he's asked the question of a lot of our competitors in the off-road racing scene of can they catch this man? So Boston Morgan Horan over the jump. And will tackle this berm for one final time as he begins his final lap here of the Loveday 400 for 2026.
Well, Boston Morgan Horan didn't miss the driver's brief. He's off on his third lap. Third and final, is it, Cam?
I believe it will be the final lap of the race for 2026 for Boston Morgan Horan, a 25.46. About 43 seconds slower than his first lap, so he is just cruising out there at the moment. Enjoying the experience of leading this event. Now, of course, we can't get too carried away because there's still a lot of racing ahead of him. He's got another 25, 26 minutes of racing that he needs to complete. And we know anything can go wrong in this sport. And if it does go wrong, the man on screen is ready to pounce. Bo Robinson in car 2. We were riding with Bo and he's removed the camera from the car. So Robinson will come across the line here, complete his second lap of the section. One more lap to go for Bo Robinson in car number 2.
All cosmetic damage on that truck. How many kilometres will that rear quarter panel last? And a big...
Whoa, I reckon that's Gallard on the screen, upside down. So Gallard has gone over. So the hard-charging truck, the 454 of Brad Gallard. As we have a replay here of Gallard. So look to your screens to see where Brad has tipped it over. Of course, recovery crew's heading over to the Gallard truck now. He was having a really, really good run there, Russ.
Yeah, look, it's never nice to see a competitor come to their demise like that, but you never know. It hasn't been on its lid for too long. They might be able to fire it up. It might be a bit smoky when they fire it up. That'll be the navigator getting out of the car now.
Here's your replay once again, folks. Have a look at your screen.
He tips it in there, all going to plan here, but it
just tips out on him.
Bounces off that berm. Didn't quite have enough wheel rotation to blast the berm away.
While the crew gets out, there's Lehman. He'll be the first car on scene. And nice and slow through, so good work from Toddy just to cruise through that incident. Looks like the crew's out of the car now. So there you go, both Brad and the Navigator out of the car now. Russ, we do have to mention, because Tony's got the Turtle Award.
I think Brad Gallard's got it.
I think Brad might have the Turtle Award for this weekend, as Toddy Lehman has one of the Commons trucks in the mirrors.
So Toddy Lehman needs to play the smart game here. He's looking good for Pro Buggy honours and a top 3. How much importance does he play on the top 3? Nick Commons has probably got the better of him at the moment, because the track is getting rougher, and his last lap will show that. So Nick Commons makes a fair fist to that last corner, and he's on his 3rd lap. Brad Gallard is still upside down, but out of the car safe by the looks. News to hand, we had Humphrey B. Bear, the clerk of course Daniel Rogers.
Still here on your
Lucky he couldn't hear me, Daniel Rogers reports that the 657 Kane Jones had a belt issue. I did call that, didn't I?
Yes, you did.
Spare tyre looked inflated, belt looked good on the spare. I didn't know if it was a belt-driven Polaris, because I don't know that much about them, because I think the modern ones may have a gearbox, but anyway. And the 5 car of Dale Martin has suffered a transmission issue. So that's no good for Dale Martin. Nick Hicks, very, very politely around the incident of Brad Gallard. So nice there. Brad Gallard on screen again. Look at that. He clips the berm with that front tyre. Perhaps hitting the berm with that front tyre has knocked a bit of lock out of it, and he hasn't been able to get enough opposite lock on the car to punch through the berm, punch the tyre through the berm.
Once it pitched up, it went pretty quick, so he's an experienced operator, Brad Gallard. He was showing his speed through this section. Of course, Nick Hicks is going to be elevated up the order with the unfortunate news he just handed us with Dale Martin suffering a gearbox issue. But that takes the pressure off of Toddy Lehman as well. So Lehman has a 4-minute advantage over Nick Commons on outright position. So I think the smart thing for Toddy, and it looks like he has done so, is just let Nick go. 4 minutes is a long time to make up to find yourself in the outright position. So Toddy has let Nick through.
So, sorry I missed that. I was concentrating on something else. Great shot there of the Commons guys, a truck. Toddy Lehman's got time up on...
He does. He has got 4 minutes to spare over the Commons truck. So he's let Nick go through,
knowing full well that he's got 3rd wrapped up.
He is, well, as long as nothing goes wrong for Toddy, he will have 3rd absolutely sewn up in the Pro Buggy of the 85. So Nick Commons sitting in 4th place.
So
Nick Hicks.
So speaking of things that need to be sewn up, I reckon the way Andrew Commons is racing at the moment and driving in the pace he's setting, he would like to sew the mouth of Anthony Cook shut. Because Cookie's really giving him a hurry up. Cookie taking a few liberties and really giving the instructions to Andrew Commons to get on with it, mate. Enough of this dilly-dallying. And is that Glenn Ackroyd? Is that the Fuchs lubricant?
Yeah, the 601.
601, Glennie Ackroyd on screen. So, yeah, look, the Commons, Andrew Commons, Anthony Cook have really stepped up to the plate in this section, and they are setting a really cracking pace.
Yeah, 27.41 for Commons. He's the 7th place of the cars that have completed the 2 laps. Brings very similar lap times to Glenn Ackroyd is Andrew Commons. So the Gallard team back in the truck now.
Okay, have they got that thing fired up? Looks like they're belting back up.
Brett Rogers on screen. Quietly going about their business. Sitting in 8th place in the overall positions at the moment. He might find himself in 3rd place in the Pro Buggy class very shortly as he comes in to complete this 2nd lap of the section. Brad Gallard's getting towed back into the pits.
Yep, looks like Gallard has succumbed to the incident. I think you've got to report back anyway when you roll a car. But perhaps he's damaged something or something more to it that meets the eye. The 2 Bretts, the 95 Pro Buggy. They're just getting the job done, going about their business there, Cam.
Yeah, really solid weekend for Brett Rogers and Brett Richardson. Moving right up the front of the field here.
Ben Falk not too far away. The Tank World 122 Pro Light Ben Falk, John O'Connor. And look at that. Great shots. 4th gear down to 3rd. He's obviously got a corner coming up. Uses a lot of 2nd gear. If that thing presents with a turbo next year, I reckon you won't see the 2nd gear logo too often. The extra power, the big turbos hanging off the side will allow him to use... He'll be a gear higher in any given circumstances, I think you'll find.
Back with Rogers now. Now drone pilot. So there's Falk. Down to the last corner and over the line. There's Bo Robinson on the screen now. So we were enjoying the really good footage we were able to get from the back of the Robinson truck, but with that left rear guard now in a little bit worse condition than previous, unable to rejoin Robinson in the truck. But we do get to watch him go about his work from the distance, as we do with Lockie Bailey in 622. Russ, we mentioned before about the all-wheel drive trucks, and Jim Coe, Racer Engineering Mason, Do you think an Australian builder could get on board and put together a all-wheel drive truck at some point and punch out a few weapons to tackle Australian off-road?
Yeah, well, that's interesting you say that. There's some good builders out there. You've got great shot Ben Falk there. You got, well, on screen you got Monkfab. He's capable of producing perhaps a less sophisticated four-wheel drive deal. Who else is likely? There is a current builder which I'll mention in a minute. Monk, look, it would be not out of the realms of the abilities of SPH in Adelaide. Perhaps not something the car on screen Luke Ursig would embark on, because it looks like Luke does a lot more of his own sort of honey badger style deals and a lot of maintenance. So, you know, things could change in the Ursig stables. Scott Schiller in West Australia would be capable of building a 4x4 buggy or truck. The Chapmans in Queensland have got the Razorback frame. They could also, you know, they've got that skill set. There's quite a few. Like, you know, perhaps even the Westerns could do something with their Rush truck. No, interesting. You should say that. Of course, in West Australia, we've got Proformance, who do the extreme four-wheel drive buggy, do a lot of their own transfer cases and steering boxes and a lot of funky CNC billet. So there you go. There's a bit of a list there. I'll probably missed out on a few people.
Oh, I just think Element as well.
Yeah, I think Element would be pretty content with what they're doing at the moment.
Oh, I think they... But see, because they build such a good product...
Yeah, go to the next level, perhaps.
Yeah, well, I personally, if I was Element, I'd be pretty content too. But you know, I'm not Element, so I get to push people to try and do things that I want to see. So
nice.
And they'll just ignore me.
Throw a bit of bait and burn.
Yeah. Well, it's like what we said. We want to see Barossa Automotive here next year with a Volkswagen Baja. They've got 12 months.
Do you think Barossa Automotive could do that?
I'm sure they're more than capable of putting together a Baja bug in 12 months and getting out here. Of course, a massive thank you to Barossa Auto sponsoring the event this weekend as we ride on board our drone again. And Ben Falk in 122.
Of course, we do have a four-wheel drive, home-built four-wheel drive truck that Heron Forbes.
Absolutely.
I thought that car looked great.
It is a really nice-looking car. Oh no, that looks like Kane Jones, 657.
No, that is not good.
Heading down the driveway. So getting an escort back towards the pit. So really unfortunate news for Kane Jones in 657.
So, as you mentioned, Kane Jones on screen, heading down the driveway, and that is an important use of the English language, and important that we relay to people. Kane Jones is currently on a private driveway, which he can do. For the newbies out there, if you're at an off-road event, you cannot do that on a road. If that's a gravel road and you do that, you can be potentially charged with bringing the sport into disrepute. So if you do break down at an event, whether you be a Queenslander, South Australian or West Australian or whatever, wherever you hail from, unless you get strict instructions that you're able to drive down a road, which is highly unlikely, you need to be aware if it's a road or a driveway. And that is a driveway, which he's got permission to do. If it's a road, I think most of the time we find it off limits.
Well, of course, they would have been in contact with recovery and recovery control to see what they were allowed to do on their journey back. You see the recovery vehicle behind him anyway, so generally our crews are well communicated with the people in charge here at all the events.
We unfortunately in West Australia have had several incidents of people albeit back roads, I give it, yeah, they're back roads, but they are roads, and they are, unfortunately decide to drive their wounded car down a road, which doesn't look good for the sport, and very hard to explain away by the race organisers.
Yeah, I've seen it in my time. Not very often here in South Australia, but I do remember a couple of cars.
I've never done it, but I've done way worse. I've got some great fines in camps. Like, mate, half the camps officials, I was flying them around the nation at one stage there with my fines. Well, the Motorsport Australia officials.
So you're one of the most known people from Motorsport Australia, eh?
I was on first name terms for a little while there. But now they just like me. They haven't fallen in love with me yet. They just like me, you know. No, they're great people, mate. You know, Clark and Cause here. Humphrey B. Bear, as I like to call him. At least he wears pants.
Back on board with Falk. Down into second.
Soon as you see that second number 2 icon, you know it's going to get tight and torrid.
You see how deep those ruts are.
Yeah, and that's boggy too. So he sort of needs the car control. He needs that low, aggressive gear to be able to lift and get some engine braking and then punch on to try and pick up the pace and spin the wheels through that boggy sand. Up into third, so it's getting a little bit quicker here. Is he going to be able to pull fourth? Perhaps not, as we break to a wide shot.
Zach Royd, 6:01. And look out, Russ. Look out your window. There is a fast charging car heading back towards us to the tavern right now. That'll be Logan Gill. 6:44. He was the one that missed his start. Probably feels like he's out there all by himself. Not a car around him.
Yeah, perhaps he'll be enjoying the clean air. There'll be an interesting story to be told about why he didn't make his start time. Of course, it looks like Craig Lowndes and Dale Moscott have been unable to rejoin.
Yeah, I did see Lowndesy down there at the tavern purchasing a drink. So I think their day's all completed.
That's a real pity because they were really serving their apprenticeship well.
Yeah, well, the times were showing for Lowndes and the team how they were getting quicker and quicker. You could see them getting more comfortable in the car.
Oh, the body language of the car was what really impressed me. You know, sometimes you look at the stopwatch, you go, oh yeah, whatever. But just the positioning of the car and the few times we saw it close and the few times we had drone shots, it's like, yeah, these guys know what to do.
Well, what a shot from our drone as we look at the truck. The 899 of Boston Morgan Horan. He has had a fantastic weekend. Right from the start of the prologue through to the point we're at right now in the final section here of the Loveday 400. And he is seeing this track for the final time in 2026 as he makes his way back towards the Loveday Tavern. He has not had a car in front of him all weekend. He's the first car off the line for every single section.
Not long now, and we will get a glimpse of him. He's in that low-lying area, which I'll call the south. Probably isn't.
Well, Well, have a look at this. This is the section of track that we've been following for this section. Has been really cool to watch them. All the cars struggling through there.
Yeah, the holes, they're long and they're deep.
And there's that small...
I think the whole car ends up in the bottom of them.
Yeah, and there's that tree section at the start which just washes away all your speed. So now they're just fighting to get some speed back up. As you say, you can see it just dropping into every single hole. We're about to come back onto the hard-packed ground.
Would you subscribe to the theory that the whoops sometimes start in amongst the trees, where there's a clump of trees, the hole is quite prevalent because the trees suck the life out of the dirt, the water out of the dirt?
Yeah, possibly. I think the corner lumps and holes really formed by the acceleration out of the corners from the trucks and the buggies. Is the Trewella 952 on screen now. That's not how you want to see a race car.
No, they look like they've lost a trailing arm there. The trailing arm at the hind looks broken there, Cameron.
Yeah, you've got the ratchet strap on the back. Yep, yeah, I can see that, yep.
So that's no good for Adam. They were on a tear there for a while.
Well, there he is, on your screen. And out in front of the tavern now, Boston Morgan Horan for the final time here at Loveday for 2026. Lachlan Bailey getting about his business in the 622.
Yeah, look, Boston Morgan Horan has not put a foot wrong all weekend, and super impressive debut in that Mason all-wheel drive truck.
Oh, I was saying before.
Nick Jennings moving into position. You better get a rig along there, Nick. He'll be here before you know it. Nick Jennings there in the pink shirt, one of our West Australian volunteers that made the journey over, about to wave the checkered flag.
I was saying before, Russ, what an incredible drive this is to arrive here on Friday, win the prologue in a car that he'd barely driven. Of course, he's been behind the wheel of the Extreme two-wheel drive for a long time now. But in this Extreme four-wheel drive truck, Boston Morgan Horan has put together one of the most impressive performances that you can see at an Australian off-road race. And he's going to come around the corner, the final corner for the last time, and line up the truck to take a provisional outright victory here at the Loveday 400. What a drive from Boston Morgan Horan and the 899 team. Did not put a foot wrong all weekend. Incredible performance, Russ.
Absolutely incredible. Like, you did pick him? Well, I cast my mind back. Did you pick him for the prologue? I certainly didn't. I thought, prologue was just a foregone conclusion. He's going to have to get used to the car. If he does a top 5, that's tremendous. But I don't see him in the top 5. And my pick of 13 number ones, I didn't have him in there either, if you cast your mind back.
I didn't actually tip him for the prologue win either. I thought he'd be up there, up near the front. But I thought with the first drive of the all-wheel drive truck, I didn't think he'd be the fastest competitor. But he's proven us wrong. And I tell you what, he's really laid down the gauntlet for his fellow competitors for events still to come throughout not only this season but every race that we have in the future that Boston Morgan Horan is in attendance at.
Now, how's your calculations, mate? What's his lead on Bo Robinson like, outright?
Well, he has earned quite a margin.
Are we talking minutes and minutes and minutes, or...?
Oh, we are certainly talking minutes.
Sort of minutes, or minutes.
I reckon it's going to be around, I'm having a guess here, mate, I reckon it's about 8 minutes. I reckon he'll have this win by, but, we'll wait for that to come through. This is me just doing quick maths, and I'm terrible at quick maths, so...
Well, it's odd. Well, I mean, it's interesting you say that, because when it looked like Bo might not make the starter, well, there was talk that Bo wasn't going to come to Loveday, and Boston was. My good friend at Frogs Hollow TV, Toby Cooper in Warialda, predicted that Boston Morgan Horan could win the damn thing by 15 minutes.
15 minutes?
Yeah. It was a throwaway line, but
Yep.
geez, he wasn't far wrong.
No.
Could you imagine if Bo wasn't here duking it out with him?
Well, it'd be Toddy Lehman would be the next car on the track. We're lucky to have Bo Robinson here, though, who is our next truck to complete the journey here, the 3 laps of Section 4 here at the Loveday 400. Not the fastest car this weekend, but certainly faster than the rest of the field, excluding that of Boston Morgan Horan. A great performance from Bo Robinson throughout the weekend, and a good points haul to come home a provisional second outright and second in the extreme four-wheel drive class. Now, Russ, I'll get some overall times for you here. Boston Morgan Horan, 4 hours, 5 minutes, 29 seconds. Bo Robinson, 4 hours, 13 minutes, 48 seconds. So looking around the 8-minute mark. There's Toddy Lehman. Now, of course, we have to mention Boston's probably going to, if there was an award of driver of the day or driver of the weekend, I think Boston's right up in that mix. But I think Toddy Lehman is also in the conversation. He's had a really good weekend. We know that the...
Well, my pick for the driver of the weekend would have been Kane Jones.
Yeah, really good performance.
Yeah, if they had have ended it prior to his breakage, then he would have been up there for sure.
Yep. No, I can agree with that. He's certainly in the conversation.
I think Berm Ride of the weekend would certainly go to...
Oh, Simon Evans.
by
I think
far.
we can both agree on that. If we were awarding that prize, then Simon Evans would certainly have it. Here's Nick Commons. Now, of course, he made the pass on Todd Lehman, did Nick Commons. Had a 4-minute deficit to Lehman on overall time, so Lehman didn't have to stress too much about the speed of the Commons truck. Toddy was able to build the lead over current 4th outright place sitter of Commons. Can you see Toddy out there?
No. Oh, yes. Sorry.
There he is there. So I think he'll be well and truly safe. It's not going to take him 4 minutes to get back to start line here. But a very good drive from Nick Commons in the Westline car. Just to ask the question of Toddy Lehman as whether he can keep the pace.
Yeah, well, look, he's done everything within his powers, Nick Commons, to try to get that 3rd podium spot, but probably not enough. The green-eyed monster heads back to the start line now, start-finish line.
So Commons, the 3rd car home for Section 4 here at the Loveday 400. A really good drive from Nick Commons. They'll be happy with that section. Now, this is a really sad sight. It's a long journey from WA over to Loveday, and Trewella was looking really, really strong for a top 15, top 10 finish. Unfortunately, not to be.
Yeah, Fuel Burner Racing 952, Adam Trewella on the forklift, ARB Making Tracks Midland, Marsu Transport, KRT and Ursig Engineering all helping out Adam Trewella.
There's a Commons entry on the screen as we see Toddy Lehman.
That's not been 4 minutes.
It has certainly not been 4 minutes, so we know that Commons had to pass Todd Lehman and then gain another 3.5 minutes. I think Commons started behind him. Another 3.5 minutes he needed to make up on the Lehman entry. But Toddy Lehman in car 85, a really solid weekend and the fastest pro buggy throughout. We'll cross the line here to complete the Loveday 400 for 2026. The Glen Ackroyd in 6:01, winding his way back towards the tavern now as well on your screens. Here's Nick Hicks. He's been silently going about his work this weekend. A really good performance from car 53. Your favourite livery for the weekend, Russ?
Well, I don't know about that. It's interesting to say the least.
Well, a fantastic weekend nonetheless for Nick Hicks in car 53. A performance that he'll certainly be proud of, as the Pro Buggy competitor will cross the line to complete the Loveday 400. So talking about Driver of the Day or Driver of the Weekend awards, if there was to be one, Russ, and you mentioned Kane Jones, I think Nick Commons was a really, really good performer today.
Absolutely. Nick Commons stayed in the fight all weekend, gave himself every opportunity possible to get a good result, just hung in there against some better credentialed equipment in the Masons, and he's looks like he's the third trophy truck, albeit Class 4 as opposed to Class 8. He's the third truck on the line.
Well, and he'll take the Extreme Two-Wheel Drive Australian Off-Road Trophy, the Commons Trophy for the next 12 months, as Andrew Commons crosses the line now as well in 467.
So well done to Andrew Commons and Anthony Cook in the second of the Westline entries, the White Geyser truck. Did you have yourself a Corona yesterday and think about the line guys?
I did actually. I actually did have a Corona yesterday.
Did I let you off the hook? Did I tell you what they really do?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. I was mentioning last night around the fire, I was camping out here, how I've actually looked up the Westline business in the past, and I was like, I am 99% sure it is not limes. So there's Glen Ackroyd on screen now in 6:01. We were enjoying the battle between himself, Kane Jones, and Lachlan Bailey, but with issues hampering his fellow competitors, this is the car that stayed consistent throughout the entire weekend. So the 6:01 of Glen Ackroyd will cross the line to be the first side-by-side home at Loveday for 2026. A really, really impressive drive, this one too. Consistent. They never looked out of place.
Great drive from Glen Ackroyd, Michael Price. Jimmy Cotton will be looking on at home and enjoying the telecast and seeing Glenn do really well. Look, incidentally enough, I had to research the lime issue with limes and whether they were lime growers or lime miners, as it would be, or lime spreaders. But you couldn't really make enough money out of limes unless you were supplying OBR. But perhaps back in the heyday when Brian was with us, you could make money out of Coronas and limes.
I reckon, just looking at the screen here, Russ, this is a slow-moving Ben Falk.
Is he stuck in third gear?
It is in third gear. You can see Johnny O'Connor's just been playing around with the rear camera. They're looking out the back of the car now as well.
They anticipate they're going to get caught?
I would assume so. So yeah, this is certainly not the pace that we've been seeing out of the Falk entry this weekend. In second gear now, playing around with the equipment is Johnny O'Connor, but that is a slow-moving Ben Falk we're riding with, and you can see the visor up on Falk as well.
How does that augur for Alan Dixon?
Well, it actually opens the opportunity right up for
Does it
for
leave
Dixon.
the door ajar for Alan Dixon? Or has Ben Falk banked enough minutes?
I think that could bring Dixon right in the battle. I think that's something we're going to have to keep a really close eye on, as Brett Rogers in car 95 now.
So the two Bretts, the 95. Is that an Element Pro buggy? What build is that, mate?
Yeah, it looks like an Element buggy. A really nice build. Now the Element, it's a typical Element frame, just a really nice looking car. Well built, well designed, well engineered. Of course, the Element being a South Australian product. And there's a lot of Elements getting around now. You see them all over the country.
Yeah, we've got a couple back home. One turbo, one's a turbo car, and the other one is a V8 of Brad Cooper. And Jared Percival, of course, ran the 3-plate in the ORC for a little while there in the turbo V6 Toyota-powered Element.
Yeah, well, Jared was here 12 months ago, I reckon.
So what has happened to Ben Falk, John O'Connor?
Well, this is going to be a long journey home in this car. They know how fast this car actually is and what it's capable of.
He's pulled fourth, so...
He's pulled fourth, but is he looking after something by pulling fourth?
Absolutely.
He's not going to be sitting there pulling any revs, is he?
No, if you look at the digit 4 there, that yellow counter is his tachometer. And it's very, very low in the rev range by the looks.
Which is not typical of a Pro Light buggy. Usually a lot of revs out of the Pro Lights. You can actually hear it in the distance now. Well, here's...
Not that we don't want a good result for Alan Dixon, but we would like to see Ben Falk get home and get a result.
Oh, we just want to see race cars at race pace. And so does Benny Falk.
And Lachlan Bailey's picked up the pace. Had a bit of a wretched run this morning.
Yeah, tough weekend for Lockie Bailey. He would have been pretty confident and pretty comfortable after the prologue on Friday and the early runnings of Saturday's Section 1.
Well, it looked like himself, Kane Jones and Glenn Ackroyd were just going to absolutely go toe-to-toe. But unfortunately, that hasn't really transpired.
Yeah, well, unfortunate DNF for Jones. Of course, we saw him being escorted back in along the driveway before, unsure what the situation is for the 657. But one thing they'll be happy with the Jones entry is the pace that they've been able to show. As Lockie Bailey crosses the line now to complete the Loveday 400 for 2026. 400 kilometres of racing behind the 622 entry. This is Tyson Garver on screen in 647. Now, he's been one of the drivers of the day, moved his way right up through the field. So Garver, 647.
It's an all-Garver affair aboard the 647. Tyson Garver, Lachlan Garver and Scott Garver.
And they'll be happy to complete the weekend in a strong position in the side-by-side. And we turn our attention on the screen now to the 122, the slow-moving Falk entry. Losing a lot of time on this lap. So Falk over the line. We've been riding on board with the Falk entry throughout the weekend, and they've had some sort of issue on that final lap which has meant they've lost quite a lot of time there.
The screaming single-seater of Luke Ursig, not too far away there, Cam.
Yeah, well, Luke proving how good his preparation is once again. Really tough competitor is Luke Ursig. Everywhere he goes, he's competitive in his class. He's a driver that's been behind the wheel of many different buggies in his time. And he always seems to get the best out of the car. No matter what he's driving, he's able to extract the maximum performance from his race cars. And a weekend where he's done exactly that. Throughout the entire weekend, he's looked unstoppable in this 10.01. And Luke Ursig is going to cross the line and complete his Loveday 400 for 2026. The 10.01 comes to a finish. Fantastic job from Luke, and the entire Ursig team have been helping him out throughout the weekend. They've done a brilliant job to get this car to where it is now.
Yep, certainly a great job from Luke Ursig there. I'm sure Ben helped along the way somewhere.
Ben's always around the place though, isn't he, mate? He's helping somewhere. Of course he is.
You don't want to get too cheeky with Ben because you live here. I can do what I like.
Yeah, that's fair. No. Every time I go down to the Ursig workshop, Ben's always around giving a helping hand. He does a great job there, helping out Luke.
I've got a story about Ben. Am I allowed to tell it? It's PG.
Yeah, you can tell it.
Kalgoorlie Desert Race one year. I come out of the commentary booth and down the bottom of the stairs, and there's Ben talking to some, well-dressed, well-presented elderly people, which, unbeknownst to me, he knew. So I walked up to him and said to them, "Look, please, I hope this homeless dude's not harassing you and asking you for money like he has been with all other people all throughout the weekend." And Ben got rather embarrassed at that because they were a couple of his family members.
Oh, you do like stirring up Ben Ursig, don't you?
I love it, mate. I love travelling with Ben Ursig. I love hanging out with him. Look, as much as I like to stir him up and I like to rib him, he's bloody awesome company, mate. He's been very supportive of me in my off-road racing journey on the track, and I had a bit of a... recently had a tragedy. Nothing,
Yep.
I had a tragic loss of my lovely wife, Tanya. And Ben was a very, amongst many other people, a very supportive man, and as was Luke and Luke's girlfriend, and and the off-road racing fraternity were very supportive in general. So thank you for everyone out there for all those well wishes that got me through a testing time of my life.
Well, that's the beauty of...
Ben's awesome, mate. He's awesome.
Yeah, that's the beauty of the off-road racing family, is how supportive everyone is. And, of course, the Ursigs always supportive of everyone through their motorsport journey. And if you need any assistance with your race car or getting into the sport, you can head down to chat to Luke at his Ursig workshop. And he's tell you what, he almost lives there.
Yeah,
he almost lives there.
I love calling by the workshop. I'll endeavour to do that on Monday before I fly out, if they're there. They might be still up here celebrating class win.
Yeah, well, it's been a very, very good weekend for Ursig in the sports light. Here we go on screen now. This is most likely going to be the hard-charging Logan Gill, who started a little bit down the order. Of course, he missed his start time.
Is it Logan Gill? He's lost the lights if it is.
Yeah, I reckon that is Logan Gill in 6:44.
So Logan Gill not too far away. How'd you go with your mathematics?
Well,
and the battle between Falk and Dixon.
I haven't actually looked at the Falk-Dixon battle yet, but I did the guess, or call it the guesswork between Boston and Bow, and I think what did I say, 8 minutes, 9 minutes? And the gap, 8 minutes, 18 seconds. So I'm calling that a win for me, because I'm certainly not the best person to ask when it comes to...
Did you go to a public school?
I did go to a public school.
Well, the education system ain't broken then, is it, in South Australia?
Oh, it's probably arguable. The Logan Gill now across the line. The 6:44. Good day's work done. Job finished for Logan Gill. And I'll try and work out this situation with Falk for you. Try and find him on the list here on the overall section times.
He probably didn't really leak that much time, did he?
It was about 2 minutes.
Oh, maybe he's in a spot of bother there, mate.
So that section there. So if we compare, and it's a little bit difficult to compare because obviously the track's a lot worse. Section 2, which was also 3 laps, so 1 hour 21:50, and section 4, apologies, is 1 hour 27. So there's a bit of time leaked through there, but he lost about 2 minutes on that last lap. 2 minutes 20 seconds. And if we go to the overall, Falk, 4 hours 37:59. And if we move down to find the name Alan Dixon, 3 hours 16:44. So that could be a battle we've got to keep a real close eye on, because I reckon there's a chance that Dixon could put the pressure right on Ben Falk. Not the day that he was after, really, Ben Falk. He had that small issue in the first lap today, with the helmet blower not quite operating at full capacity. And then, of course, the issue on their final lap, meaning they were a little bit slower. Now, I reckon if we have a look at our track map here, well, we know for sure that Hank Parker's not out there. 6:65, that'd be Kane Nollis. I don't think he's in this group either, so I reckon that might bring a close to this heat for this section.
Well, would you like to do the honours, Cam?
I'm happy to leave it to you, Russ, for this one, mate.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, it looks like that is the end of that section. I might go downstairs and get a light refreshment and try to avoid Ben Ursig. And from myself, Russ Cullen and Cameron Nash, we're going to sign off, and we'll join you at, I think, what is going to be a 3 o'clock kickoff.
I believe so.
For the next section. And the next section is not a dead rubber, because we're going to have the likes of Hank Parker out there, superstar of off-road racing, and of course, as we alluded to before, the Dixon Falk battle is going to be interesting.
Very, very interesting.
I wonder if Alan Dixon's over there at the camp doing the maths.
So he's getting itchy feet. He's ready to go. I reckon he's ready to go.
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure, with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
If you reckon all wheels are made the same, they're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
If you reckon all wheels are made the same, they're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Alrighty, just a quick announcement. Can the crew for 657 please move your ute? We've got cars trying to line up. So once again, the crew for 657, can you please move your equipment so that we can line these cars up? Thank you.
Reliable power off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
Do you reckon all wheels are made the same? They're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Alrighty, race fans, welcome back to the Loveday 400. We are about to get underway for Heat 2, Section 4. And this will be our final heat and section for the 2026 Loveday 400. We've got 24 cars scheduled to start here. And the first car off the line will be the 83 of Robbie Gadaletta. You can see the red Jimco on screen now. Ready to take to the track, Tyson Sparks navigating for Robbie this weekend. Of course, you can see in front of the tavern there's our top 3 cars from the weekend. Boston Morgan Horan taking the outright victory over Beau Robinson and Toddy Lehman. The 24 cars still have 3 laps of the Loveday 400 track to complete. Of course, we'll keep an eye on the battle in the Pro Lights. Alan Dixon in car 153 has an opportunity now to put some pressure on Ben Falk in 122 after the Falk entry. Unfortunately, having some dramas on their final lap meant they were a little bit slower than what they would have liked to be. Brett Taylor in this field, the 431, one of our extreme two-wheel drive competitors. You can see Gadaletta on the line with Dixon and Taylor lined up not too far behind the big red Jimco buggy of Robbie Gadaletta. Hank Parker in the field here, the production four-wheel drive entry, the 701. And a big pack of side-by-side competitors. You can see Daniel Foote, Rob Knight, Jack Livingston, Warren Ward, Jesse Mandarick, all ready to take to the track. So 3 laps ahead of all of our competitors. The final 3 laps of the Loveday 400 for 2026. And what an event we've had so far as Robbie Gadaletta is under the control of the start lights. Can Dixon chase down the hard-charging Gadaletta? Put in some great lap times yesterday. Was actually in the top 10 at one stage before having some dramas that slowed him down. So go time for Gadaletta. 3 laps on the to-do list for the team in car 83. So some clean air out in front for the Jimco pair as they make their way over behind the tavern here. Alan Dixon in 153 be the next car away. There is Dixon on screen now. So this is the battle we've got to keep an eye on, the Pro Light battle between Falk and Dixon. Dixon needs to put in 3 solid lap times to keep the pressure on Ben Falk. The first of our trucks in this field getting underway, the 431 of Brett Taylor. As we follow Gadaletta making his way back around the other side of the driveway. Matt Deck on screen now, the 612. One of our side-by-side campaigners here this weekend. Didn't have the best start of the weekend, had an issue early on, which means he was unable to complete the prologue here. But from then on, relatively smooth sailing. The 403 now of Nick Burt, South Australian pairing. getting the job done here in the Extreme 2-wheel drive. Very experienced in the Rush truck now. Of course, the 403 identifying the success they've had in the championship last year. Now, Russ Cullen joins me. Russ, what have you learnt down there in amongst the crowd?
Sorry about that. I got bailed up by... Well, I didn't really get bailed up. I broke up a fight between Ben Ursig and a squashed Coke can. So Ben was having an argument with a crushed Coke can there, so had to break that fight up, that argument anyway.
I thought you were going to try and avoid Ben.
Oh, you can't let a man like Ben Ursig argue with a Coke can and let him get away with it. Embarrass himself. What have I missed up here?
Well, you've missed the first few cars getting underway. Those Robbie Gadletta, Alan Dixon. We're going to keep an eye on that Dixon Pro Light battle, of course. Brett Taylor, Matt Deck, Nick Burt, Greg Campbell. Still got a hungry pack of competitors still to take to the track now. There is rumours going around. We've got 2 that will not start. We'll wait to see if that is in fact the case.
Who was that off the line there?
That's Michael Shipton.
There you go. One of the superstars of our sport, Michael Shipton. The 585. Class 5 off the line. Ooh.
Yeah, there's Campbell at
Greg
the back
Campbell
there.
swapping out a little bit there.
Another one of the very experienced off-roaders in the field this weekend. Benjamin Ward in the 6165. Now, of course, all of our competitors have 3 laps ahead of them here for the AORC section. Now, Russ, it's the day's getting pretty old, pretty long in the day. Do you reckon these competitors are going to be a little bit more tired now, a few slower lap times through the rough terrain?
Yeah, potentially. They've had the big trucks precede them and dig that track up just that little bit more. You know, the trucks that are down on the podium grass there at the presentation area certainly would have turned things up a little bit for these guys. So, yeah, and they'll be a bit weary. The day is long. Naturally enough, the body clock might kick in with some of them and they'll be a bit weary. So, all eyes on the prize. And that prize will be finishing unscathed.
Yeah, and of course a lot of our competitors making the journey from interstate here to race Loveday this weekend, so they would have had a long drive during the week, a long weekend of racing, and then of course they're going to have the long journey back.
So I did catch up with Ben Falk, and we saw the gear changes, very, very modest gear changes from 2nd through to 4th. Clinton Schulke off the line there. Yeah, apparently he has hurt the transmission.
Yep.
And was just looking after things, trying to get home.
Well,
Bo Robertson, I spoke to Bo briefly. He was pretty happy with his work. A bit disappointed he tore the panels off. But he took that all in his stride with a few laughs. Mel Brandle. Interesting conversation with Mel Brandle. This is 639 is underway.
What did you learn from Mel?
The horsepower comes on really violently in that car, and he found it a little bit difficult to come to terms with. Thinks he's got perhaps a bit of a mismatch with the way the engine profile is and the torque converter stall speed, so he's going to work on that. He decided that a 655.
There's a Rob Knight off the line now as well.
Yeah, so he decided that there was the bar looked more appealing than potentially damaging the car.
That's a very fair call. Still a long way to go with the developing of that car, of course.
What else was going on? Toddy Lehman, Tanner James, they were both pretty happy. Kyle Reid off the line, ladies and gentlemen, Dusty Racing. They were pretty happy. Lehman and James, Tanner and Todd, they were pretty happy with how the car went. They running a set of Toyo tyres on the back. which they were really happy with. They reckon the tyres didn't put a foot wrong all weekend, and they ran a pretty cracking pace, so that was nice to see. Good tyre battle going on. BFG, the traditional tyre, Toyo on the Lehman car. Tenza on a lot of the side-by-sides. Black Bear also got a presence on the side-by-sides. Mickey Zacker talks very highly of the Black Bear tyre, race tyre he runs on his car. And of course, Yokohama, Tumby tyres starting to support off-road racing with the Yokohama branding. Paul Tuck Lee swears by Yokohama, and he finishes a lot of races, and I've never seen him have a puncture. What was that off the line there, mate?
That's the 6169 of Jesse Manderick.
A bit of a different sound on those Polarises.
Yeah. They've had a good weekend. Really consistent. Taking the Polaris line around our berm here in front of the commentary box as we join Rob Knight out the back here. Just making his way to the other side of the driveway here at the Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park. And speaking of your man Paul Tuck Lee, he's underway now in the 996.
The Mudgee Cranes, Yokohama, Tumby Tyres, sponsored single-seater of Paul Tuck Lee, 996. Look at the presentation on that white and red framed single-seater. Beautiful looking car.
.659 of Warren Ward also joins the track now. So we've got 5 cars who are scheduled to start still. However, the rumour was there was going to be a couple of cars that weren't going to join the track, and we'll wait and see if they do, in fact, take to the circuit for their final 3 laps here at the Loveday 400. As we catch up now with Jesse Manderick in 6169. Thomas Stevens in 606 underway. Of course, one of the Stevens entries is for sale. So if you want to get into off-road racing, buy yourself a Can-Am. You could be on the track here with all of the rest of the competitors at the Loveday 400 next year. The 235 of Clay Agnew gets underway, one of our Super 1650 buggies here this weekend. The old beam style front end there. Russ fighting its way through the Loveday track. Warren Ward in 659. So I reckon the rumours are true that the 282 of Josh Chapman will not be starting in this heat, but Hank Parker in 701 will be and is underway here at Loveday for his final 3 laps of this rough and hard-going track. But keep an eye on the 701. Uses the 4-wheel drive to his ability. So 22 cars now out on the circuit. We've got about 2 hours until the sun sets here at the Loveday 400, so you wouldn't want to have a little issue out there that's going to increase one of your lap times dramatically. As the Stevens entry. The other side of the driveway now. On screen, the limo The limo's on screen. They've done a good job this weekend. The limo driver's been hard at work.
And there is an aircraft out there somewhere. I can't really... Oh, there it is. It'll be over behind us. That's why we can't see it out the commentary window. Did you catch who was hopping into that?
No, I didn't see who was getting into the plane there. There's Hank Parker. This is another class we need some more competitors in. Russ, of course, Richard Cowan was racing in the class here this weekend, unable to complete the running yesterday. But Hank Parker is the lone production four-wheel drive entry. Be good to see a good field of even six or seven production four-wheel drive crews going at it out here at the Loveday 400.
Where's Sandy Bowman?
Of course, as we keep mentioning, it's one of the cheaper classes you can get yourself into. Buy yourself a four-wheel drive, or if you've got one laying around the house at home, maybe in the backyard, put a roll cage in it, a couple of seats, grab some safety gear, and join the field here at the Loveday 400 for 2027. You got 12 months, plenty of time to get yourself sorted out and get ready to go racing. There you are, Russ. Your plane's about to take off. There he is, just out the other side of the old commentary box there. You can see the cameraman on top of the top deck.
Well, they've got it all going on here.
It's
limo
all happening.
rides, limo rides, plane rides.
Maybe it's one of our limo patrons who's just getting a ride home now in the aircraft.
It's going to make a lot of dust.
You can see it taking off now. And a race between a plane and a car.
Is it going to rotate? There we go.
Tell you what, it is all happening here at Loveday. There's a lot of things going on throughout the weekend. It's been a fantastic weekend at the Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park. If you've been part of it, what an incredible weekend that the Waitley family and the Loveday team have put together for us. And if you've never been out here to the Loveday 4x4 Park, make sure you do get here. Fantastic venue. Of course, you can come out here and camp throughout the year. Don't have to just be here for the Loveday 400. You can just come to this amazing venue and enjoy all that it has to offer, including all of the hot laps. Russ, what can you tell us about our next round of the AORC?
Well, that's one of my favourites. It's the Kalgoorlie Desert Race. Over in West Australia, we expect a good contingent from the eastern states head west. bit of scuttlebutt. Could be a few changes to the event. Got a really good sponsor on board. Might stretch it from 3 laps to 4 laps.
Oh, it's a big lap too, isn't it?
Yeah. Always looking to innovate.
Yeah, as it should be. Moving forward, the entire sport.
Never ever sitting idle is the Kalgoorlie Desert Race. Always looking to improve.
Of course, the point situation for the ORC could be very interesting heading over to Kalgoorlie as well.
That will be intriguing. Bit of a lull there as our cars have all met the starter's orders.
Yeah, we can have a look at the track map here and see the Robbie Gattaletta, who was the first car away in 83, making his way through this tight and twisty section. Of course, while we have take the opportunity, of course, to thank our event sponsors throughout this weekend. Of course, the Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park, who have put on such an incredible event for us this weekend to really enjoy. Massive thank you to the Barossa Auto Group. We put the challenge out to them, Russ. We want to see them in a car next year competing. We want to see the Volkswagen Beetle, the Baja, return to the track. 12 months' time. Let's see what can happen.
Well, they could maybe front up in a Ford or a Kia or something. I don't think Cherry's got anything that would be too suitable. But a great way to promote your brand.
Yeah. I want to see the Baja.
That would be my choice.
Big thank you to Comiskey Mining Services sponsoring the championship again for this year. So big thank you to the team from Comiskey. We missed out on seeing Brett Comiskey here this weekend. Always puts on a good show, does Brett Comiskey, but unfortunately not here. But a big thank you for supporting the championship here in 2026. Nixon Excavations. Ben Nixon. We didn't see much of Ben Nixon today. Must have had some sort of drama. But big thank you to the Nixon crew for supporting the event here in 2026. Of course, Kick-Ass. We had the Kick-Ass bar, the couches out there by the jump where our limo was taking all of our spectators, our supporters, for a ride out to the jump. Mount Moriac Country Pub, the Foot family, sponsoring the state championship for South Australia in 2026, and they've done a fantastic job of reinvigorating our championship in this wonderful state of South Australia and the off-road racing scene. Of course, Move Yourself, the Cowie family, and you see Move Yourself all over the place with all their equipment, so big thank you to the team from Move Yourself. And this is your lot, West Lime. Who's your next victim trying to confuse the West Lime industry?
Don't know, I probably shouldn't do that because they're good guys, but West Lime, the best lime. No, they don't grow limes and lemons for Corona or the fish and chip shop. But I had you going for a while there, didn't I, Cam?
I wasn't sure what to believe, mate, because like I said to you, I've looked up West Lime in the past and I was like, it's definitely not limes, but wasn't going to disagree with you, mate.
No, it was pretty convincing, wasn't it?
I was pretty certain it wasn't limes and lemons, but yeah, you do a good job of trying to convince me. I'll give you that.
Well, Toby Cooper back in Warrialda with Australia's biggest scrutineering fan, Crunchy Cooper. I had him convinced.
Lots of hanging dust out the tree line there, here at the Loveday Tavern. You see the 83 there, bottom left of the map, making his way back towards us now. Shouldn't be too far away from appearing out in front of the tavern. in the 431 of Brett Taylor. And, of course, we had Alan Dixon in the 153 who started between them, but on our track map here, he is not in between those two cars. So unless there's a small issue with our viewing here on the track map,
I'd say that's a transponder issue.
I would suggest so, but interesting to note. Greg Campbell, he's making some moves. 651. There we go, Robbie Gadaletta. Was the first car away for the heat. And car 83 doing a fantastic job. You can see our recovery crews out there as well. They've done a fantastic job all weekend. A big thank you to all our recovery crews and all the recovery teams. Been in there throughout the weekend. So when's the Kingswood making the journey back to South Australia, Russ?
Oh, it could be a ways off, mate. We need to improve the suspension vastly to compete here again. I don't know. We're sort of always thinking of different things.
Have you got a bucket list race that you'd like to do you've never done before?
Don River Dash.
Yeah.
Like, without hesitation.
Yep.
And from what I saw, wouldn't mind doing Warriolda. There'd be 2 races there, I wouldn't mind. And maybe Baja. Mid 400 Baja. Something in America. Just something in America. Could be like the Coca-Cola 200 or something. Whatever. I'm making things
Just
up
something
there.
in a different country.
Just something, something in a different country, yeah. Raced a little bit in China, in stadiums.
Yep.
That was pretty interesting. It helped a few guys with race teams coming from China to the Australian Safari back in the day. But something in America would be pretty damn fine, I think, just to
tick that off the list.
Just so it's the quiver in the bow. Always nice to be able to say you've done something over there. Might need to save a few pennies, though.
Yeah, I can't imagine it'd be a very cheap experience.
No.
Here is Robbie Gadaletta. Can't see any action behind Robbie either at this point, so this is where Alan Dixon was going to settle in, was behind. He started 30 seconds behind Robbie. So we'll keep an eye on the whereabouts of Alan Dixon in car 153 as Gadaletta winds his way back towards us here at the tavern. There is Brett Taylor. Now, he started third. He started behind the Dixon car.
Yeah, that doesn't look good for Alan Dixon.
So Gadaletta completes lap number 1, still has 2 laps left to go here at the Loveday 400. Matt Deck on screen in the 612. And Nick Burt on the scene now as well in 403. So all of our cars coming in through the start area or back into our vision now in order, apart from Alan Dixon in 153, who we've lost out there on the circuit. And we can see Gadaletta down the back straight now behind the tavern, and see how the whoops, just this car falling into every single hole. No choice but to just drive through them. This is a tough bit of racetrack. Even through here, just big holes in the corners, hard to carry momentum. And then look at the difference as you hit onto something a little bit flatter and harder.
Yeah, that looks a little bit more crisp. As he heads back towards the pit area. You have the pit area in front of him then. And then he'll make that left-hand turn.
There's Dixon on screen now.
That's good news.
So he might have just fallen back into the clutches of Brett Taylor. Is Brett Taylor out in front there? No, Dixon's still out in front of Taylor. But Gadaletta way out in front of this pack of chasing cars.
Used to hand, 6169. Changing a tyre.
That's Jesse Manderick out there in the Polaris side-by-side. Changing that tyre out on the track. So, Russ, what's your process then? If they're changing a tyre out there, do they come in and grab another spare, or do they continue on and hope for the best?
At this track, Brett Taylor on screen, the 431. Alan Dixon chooses not to come in to the pits. He's on his next lap. Things going well for Alan Dixon. Maybe we were imagining that he had a problem.
I think we were.
I think on this track I'd probably just keep going. But it's not it's a rough track, but it doesn't look like it tear tyres to pieces. Greg Campbell on screen, ladies and gentlemen. He's not too far away. Matt Deck rides the berm nicely. Off screen, Matt Deck rides the berm beautifully. Kira Galea on board with Matt Deck. Greg Campbell going about his work nicely on screen. Nick Burt starts his second lap. And as you can see, the dust starting to hang in the air. Not a lot of breeze. The sponsors' flags almost non-existent by way of movement. Greg Campbell gets underway on his second lap. Brett Brettles on screen there, the 4:31 out of the Northern Territory. I thought it was Nick Burt for a moment.
Well, Nick Burt did a really good job on lap number 1. He's the second fastest car on the track out there at the moment. Robbie Gadaletta well ahead, the fastest car, 27.25, and Burt at 29.33. Goes a second faster than Campbell and 2 seconds faster than his fellow Extreme Two-Wheel Drive competitor of Brett Taylor.
Well, watch the 585. Michael Shipton, Paul Schwarten. Now that they've got their eye in, mate, you watch these guys get on with it.
Well, they've gone faster than Burt, Campbell and Taylor as well.
Well, there you go. Thank you very much. And
At
I didn't even know that,
29.16.
mate. I didn't even know that. I just know the guys. I know the personalities on board that car, and I know they're ready to start firing their salvo.
Well, they're doing a very, very good job in this performance two-wheel drive car. Faster than some of our extreme two-wheel drives.
Yeah, and one thing's for sure, Michael Shipton can get ahead of himself.
I've just taken the iPad back, but I didn't know which one was plugged in. So
Greg Campbell doing a nice job there on screen, as is the drone pilot. Great drone footage over the weekend.
We've got a really close field here with Burt, Campbell, Taylor, Dixon and Deck all within about 5 seconds on the first lap. Benjamin Ward in 6.165.
One of the few Can-Ams to really give the high line a go on that berm. Look at that, poetry in motion.
Something about a Class 5 truck.
The rock stars of off-road racing, Class 5. They look like a couple of rock stars, those pair. Paul and Michael. Is that Danielle Foote?
Yeah, that is the Foot entry. 6.35. Clinton Shunke not too far behind either.
Danielle might need to get a wriggle on because Clinton will be hot on her heels any moment now.
Yeah, he did start 30 seconds behind Danielle Foote, so has made up this time on the lap.
Was Kate Swinglehurst a starter?
I didn't see the Swinglehurst entry.
No, I didn't see that mighty fine SM Motorsport logo. But I don't have that car on my list here for starting in this heat anyway. Josh Chapman wasn't a starter, as was Toby Stevens. I don't believe the second of the Stevens entries started this section. Here's Jamie Harrison on screen now and in front of the tavern. One of the competitors to take a little tumble here on our commentary box corner is Jack Livingston. See, they've cut a line there. Quite a few of our competitors staying hard up to the left of the track. We can see a few competitors have held on to the right side of this circuit as Harrison negotiates the corner that got him yesterday. He come unstuck there, and they're just not doing it as well as Simon Evans, are they?
I don't think anyone's done it as well as Simon Evans. I'll give a bit of credit to Jesse Mandarick. He's done all right on that corner, as has Kane Jones. But, of course, these three all have something in common. In the equipment underneath them. Here's Rob Knight, the other car that got Well, a little bit caught out by our corner here in front of the commentary box.
Did Kyle Reid start behind Rob Knight? How's your intel on that one there, Cam?
He did start behind Rob Knight.
Well, he's catching Rob Knight. Is West Australia's Kyle Reid. So is this a Queensland versus West Australian battle at the moment?
I believe you're right. I can confirm that for you very shortly.
Rob Knight starts his second lap. Kyle Reid hits the berm.
It is Queensland versus WA. I've got to find a South Australian in here.
Look for someone with 2 helmets. Look out the commentary box window. There's bound to be a 2-seat car with 3 or 4 helmets.
Yeah.
Come on.
Hang on. Let me have a look.
Oh,
Who have we got in here? You have rattled me. You've got me.
Cameron Nash. Cameron Nash.
It's been a long day in the commentary box.
Oh, goodness me.
Let me have a look.
Can we have some, Maltesers or some lollies up to the commentary position? Cameron Nash needs a sugar hit.
Well, we've got a lot of interstaters in this field. We do have some South Australians, of course.
Shunky?
Shunky is a South Australian, yeah. I was trying to find someone more in the side-by-side battle here.
Okay, rightio. Keep looking.
But Shunky is a South Australian. I was going to say the Foot family are Victorian, so I can't claim them. I can, because they are sponsoring the state championship and they're competing in all the state championship rounds in South Australia this year. So
claim them, mate.
We might be able to claim the Foot family.
Split ends were from Australia, weren't they?
Oh, we could claim as many people as we like, but there's your West Australian man of Kyle Reid, 6149, in the dust of Rob Knight from Queensland.
We'll possibly get him in a moment.
Well, you were talking to Lowndes and Moscat about the push to pass earlier today, and I reckon as they get right up in the dust there, they might start employing that strategy of pressing that button.
Before the camera cut to the 6138 car there, what you would have seen there is the track's very predictable. The bit part of the track that Kyle was about to and Rob Knight were about to get on, very predictable. It's like landmarked. It's got the pits on one side and the road, and I think he could probably just push into the dust a little bit harder, get closer and trigger the rally safe. There you go. Like it's a really literal part of the track. You got the road on the right, the mounds on the right, the runways on your left. So it's not the sort of track where unless the dust's really thick, that you would lose track of your position. But as you can see, he's hanging on the back. Would you call that caught at 30-second intervals?
I mean, there's arguments. I'd say, personally, no. But there would be...
God, I'd hate to race against you.
Mate, I'm always at the back.
We wouldn't be friends at a race.
It really depends on the scenario you're in. I suppose if you've got 30 seconds margin, he has got into the dust. But who knows? Maybe Rob Knight's going to put the pedal down and create a gap.
Well, the problem with that is just because you get caught, that doesn't make it an invitation to speed up. Anyway, we're going to start an argument here. There's going to be a punch on in the commentary.
Start an argument. I don't have a South Australian in the fight.
Oh, true. Yeah, you probably claim him. The Mudgee Cranes, mind you, it's pretty obvious he's not from South Australia, being Mudgee Cranes. Yokohama, Tumby Tyres sponsored. Paul Tuckley, the PTL, the most popular man in off-road racing. Is that one of your boys on screen there?
This is Jack Livingston in 6138.
South Oz?
Well, to answer the question, I don't know.
Oh, come on, mate.
I don't know. I'll find out for you.
Just make it up.
Well, yes. Everyone's South Australian now.
Until they cross the border.
I'm going to suggest New South Wales. It
Nice.
says NS on the list, but doesn't have anything else.
If my eyes didn't serve me better, I think something came off the back of that Matt Deck. 612 of Matt Deck.
Well, to answer, maybe to stop this argument that you claim we're having here, Russ, if that was me in Rob Knight's car, yes, I would have pulled over.
Nice. What a gentleman.
Because I don't like it when someone's behind me. They can go. If they're faster, I'll let them go. And then I'll try and catch them after that.
Nice. Well, as you can see, Paul Tuck Lee, that beautiful single-seater, is out there by himself. He's got clean air, so he's making the most of that.
There's Clay Agnew in front of us now too. Now, going back to this passing thing and this situation, obviously the rally safe is really helping our competitors identify when they've been caught. I actually got in trouble once for pulling over too early for a car and letting them buy. He came up to me afterwards and said, "Mate, don't you ever pull over that early and let me buy again."
And you were driving what car, what class?
Class 5.
And who was the protagonist?
Oh, I won't mention it. I won't mention the name, but
was it in the same class?
No, it was a class 2, and it was quite funny how I was able to pass this car not long afterwards because it ran out of fuel. So he said, "No, don't." It was very nice of him to say, you don't need to pull over that early, but no, there's no point in my thoughts of why hold someone up.
Yeah, Greg Campbell on screen. Is he catching some dust, or is that hanging dust? That might be just hanging
might be
dust.
hanging dust coming across. You can see out the front of the tavern here, there's a lot of hanging dust now. There's not a lot of wind here at all here at Loveday at the moment, and you can see the dust that Greg's just sort of fighting his way through. It's not heavy enough to slow him down right now, but it's just going to be hanging around.
There is a car in a switchback or in front of him.
Up there at the top of the screen there. So a little bit ahead. He is catching a car. But I think
he's about to turn right onto that straight.
Well, that one we can definitely agree he hasn't caught him yet.
No, he hasn't caught. No, I would say that's fair. Doesn't look like we're going to get a glimpse of the Rob Knight Kyle Reid battle.
I reckon Kyle Reid would have made the pass by now.
Looks like the Matt Deck entry. Where are they? It's hard to see. I don't want you to get the tracker out. I'm trying to look at that. Look at the wheel work that you've got to do to get through those curves. They just all link up. There's no respite.
Of course, this is one of the sections of track without all the trees on each side of the road, so it does get more technical throughout this lap. By this point of the weekend, though, Matt Deck knows the track. It's more of a matter of finding out the hole, or finding where the holes are and identifying where they can make time and where they're going to need to be careful. There you go, into the trees now.
Look at the shot of those whoops.
Tell you what, this track has been destroyed this weekend. It has been chewed up by all of our competitors. This is what it's all about, off-road racing. It's not supposed to be smooth. There's the limo. Out at the kick-ass jump. Limo driver's been hard at work this weekend. Is this Jesse Manderick coming out in front of the tavern window here now?
I think so. I think I got a glimpse of the, is it the blue of the Polaris?
Yep.
Certainly sounds like a Polaris in the distance.
There's Hank Parker not too far behind as well. That is the 6169 of Jesse Manderick. Just think of how exhausted these competitors are going to be after this weekend. These two in this car are going to feel every bump. Short wheelbase Polaris.
Now, what does he do with the final berm?
Oh, we know what he's going to do. He's going to take the Polaris line around that final berm.
Is it the Polaris line or the Simon Evans?
Oh, well, it was probably the Simon Evans line, and I reckon it's been handed through to the fellow competitors.
He's passed the baton on. Hits it high.
Oh, yeah, he's got very high there. You know, they're just starting to get almost a little bit too high on the entry to that.
They are, yeah. I don't expect the same line from Hank Parker.
No, I don't.
On screen right now in the 76 Series Land Cruiser.
Would you like to see it?
Look at the way it jumps. It just lands. No double yummy, no double bounce. Just boom, off we go. Next, please.
So another lap here completed by Hank Parker at the Loveday 400. The race between the drone and Jesse Manderick. So what can you tell me about the Polaris product, Russ? You said you've got one back in WA?
Yeah, we've got a four-seater one, like the long wheelbase one that's been modified within the limitations to be an off-road race car. Yeah, it's a pretty good car. We haven't had a great deal of time in it. We've it looks pretty good in the rough. Like, it's going to be really quite a competitive car on a rough track because it's quite long. Very well set up. It's had like a lot of the 701 Hank Parker on streets. Had a lot of work done to the shocks by the looks, from what I can gather. But we had a engine bay fire, and that burnt the wiring harness and put us out quite a bit. Hoping to have it ready or race ready at the end of the year. There's a Polaris side-by-side shootout. Oh, sorry, a side-by-side shootout. We'd like to have the Polaris there for that. That's a pretty cool event back home, run by Jason Clear and his club, the Off-Road Racing WA club. It's formerly the Nissan Car Club in WA. That's a really cool event. Right in, right near Barbagallo. Well, it's at Barbagallo Raceway in Perth, so it's right in Perth. So you get a lot of the uninitiated come out for it, which is cool. Hope to have the Polaris back for that. It's pretty close. Young fella that does a lot of work on it, Matty Beck. He's He's done a hell of a lot of work trying to resurrect it, but he's got more important things to do at the moment. He's young fella. He's sort of building up his wealth profile with real estate. He's got a house to renovate. So obviously the racing takes a little bit of a back seat to that. But when he's back on song, I'm sure he'll get the Polaris fixed up for us. Pretty hard because he's done a lot of work on it, so we can't really, it's hard to take over from where he left off because a lot of it's wiring, and sometimes with wiring best off just letting one person deal with it.
Yeah, knows exactly what's going on with the process there. Now the long wheelbase would be a better option for off-road for sure. Wouldn't fall into as many holes.
Yeah, just a few times I watched it race, even when it was like in limp mode and not really playing the game properly. It just sailed through the rough stuff. Way better than any of the conventional Can-Ams or the short wheelbase Polarises back in the day. We haven't raced it for about 4 or 5 years, so it's been a while. But if we get it back on track soon enough, it'll be a competitive car. I wonder if those youngsters there know they're on screen in front of the 899 Big Black Motorsport trophy truck. Not that they're doing anything wrong. They're enjoying themselves.
Well, we've got plenty of people on screen in front of the tavern there, still enjoying the weekend.
The Gadaletta Pro Buggy.
Yeah, back in the house.
So they'd be currently on their second lap, about to embark on their third.
Yep, so they'll be about to complete that second lap and begin their final lap here of the Loveday 400. One of the larger pro buggies out there this weekend, of course.
Did we find out if that is actually a Jimco champion?
I didn't find out, but I'm 99% certain that is a Jimco champion. See the Jimco logo on the side of it. It's got the... looks exactly like a champion. If I had to bet something on it, you'd bet that it is a Jimco champion for sure. So there he goes. Gadaletta completes his second lap and will tour this circuit one more time here in 2026. So Gadaletta with a 27.43 on his second lap. A little bit slower, about 18 seconds slower on lap number 2 than he was on lap number 1. But of course he was way faster than everyone else in this field. There's Brett Taylor. There we go, we joined Gadaletta. He makes his way down the whooped out straight behind the tavern. Tell you what, Tony's going to have a lot of work to do on the grader after this event. Who are we joining here? side by side. I reckon that might be Matt Deck.
That it is. Kira Galea and Matt Deck.
This looks like Nick Burt in the 4:03. This is rejoining the prologue section of the track.
Alan Dixon in view of the bar area. Off camera is Alan Dixon. Nick Burt on camera at the moment.
Brett Taylor in 4:31.
Who has been the quickest in this session so far, mate?
Robbie Gadaletta, by a long, long way, has been the fastest car in this field. His fastest lap of 27.25, and Dixon a 28.21. So Gadaletta about 54 seconds faster than Alan Dixon. Brett Taylor crosses the line. A 28.52 for Brett Taylor. So he goes faster on his second lap of this 3-lap run. We join Dixon on screen now in 1:53. Tough weekend for a lot of our pro-light competitors. Of course, Andrew Moles unable to complete the event. David Hall had some issues throughout the weekend.
Ben Falk had a pretty clean run until he had a transmission issue in the later stages of the last lap today.
Of course, one person who went missing early on in the weekend was Simon Tucker in 1:10.
True, he didn't feature a lot at all, did he?
Here's Matt Deck on screen. 612. One of your West Australians, Russ. Doing a good job throughout this section. A 29.37, 1 second faster on lap number 2 for Matt Deck.
Brett Taylor, Peter Treese on screen there previous. Nick Burt.
Well, he's a South Australian. Nick Burt, 4:03.
Claimed him or legit?
No, legit. He's a South
Nice.
Australian. Well, if you want to talk about heavy hitting off-roaders that hail from South Australia, of course, the Bentley family, Gartner, Gallard, Waitley. I could go on.
Wow.
Greg Campbell. Now on screen here, the 651.
Yeah, not like the West Australians. Smoothie, Robinson, Cullen.
Hey, I didn't throw myself in the list of South Aussies.
Not necessarily in that order either. Ursig. He's a West Australian.
He's a member of a West Australian club. Where does he live?
His heart's in Geraldton, West Australia.
Speaking of South Australians, Michael Shipton now in 585.
Now, has Michael Shipton got ahead of himself? Is he putting down some fast times?
He has been putting down some very, very fast times in this car. And his lap time here at 29.56. So he's gone slower on lap number 2. But he's the 4th fastest car of the heat so far. Gadaletta, Dixon, Taylor and Shipton in that order. Matt Deck, 5th fastest. Greg Campbell in 6th. Nick Burt, the 7th fastest of those 7 competitors to complete 2 laps.
Yeah, no, we've only got Robinson, Smoothie, Uren, Cochrane, Showen, Truella, Elphinstone, Trepp, Cooper.
I've already made my list, mate. I'm happy with my list.
Your list's pretty impressive.
Of course, you cast your mind back. Fellows.
He was in West Australia for a while. He resided in West Australia.
Ah, it doesn't matter. $6,165, Benjamin Ward. He's been quietly going about his work this weekend.
He ran that berm real nice.
He's taken the Polaris line in the Can-Am. Am I allowed to say that?
You are. Well, you're a very open-minded person. You know, if you're prepared to admit that West Australian off-road racing is far stronger than South Australian off-road racing, then I'm sure you can mention that the Can-Am took that Polaris line very well.
I think that even the last 10 years, I think maybe 15, 20 years, I haven't kept a close eye on West Australian off-road racing, but I think it's come a long way. I think it really has come a long way in the last however many years, and we might have some catching up to do. Of course, Scott Schiller hailed from South Australia for a very long time.
We inducted him into the WA single-headed Hall of Fame.
Rob Knight on screen in 6.55 as we rejoin the Queensland and West Australian battle. I think that Kyle Reid may have got the job done in that pass over Rob Knight. And Rob, you can see here, is taking the right-hand side line on this track. A lot of our competitors were on the left-hand side.
Yep, one would assume, looking at those shots there, that Kyle Reid's got the job done on Rob Knight. Clinton Schunke.
I reckon you've just put an idea in my head, Russ. A state of origin.
Yeah, that'd be good.
Every state selects 2 or 3 competitors, and we settle it on the racetrack.
We dig up Optus Oval in Perth.
Yep, I like it.
We run it there. 66,000 people. If you get 30,000 South Australians there, there'll be 60,000 heads at one side of the... 60,000 people in attendance, 90,000 heads, thanks to the South Australian spectators.
You've got to be careful, mate. You're in South Australia.
Ah, mate, I'll get out of here alive. I got a bodyguard. I got Ben Ursig, mate, my bodyguard.
The South Australian Ben Ursig?
Yeah, no, the Geraldton West Australian fisherman Ben Ursig.
Jamie Harrison in 6.39.
Yeah, State of Origin would be an interesting concept, but in reality, I think we're too we know each other too well. We're too, not that it's sanitised. Going back to the conversation we had with Craig Lowndes about V8 supercars, there's still a healthy rivalry, but it's very much a help your mate type sport, you know?
Yeah, and as it should be, it's always been that way, you know. You're always helping out your fellow competitors. When one car has an issue, you know, you're always willing to lend a hand, and I know that was the case with this weekend with Josh Chapman in 282 and Darren Oliver in 221. So when Darren had the issue he had, where the front upright cracked in half almost, he was willing to lend some parts through to Chapman to continue through the weekend. Of course, both Hayabusa powered machines. Here's Kyle Reid now, the 6149. Has made the pass on Rob Knight.
Hasn't really had a Kyle Reid style weekend. He's been battling away over the last 2 days. Rob Knight into that last turn without incident. Nice going, Rob Knight.
See there with our flags not moving around, there's no wind here to get rid of the dust just hanging out in the in front of the tavern.
If you look out the commentary window there, Cam, it would be quite interesting pointing the car into the setting sun in the west.
I saw the crews warming up this morning when the sun was coming up, and they're in the warm-up area here, and you could see them already with their hands above the helmet, shielding themselves from the sun, and then the sun went away. But you are right. You look out there now, and there's the sun coming down a little bit lower, and certainly going to affect the vision of some of our competitors. A tough Sunday afternoon of racing for the last 2 laps here of the Loveday 400. So what can you tell me about Kyle Reid?
Oh, I don't know a heap about him. He patronises a lot of the races back home. Usually pretty quick. Yeah, never really known consciously to know of him being out of the top sort of 10, top 15. Always in amongst it. Always battling away for a good haul of points. Be nice to see him do a few more local races back home. He does a lot of stuff over east here, which is fine. Kalgoorlie's sort of within reach of the Eastern States because it is 600k head start off on a Perth-based racer. 5, yeah, it would be 600k's head start. He'll be at the side-by-side shootout in November, no doubt.
It's Warren Ward in 6:59 on the screen.
So that right-hand line opened up a bit. He looked like he was going to have a dabble on the right. It's gone back over there.
This will be Jack Livingston, I reckon, in 6:138. So Livingston, the next car to cross the line here and complete another lap here at the Loveday 400. A 32.53, so he begins his final tour of this Loveday track for 2026.
Yeah, that'll be a good trick. Yep.
So still yet to complete their second lap here. Danielle Foot's gone missing out there on the circuit. Paul Tuck Lee, Tom Stevens, Warren Ward, who we saw before. There's Paul Tuck Lee out in front of the tavern now. Clay Agnew, Hank Parker and Jesse Mandrick, which we know were slow on the first lap due to a flat tyre. Brett Taylor on screen now. The 431, the Extreme two-wheel drive truck.
Is that right?
So as Paul Tuck Lee comes across the line in 996, we'll begin his final lap here at Loveday in 2026.
Great to see Paul Tuck Lee trucking along there, Cam.
Yeah, one lap to go. He'll be happy with the work he's completed so far this weekend. Hasn't put a foot wrong, really.
No.
Just continued nice and consistently.
Stellar job there from Paul Tuck Lee. Is that Richard Ward? Warren Ward.
Warren Ward.
Warren Ward. Well, I do have some, nice jump there from the Wards. As they get on with their last lap by the looks. Tom Stevens. Is that Tom Stevens coming in now?
Yep. 606 of Tom Stevens.
We have a couple of team lists for State of Origin if you were to pick a side-by-side and a normal car. Right?
Define a normal car.
Oh, you know what I'm talking about. So for WA, the suggested team would be Logan Gill, Travis Robertson.
Yep.
The retired Travis Robertson. From South Australia, Lachlan Bailey. This is a pretty formidable team. Lachlan Bailey, Todd Lehman.
Yep. That's a good team.
From New South Wales, Nick Commons and Glenn Ackroyd. Another formidable team.
Yep.
Queensland. This is a really interesting team.
Okay.
Because there's a bit of a twist on this team anyway.
Yep.
I think it's Conroy Devine, sorry.
Yep.
And Mickey Zacher.
Yep.
Now, the problem with that is you've got the side-by-side in Conroy, and then you've got the so-called normal car of Mickey Zacher. But if you know Mickey Zacher as well as I do, then anything piloted by Mickey Zacher is not necessarily going to be normal.
Okay, yeah, I see what you mean. Clay Agnew on screen now, completing or coming to the end of another lap here.
Victorian's team's not too bad.
Yeah. See if I can go and tell me. I'll see if I got it right in my head.
Well, I'll give you the normal car, and that would be Dale Martin.
Okay.
And the side-by-side?
Oh, I'm not sure on the side-by-side. I don't know where everyone's from, mate.
Who railed that berm today?
Or Simon Evans.
There we go. And Tasmania?
Go on.
I think it's John White. I don't know many people from Tasmania.
Yep.
I think it's Hayden Tatnell.
Yeah, Tatnell. He
Certainly-
would be the pick for
Certainly wouldn't be Brooke Tatnell, but it'd be Hayden Tatnell.
Hayden Tatnell. Can I throw another name in the South Australian list as a potential competitor?
Go.
Aaron Habe.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. Maybe he's a pinch hitter for Todd Lehman.
It's a good list of cars you've got there. Very good list.
Anyway, thought that was rather interesting.
No, I like that. That's cool. Imagine that as a race. You might have to pull some strings, Russ, make it happen.
Get a Bobcat out on Optus Oval.
I reckon we might, if it was an Optus Oval, I think the side-by-sides would perform pretty flawlessly there. And it'd be who's most agile of the rest of the crews. We
True.
might have to find a neutral track that we don't all know. Somewhere here in South Australia, into the centre of everything. How about Loveday?
You guys must spend a lot of money on racing. Like 2-seater cars with 4 intercoms, 4 helmets.
Yeah, but if you win, doesn't matter.
True. As a driver, when your navigator gives you an instruction like faster, keep it tight, rah rah. As a South Australian, do you question which navigator's talking to you out of which?
Well,
head?
you've made a mistake already of listening to your navigator. You just don't do that.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Which intercom? Which head? Did I buy a rugged radio?
Do you know, this is all the stuff that South Australians talk about with Victorians. So,
did I buy a PMD or a rugged radio? For which helmet did I put that in? Which one do I turn down? Which head am I listening to?
we'll settle it on the racetrack, Russ.
It's a good concept.
It would be a very exciting event to be a part of.
I think it's a few years away.
Yep.
And would it be healthy?
I think it'd be a fun competition.
I think it would.
It would be fun. I think it'd be very similar to a standard Australian off-road race, just on a lesser scale with less cars. But I think it would be healthy competition. And it'd be pretty cool to be selected for an event like that. Bit of a feather in the cap for the competitors who get the nod, get selected to represent their crews.
Could it be like the All-Australian AFL team that doesn't actually go and play anyone? Could we do something like that?
Yeah, we might have to, eh? I think that's something you should talk to Toby Cooper about doing. Jesse Mandrick coming back towards us now in 6.169. So there's something hanging out underneath that car. Looks like a bash plate that's not quite fastened how it used to be.
Well, some of them bash plates are like plastic or aluminium. And I reckon that bash plate's been working pretty damn hard over the last few
Might
laps.
just be a...
Is it like a mud flap?
Yeah, it looks like it almost might be a mud flap.
Oh, I don't know. It looks like it's been peeled down.
Yeah, weird spot. But anyway, it's not slowing down Jesse Mandrick.
Not at all.
Well, I've got to throw another name out for a potential Queensland debut in the State of Origin. It's got to be Clayton Chapman.
Oh, God, yeah. Yeah, I mean, yeah, he's pretty quick.
He's very quick. Very quick.
What about the biggest showman?
Oh, we've got that covered.
Go.
Greg Gartner.
Oh, yeah, you do too. Do too, yeah.
Yeah, we win that battle, mate. Sorry to say.
Yeah, I do, yep.
Yeah.
I think you do, yep. He is a different cat, isn't he?
Very fast. I was watching him the other week at Wakery, and he was taking this one corner, and it was like he just went around it, was smooth, nice, and the next lap he was like, you know what, I can go way faster. And I reckon he was at least 50% faster around this corner I was watching. It was ridiculous how much quicker he was. Sideways, just holding onto the wheel. Beautiful, beautiful bit of driving.
Was that with Jamie Jennings on board?
I think Jamie was on board, yeah.
What do you reckon's between Jamie Jennings' ears? A leprechaun kicking a soccer ball?
So you're going to tell me, aren't you, what you think's between Jamie's ears?
A leprechaun kicking a soccer ball? No?
I don't know,
Don't
mate.
you reckon? You could picture it, couldn't you? Leprechaun booting a soccer ball inside Jamie Jennings' skull.
I think he's in one of the best seats in off-road racing. If you're not behind the wheel, you want to be in the navvy seat of someone's car. Greg Gartner's one of the cars you want to be in.
I got to say, Greg did give us a bit of a scare at Baruta that year that he landed on his roof.
Yep. That
was pretty ugly. But, you know, Jamie stuck to his guns. Listened to the voice within. The leprechaun kicking the soccer ball. Oh, don't you worry about it. The soccer ball's only got 4 PSI in it. Yeah, what a pair they are. Haven't they kept us entertained?
Over many
long
years.
Period of time. Yeah, many years. Old Brettles on screen from the Northern Territory. So, did you watch what we did last night with Craig Lowndes?
I saw bits and pieces, yep.
And more importantly, Michael Shipton and Toby Waitley.
I didn't see the Shipton part.
When do you think Toby Waitley's going to strike some luck?
Well, look, he's got plenty of speed. Plenty of speed. And
no doubt about that.
That's one thing that you can't... You know, you can learn to be reliable or get a car to be reliable, but going fast is something that, you know, you have to just have. So he's got the speed, and it's just a matter of finding the reliability in the car. I think they'll be able to do it. I think they'll be able to achieve it relatively soon. I think every time there's an issue with a car, you learn more and more about it. And if you look at the pits here, Jesse Mandarick has just brought the side-by-side back in.
Has he shortcut his way back with a problem?
I think he has, down the driveway. Which is really unfortunate with 1 lap left to go. But is that car leaning? You see the blue car just in the pits there. Is it leaning a little bit? I think every time there's an issue with a car... They're just jumping out at the moment. And if you look at the pits here... So Jesse's jumping out of the car. Of course, left-hand drive, these machines.
Yes, just one thing that's eluded him is the luck. Referring to Toby Waitley, that is. And I'd like to see him have a good run of luck. Simply because I just think if he doesn't get that little leg up in the next few years, I think some of the cars are going to... The technology will move on and perhaps his car won't be able to cut the mustard. I know that sounds... Almost sounds cruel, doesn't it?
No, it doesn't sound cruel. It's the way that the sport works, continuously improving technology.
And I suppose, from my point of view, when you run a junior program like I do, when you see someone with talent, you really would like to, if you've got the capacity, you've got the resources, to see them realise their talent. I mean, to be quite honest, if I thought I could put an engine together good enough for him to have a red hot go, I'd probably make that offer. But because at the moment, it's like rightly or wrongly, correct me if I'm wrong. Sure, I say Cam, has it been engines lately that have been his?
Well, it was engine this
Achilles
weekend,
heel?
wasn't it? It was Axel. Axel was a couple of years ago here at Loveday. But yeah, engines this weekend, obviously, which was the drama.
Oh, Hank Parker underway. Third lap for Hank Parker.
Well, have you seen Robbie Gadaletta come through?
I do not recall Robbie Gadaletta coming through.
Because this is the 4:31 of Brett Taylor. And, of course, he started third on our list. Because Alan Dixon and Robbie Gadaletta both started in front of the 4:31. But I've not seen the 83 come past. And Brett Taylor will come to complete the Loveday 400. So the first car home for Heat 2 of Section 4. Brett Taylor comes in to a finish here. A job well done from Taylor and the team. Well, I feel like I've given you you guys some homework to work out this whole state of origin. Who could be in there? Like even a top three. You pick three cars. Just a thought. Something for you to think about over the next little while. For the plane ride home back to WA.
Nice.
Speaking of WA, Matt Deck.
Matt Deck is about to complete his third and final lap.
He'll be coming in for a finish here at Loveday. He's had a really strong day today in Section 3 and Section 4. Be very happy with the way that the car's performed. Of course, not the start to the weekend they wanted. It was a ball joint, I believe, failed early on in the weekend. You said, Russ, yesterday?
Yeah, broken ball joint. A mere few hundred metres down the track.
But Matt Deck crosses the line, so a job well done from Matt Deck in the 612.
Next car in looks like Nick Burt.
There's Hank Parker on screen out the other side of the pits there.
Nick Burt, Alex Burt, Josh Abbott on board the 403.
So another good points haul for Nick Burt in the Extreme two-wheel drive class. I'm sure they're trying to improve the 403 on the roof to a 402 or a 401 throughout the year. But job's done for Nick Burt as he crosses the line.
Greg Campbell not far away either. Michael Shipton on screen there.
I'm excited to see what Shipton has in store for a new car build and what they've learnt from this package to put into the new car. So Greg Campbell over the line. Greets the checkered flag. This is a cool shot. Look at the old Class 5. I keep saying old Class 5, but it's a modern Class 5.
It's a very modern Class 5.
The Class 5 Performance two-wheel drive completing the Loveday 400 once again in 2026. A fantastic drive from Michael Shipton and the team. Clinton Shunke on screen, 427.
He's not too far away either.
No, winding his way on now back onto the prologue track. Taking the right-hand side of this section of road.
Road's very generous.
Yeah, I was trying to be nice to it.
I don't think the road's got feelings.
Here we go. Look at the crews jumping out of the cars now.
One improvement they could make on the 585. is just a silly little thing, dry sump.
Yep.
You notice where the air cleaner is on it, like the motor's actually quite high in the engine bay. Dry sump would allow you to lower that in a little bit deeper. Get the body, get the centre of gravity down a little bit. Because you're limited with the chassis rails, you see. You can't just tube around them like you can on a trophy truck to try and get that engine in lower a little bit and back. Sort of got some limitations there with your firewall and chassis rails on the 5. Your thoughts? Being a fabricator?
I'm not a fabricator this weekend. I'm a commentator, mate. No, look, I think that the package itself is a good thing going. Well, it's got a good thing going for it. I agree with you. Getting the engine down a little bit there. But I keep thinking back to what I would say is probably been the fastest Class 5 going around probably for a long time was the Shavara with Jeff Loader. And you see the way that thing sat, it was a lot lower than a lot of the Class 5s. So it was quicker through the corners. Now, Jeff's obviously a very, very good driver as well, but I think the way they built that car was really well done.
Did they get greedy with tyre size? Or did they be a lot more conservative?
No, Jeff's a very... he doesn't have to follow the script. One of the things that was done on that car, which you don't see a lot of now, was the rear shocks were actually mounted on the diff and not on the rear arm. And he said it would just perform beautifully as it was. There was no point in changing that. They were happy how that operated.
So instant reaction?
Yep. So it's a bit more vertical.
Like high piston speed? Yeah, that's interesting. On the diff, eh?
Yeah. I'm not saying it's the right way to go about it, but I think there's...
Work for them.
There's certainly arguments to be had that there was a really well-built car. Again, I do mention that Jeff, having driven for years and years and years, learned his craft, and he certainly can drive a lot of different cars and drive them all very well. But he was very happy with the way that thing operated. Clinton Shunke in 427. Another good weekend for Clinton Shunke here at Loveday. Done plenty of laps around this part of the track. So the 427 crosses the line now. Clinton Shunke greets the checkered flag. A job well done throughout the weekend from Shunke in 427. This is Rob Knight in 655.
I thought I heard a screaming side by side in the effects mic.
I think you're right. Of course, we're expecting Kyle Reid shortly. Well, here's a question for you, Russ. You can have any one of those cars on screen. Which one would you take?
I reckon Brett Taylor's.
Be a very good truck to have. I was wondering if you're going to stay true to the performance two-wheel drive.
I wouldn't take candy off my baby. Michael Shipton. I wouldn't break his heart.
Here is Kyle Reid.
And it'd be like wearing another man's shoes if I took Shippo's car off him, the Class 5. Kyle Reid looks like he's skipped away from Rob Knight.
Yeah, he certainly built himself a nice gap there. See the lights coming into a bit more of effect now as the sun starts to drop down and the cloud cover comes in as well.
Looks like Alan Dixon over in the pits. Off screen, we can see Alan Dixon. Looks like he's retired.
Yeah, you can see the Mandarick car is on the trailer now as well.
Kyle Reid's back in the house.
So Reid crosses the line. A finish at Loveday for Reid in 6:1:49. A job well done. And Rob Knight not too far behind, of course. We had this little battle between Knight and Reid. And Reid able to get the better of his fellow side-by-side competitor. So just looking through my list here at the moment, Brett Taylor fastest of this heat. Michael Shipton second fastest, with Matt Deck third fastest of the cars to complete the heat so far. Of course, Robbie Gadaletta unable to complete his third lap here for this heat. Alan Dixon we saw in the pits before, as did we see with Jesse Mandarick. Daniel Foote unable to complete the second lap. So have a quick look at our track map here and see what we can identify. There's Paul Tuck Lee in 996, winding his way back towards us here at the tavern. 606 of Tom Stevens. Clay Agnew into 235, sort of the centre of screen there. Jake Livingston making his way towards us now, as well as Jamie Harrison. There's Hank Parker. We'll keep an eye on Hank Parker. I'm not sure if he's moving out there at the moment or whether he's stationary. Jake Livingston on the screen, making his way back into the tavern now. There's Paul Tuck Lee. See, it's getting dark out the back there, Russ.
Yeah, definitely adds to the trying conditions, the shadows. But Paul Tuck Lee's not too far away.
There's the Gadaletta car.
And
the tow rope.
Looking at that window net sort of door arrangement, that is definitely a Jimco champion. He picked it.
Left-hand drive as well, by the looks of that.
The only Jimco champion I've got any reference to is the one owned by Jordan Bull back in West Australia. The trouble is I'm comparing one that's in good shape and good condition to one that's had all the panels smashed off it and the fucking A-arms folded up under the car, so they look quite a bit different.
Yeah, so I can understand why you wouldn't quite have that full vision of the champion. There's Paul Tuck Lee. That's a sad sight, being towed in front of all the finishers there. He was the fastest competitor for this heat. So I want to just go back to our track map for a second and just see. It looks to me like Hank Parker's still in that spot out there. I'm not sure if he is actually moving or not at the moment. Warren Ward, we're following in here. And look at that track. Look at all those tyre tracks through that section. Everyone's trying to find the best bit of ground. Jack Livingston out in front of the tavern now and on the screen.
Livingston about to become another finisher.
Yep, completing his third lap here for the section in 6:1:38.
Paul Tuck Lee, Mudgee Cranes, Yokohama Tyres. Paul Tuck Lee, single seater. Whoa. Bit of a cavalier approach to that corner from Paul Tuck Lee. Don't often see that from Paul.
Well, job well done from Paul Tuck Lee throughout the weekend to get himself another finish here at the Loveday 400. Another successful weekend from the 996 competitor.
Well done to Paul Tuck Lee. Car still looking impressive. The 996 Mudgee Cranes. Tumby Tyres, Yokohama sponsored 996.
Clay Agnew.
Yeah, the two car.
So the light's actually on the ground now. It's getting that dark out the back there.
Yeah, the lights are taking some small effect. Clay Agnew, Abby Moles and Jamie Lightfoot on board the 235 at differing times over the weekend.
Warren Ward in 6.59 now. The next car to complete the Loveday 400. Now, we just saw a shot of one of our recovery crews out there. A massive thank you to all of our recovery teams who've been doing a fantastic job throughout the weekend, making sure that all of our competitors are safe and able to be collected and brought back to the pits here for competitors to make repairs, or at least to get competitors back into the pits and back onto the trailer. Tom Stevens in 6.06. One of the two Stevens entries that's been competing this weekend. A job well done for Tom Stevens as the crew greets the checkered flag.
Well done to Tom Stevens there. Gavin Banks on board. I'll probably say it wrong. The 606 supported by Coonawarra Tyre Services. I usually get it wrong.
That's all right. I won't hold it against you.
Coonawarra Tyre Services. One thing I can't pronounce wrong is Comiskey Mining Services.
No, certainly not.
Sponsors of the AORC this year.
Here comes Clay Agnew out in front of the tavern. Have a quick little last look at the track map here. And Hank Parker, that looks like that's where he has stayed for the last however long. So I'm unsure if Hank Parker is still moving out there as he's come to a stop, as we see Clay Agnew on the screen here in the 235. Had a bit of work to do on this car throughout the weekend to keep him running. They've done a very good job throughout today's section. So a job well done from Clay Agnew and the Moles Motorsport team to get this car to the end of the event and greet the checkered flag. So that's the 235 now across the line.
So Clay Agnew at some stage during the weekend had Abby Moles alongside him and or Jamie Lightfoot.
A couple of navigators sharing the duties throughout the weekend. It's pretty common in off-road racing for crews to share navigators. Have to wait for an update here, Russ, and see if there's any more cars still circulating on the track, or whether Clay Agnew was the last car to come through. A few of our competitors who have been able to finish this lap so far. Robbie Gadaletta, we saw him being towed back into the pits. Of course, Alan Dixon, we saw him make his way back into the pits under his own steam, as we did with Jesse Manderick.
Was Danielle Foote still out there?
Danielle Foote is still out there. She's been unable to complete lap number 2. So she's only finished one lap.
Ooh.
Hank Parker, which we keep checking on the track map whether he's still under his own steam out there. And it doesn't look like he's moving. However, it might just be a small issue with the telemetry coming back here for us. But Brett Taylor, fastest car of the heat from Michael Shipton and Matt Deck. So a really good job from those three competitors to find themselves the fastest three of the heat. So while we wait and confirm whether we have any more cars out on track, massive thank you to the Loveday 4x4 Adventure Park, the Waitley family, for putting on such an awesome event once again this year. We always look forward to coming back to the Loveday 400, and we really appreciate all the efforts that they put in, not only just throughout the race weekend, but through the lead up of the event, all of the volunteers and officials, all the assistance that goes on throughout the entire event here at Loveday.
Perhaps we take a look at the track map there, see who's moving and shaking.
I reckon the 701 has come to a stop there.
Is the 639 looks like it hasn't moved either.
Yeah, I think that all three of those cars have come to a stop out on the track. Well, the 665, that's Kane Nollis. I don't know whether he is actually... I reckon that might be a transponder issue there for the 665. But the 639 of Jamie Harrison was in this heat, as was the 701. Here we go, 639. Right on cue, Jamie Harrison. Looks like something's hanging down in the back of that car. Kicking up a lot of dust in the Harrison entry. Yeah, there's definitely something underneath that car that's not where it's supposed to be. Oh, sideways. Trying to find the some sort of traction here as they slowly make their way back in. There's an injured side-by-side of Jamie Harrison coming back in towards us now.
That may well be our last car.
I think you might be right. I'm not sure if we'll get an update on if Hank Parker's still mobile, but this is one of those moments, Russ, where you look at this and you go, well, this is the spirit of off-road racing, just fighting the way through to the end. Battling on. Injured car, but it's not stopping Jamie Harrison. Slowly makes his way through to finish the Loveday 400.
What is dangling down underneath that side-by-side?
Well, it's hard to know, but it almost looked like it was a link, like a rear suspension link.
Yeah, it looked like a link. Are we going to get a sort of rearward shot?
You can see that part just dangling there from the right rear wheel.
I reckon it's an axle.
I reckon it's an axle. Yeah, okay.
Yeah, I reckon it's an axle. Because you see the two links are
could be, yeah.
The links are intact.
Yeah, you could be right there.
That is one very unhappy side-by-side.
Could be why it's trying to pitch right a bit too.
Yes, there's probably still some drive from the left-hand tyre, which is pushing the car to the right, which it did earlier on. It drove pretty aggressively to the right-hand side into the bush.
You can see it wandering over the road.
And that is that bottom turn, is it not? So
I reckon they'll be making their way towards that bottom turn, yeah. Well, I reckon if this car makes its way to the finish, there's a souvenir for Jamie Harrison to hold on to. Put that up in the shed somewhere. Yeah, I think you're right there. It looks like all the links are in place. You can see the wheel's not wandering itself. It's the car that's wandering across the road. You can see him out in the distance in front of the tavern now.
Of course, as he gets closer to home, he has to be fairly cautious on this crippier surface. You don't want to be driven off into a ditch and beach it. So taking it very, very carefully.
I wonder how far out this issue's happened for Jamie Harrison. Would have been a long drive back home towards the Loveday Tavern for car 639.
Do you want the good news or the bad news?
I'll take the good news first, mate.
I'll give you the bad news first.
Okay.
This is his second lap. Is he going to go for his third?
No, this is his third lap. This is his third lap.
I got you. Got you again, mate.
Surely not.
Got you again.
No.
Meanwhile, the boys over at the Westline truck are laughing their heads off, slicing up some more limes from the Corona.
I was going to say, there's no way this is lap number 2. We've certainly seen him come through a couple of times. But no, this is a cool story, this. Making his way home with the injured car.
Jamie Harrison, is it Brendan Parry on board? That's a fine effort to get that thing home.
The spirit of off-roading. Getting home even when the car's injured. Jamie Harrison greets the checkered flag to complete the Loveday 400 for 2026. A great effort from the team in car 639, and they'll be relieved to have that car back home.
And are you seeing what I'm seeing?
Yes, I am.
That's an even more stellar effort. We have a great competitor back home who's probably offered a little bit of help getting that car set up. So great effort to get that thing home with that busted axle. That would have been an absolute nightmare to drive. Now, on our tracking, is that it? Is anyone else moving?
Well, there's definitely no tracking working for Jamie Harrison, because you can see he looks like he's way away from us, but we know he's just come into the pits here. 639, the 701. Now, the one thing I'm considering is, if we're not seeing Harrison moving, are we just not seeing Hank Parker move? So not sure if Hank Parker is still circulating out on the track, or that is it for the Loveday 400.
Well, high fives and congratulations all round there for the 639 Jamie Harrison and Brendan Parry get the job done.
Here we go. Hank Parker's still underway.
be another 15.
5.
5.
Probably not even.
So one car left on the track. It is Hank Parker.
So Hank Parker, the 701, is going to be the caboose on the runaway train that was the Loveday 400 for 2026.
And what a weekend we've had. It's been fantastic racing from Friday right through to Sunday. Well, we can call it Sunday night almost, Russ.
Sunday evening?
Sunday evening, yep. It's been a fantastic event. And Loveday always is a fantastic event to attend. So if you're listening in, make sure you get down to Loveday, or the Loveday 400 next year. I was in the campsite over the weekend. Russ, there's a lot of cars that have cleared out by now. And as Hank Parker makes his way through, past out, a few remaining spectators down the back of the hill. One of those spectators has got a flat tyre, by the way. I did work that out earlier. Punctured it on the way down the hill.
Was it Cameron Nash?
No, it wasn't me. But it was a bit sideways. Punctured a tyre. Bit of a calmer moment.
One of those. So something has stricken the 701 of Hank Parker at some stage, but he's making a full fist of his racing at the moment. Nothing wrong with the pace he's setting there.
No, back up to full speed. And we know Hank Parker is fast. There he is. You can see the blue flashing lights in the distance of the tavern. So, Russ, who is your driver of the weekend?
Good question. If you had have had a bit more luck, I would have said Kane Jones.
Yeah, it was excuse me, folks, it was a very good performance from Kane Jones. Unfortunately, unable to finish the event with that battle with Glenn Ackroyd and Lockie Bailey taking place. But it was a very good drive from Kane Jones.
I think absentee of the weekend would have to go to Hayden Bentley.
Yeah, well, as we heard, if they could possibly make it, they would have been here. So unfortunate that they couldn't be.
That's unfortunate. Maybe a missed opportunity for Hayden. But anyway, I'm sure we'll see Hayden back in the action very soon. Hank Parker on screen doing a great job there is Hank.
Well, he's going to round the final few corners here in front of the Loveday Tavern, and what a shot we got from our drone. A massive thank you to the team at offroadracing.com.au who've done a fantastic job with our footage throughout the weekend as we watch Hank Parker make his way around the final few corners to complete the Loveday 400 for 2026. The production four-wheel drive. It's been a good weekend from Hank Parker, and the smooth sailing four-wheel drive, the 701, will complete the Loveday 400 for 2026. And that is it, Russ. All cars now coming to a close here.
All cars present and accounted for, ladies and gentlemen. Hank Parker, 701, is in the house.
So there you have it. Another Loveday 400 coming to a close here. We thank everyone for all their support throughout the entire weekend, and we can't wait to do it again here at Loveday in 2027.
Thanks to
Reliable
all the
power,
competitors that
off-grid.
gave up
At
their top-
Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
If you reckon all wheels are made the same, they're not. Radial fatigue testing on a 37-inch tyre at twice the amount of cycles. We're the only ones that do it. Regular tensile and porosity audits, the testing procedures, second to none. Because at the end of the day, your wheel is the only thing that's keeping your tyres on the ground.
So if you are serious about your pride and joy, you need a set of Method race wheels.
Can you afford not to?
Reliable power, off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. Reliable power, off-grid. At Kick-Ass, we design and engineer complete 12-volt power systems built to last. Australia's largest range of dual battery kits, lithium batteries in every size and form factor, smart DC-DC chargers, pure sine wave inverters, and innovative all-in-one systems like the Kick-Ass Power Boss. From fixed canopy builds to portable power stations, we've engineered a solution for every adventure with professional-grade wiring and mounting hardware to tie it all together. Build it right. Build it Kick-Ass.
If you reckon all wheels are made the same, they're not.
Reliable power, off-grid. At Kick-Ass.